Good morning. How is everybody doing today? Good morning, Judy. Nobody else is here yet. I thought about canceling today. Maybe I should have. Good morning. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. StreamYard. Why does StreamYard keep messing with stuff? Live viewer comments show up on StreamYard. This is an example. Click on a comment to show it on the screen. Yeah, I know. I've only been doing this for 3 years. What the heck, StreamYard? Not every day. It's like, it'll go for a while. It'll be nothing's different and be all same thing. And then for a while, it'd be like every day when I turn it on, something else will pop up. We've changed this. We've added this, blah, blah, blah. Like every StreamYard, quit messing with it. It's fine. Leave it alone. What, Belle? Why aren't you looking at me? What do you want? What? Why are you looking away? You were looking at me a minute ago when you were barking. There's those pretty eyes. What do you want? Huh? What? I bet I know what it is. Is it a cookie? Is that what you want? A cookie? No? What do you want? What do you want, sweet girl? Just a pet? My baby's getting skinny, you guys. She doesn't want to eat very much anymore. She sleeps all the time, pretty much, for the most part. She's not in pain or anything. She's hungry all the time, but she doesn't eat very much. You're so cute. You ready for breakfast? Well, go tell Daddy. Mommy's busy. Can you ask everybody to please wait while Mommy feeds you? Come here. Come here. Can you say, please wait, peoples? No, no? Well, if you're not going to ask them nicely. I know you hate the camera, but okay, well. Okay then. I guess they're not going to wait because you won't ask nicely. My dad had a small garden. He was raised on a farm. So he always had a small garden wherever we lived. And I remember when I was a kid going out to the garden and just picking green beans and eating raw green beans with my dad right off the vine. Go ask Daddy. He can feed you just as good as I can. It's just opening a bag and pouring it on a plate. Todd Peterson is Michael Peterson's younger biological son, known for his support of his father during the trial and his private professional life today. In December 2001, when Kathleen was found at the bottom of a staircase, Todd was among the first family members to witness the aftermath. He became a central figure in HBO Max's The Staircase, where he was seen defending his father and expressing frustration over the investigation. The one on HBO Max is a dramatization, I think is how they say that, call that, whatever. I haven't had my coffee yet, y'all. So it's actors, and therefore a lot of the stuff is probably because it's going to be actors acting out Michael and Kathleen stuff behind closed doors. It's probably assumptions and not actual fact. But the documentary on Netflix, you're actually going to see Todd himself defending his dad. But then I guess I didn't unearth it, YouTube unearthed it into my feed because all this Michael Peterson stuff, a clip from 4 years ago. I don't know if it happened 4 years ago or it was just put on YouTube 4 years ago. A clip of Todd saying he was about to call the cops on his dad because he killed his biological mother and he knew that he killed Kathleen and also that he put hits out on people when he was in prison. So, I have no idea if any of that's true. Okay, hang on, Belle, let me find where we left off, and when I get it started going, I will feed you in a minute. Chillax. I have to figure out what clip we were on. Honey, feed her. Huh? Okay, I don't think we saw that yet, but I don't think that's where we are. Why? It ain't heavy. Well, dang it, for crying out loud. Sorry, guys. Hey, Jennifer. I'm still trying to figure out where we left off. Oh, that's what I wanted. Part 6. Okay.
On the 10th, and we were talking about notes and diagrams. Let me put up on the screen what's previously been marked as part of his State's Exhibit 151. Can you blow that up a little bit? Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's my rough draft.
Now, that's a rough draft of the kitchen area that you did on December the 9th, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And those are the steps leading down from where Miss Peterson's body was?
That's correct.
And that's the counter that comes out?
Yes, sir.
Correct? That's where Figueroa, that area right there is where Figueroa was, is that right?
No, sir. Back up into the point.
Back up that way?
Yes, sir, right in that area.
In that area. This is where the couch is.
That's correct.
Right? And you had that diagram done on the 9th, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so you could have, if you had wanted to, sketched on there whatever you wanted in terms of luminol results, right?
Yes, sir, I could have.
But you didn't.
No, sir, I did not.
And then you also did, can we go to that finish diagram? This one right here. No. Yeah, that one. Yes. That's the more finished one, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
When did you finish that one?
A couple of days later after I was able to sit down and
All right.
work on it.
And again, what we have here is the steps going down, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is the area where Figueroa would have been.
Yes, sir, it is.
And what you call the laundry room or the washroom is in there, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's the door leading out to the patio.
Yes,
right?
sir.
The back patio. And again, if you had wanted to document what you now say you saw in luminol that day, this diagram was available to do that.
That's correct.
But you chose not to.
That's correct.
And there weren't any measurements taken of where any of these footprints you say you saw were.
No, sir, other than the measurements that were on my rough draft.
I mean a measurement. In other words, like the footprints were a foot apart or 2 feet apart.
No, sir, it was not.
And of course, the length that footprints are apart can tell you whether someone's walking or running.
In some cases, yes, sir.
But we don't have that documentation.
Yes, sir, we don't.
no field notes done, writing in the location.
No, sir.
And would you agree with the following statement? Because note-keeping is essential to any good homicide investigation, it is imperative that investigative notes be comprehensive, accurate, and reflective of a proper chronological time frame. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
But the only notes that you made with regard to the entire crime scene search was Exhibit 152,
Yes, sir.
153,
That's correct.
and 154.
Yes, sir.
And would it be your view that those are comprehensive?
To me, it would be.
Now, we looked at the video last Friday that you took there at the house that night.
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you if you would agree with the following. We can agree that those are pretty harrowing photographs, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you if you would agree with this. Harrowing photographs, and you have taken photography courses.
Yes, sir.
Harrowing photographs do not inevitably lose their power to shock, but they are not much help if the task is to understand. Narratives can make us understand. Photographs do something else. They haunt us. Do you agree with that?
Objection.
Overruled. We'll repeat the question.
Yes, sir. Would you agree with the following statement?
That you would write.
Harrowing photographs do not inevitably lose their power to shock, but they are not much help if the task is to understand. Narratives can make us understand. Photographs do something else. They haunt us. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And we can also agree, can we not, that there was a lot of blood in the stairway, right?
It was.
And on Kathleen Peterson's clothes.
Yes, sir.
We can agree, I think, can we not, that all of that blood came from the scalp lacerations, right?
From the best that we could determine on the scene, yes, sir.
And you're not aware of any other source of blood that's been determined since then.
No, sir.
And so the issue, of course, is not the amount of blood. The issue, of course, is whether those lacerations were caused by that blow poker or by her head hitting the steps or the wall or the floor or some combination, right?
That's correct.
And can we also agree that the amount of blood on Kathleen Peterson's clothes or on the floor doesn't tell us anything about what caused those lacerations?
I'm not an expert in blood interpretation, sir. That'll have to be left up to an expert.
Well, isn't the truth of the matter that what that amount of blood tells us is that Kathleen Peterson bled for a long time before she died? Isn't that what it basically tells us?
Basically, yes, sir.
I want to go back to the north wall on the video. You talked about some blood smears on the north wall. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Can we get that portion of the video? You're not on, guy. That's the blood smear you were talking about on that north wall, right?
Yes, sir. That and on the baseboard too.
Yes, I'm going to get to that in a minute. And that's part of the video that you took, right?
That's correct.
And what that tells us is that
I don't have any of my notes that I kept for my nursing. The ones that I kept personal notes on that were um parents or children, because I had the geriatric and the pediatric. When they would get upset about stuff, I would make personal notes for myself in case it went to court. Um I didn't keep any of those notes when I retired, and I probably should have, because as long as I think you should keep them, and that's with cops, especially with cops. They should probably keep them longer for absolutely for murder cases, because there's no statute of limitations. They should keep their notes for murder cases forever, whether they retire or not. There's no reason. Like, I kept my notes to cover my butt, because who knows if a family member's going to try to sue a hospital to get money, So then I would need to testify if I was involved in the case. So I kept my own personal notes. But a homicide detective? Absolutely. Every note they ever took, whether the police department wanted them to keep them or not, they should have kept notes. That's just stupid. I don't know why they decide, oh, I'm retired now, I'm going to throw them away. No. Murder doesn't have a statute of limitations. Yeah, I'm frustrated about that too. But I'm also frustrated with Rudolph because he keeps bringing it up that they don't have their notes. Get over it, Rudolph. You can't, if they say they don't have them, you can't just make them produce them out of thin air. They can't reproduce them from their memory. You can't keep asking for something they don't have. So I'm frustrated by both.
Something soaked in blood with a lot of blood on it. Like the back of Kathleen Peterson's shirt had a lot of blood, did it not?
I agree.
Yes, sir, it did.
It's something like that rubbed up against that wall. Isn't that what that tells us?
What it was telling me was it either could have been something that was soaked in blood or something clean that was trying to be wiped up.
Well, there's sort of different patterns. That would be, I'm not talking about the one on the bottom now. I'm talking about.
That's the perfect solution, in my opinion, right there.
This one right here.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't that, I mean, you've been in a lot of scenes with blood, right?
I have.
And would you agree that that smear right there, I think you described that as a wipe or a swipe, right?
Yes, sir.
And these are sort of terms that are used. A wipe and a swipe have certain definitions, and a smear has another definition, right?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that this smear here would come from something like Kathleen Peterson's shirt, if it was very bloody, being up against that wall and moving around?
So I won't make a determination on that. I'll leave that up to the blood spatter expert.
Okay. Well, can you tell us whether that all this blood in here indicates that there was movement of objects with blood after the bleeding began?
I can state that there was objects of movement sometime in the area, whether it was covered in blood or whether it was blood on the wall that had been wiped or smeared. I can't make that determination.
Okay. The sweatpants. Can we go to a photo 160? Yeah. Hold on 1 second. What I've now marked as Exhibit 119. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
That shows the bottom of the sweatshirt and the top of the sweatpants that Mrs. Peterson had on the night of the night.
All right. Move 119.
Wow.
Could you put that up, please? Now, the area right there, that's all blood, correct?
It appeared to be that way, yes, sir.
And would that concentration of blood there tend to indicate that she was sitting upright for some period of time after she started bleeding?
Knowing that she had the lacerations on the back of her head, she had to have been sitting upright with the blood to have flown down through the front to get on the front part of her pants.
Right. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And of course, if she was sitting upright at some point and she was bleeding from the back of her head and it was going down her shirt and she was leaning up against the wall and moving in some way, that would be consistent with that smear we saw on the north wall, would it not?
Sir, again, I won't make that determination.
Well, I'm not asking you for a technical interpretation of blood spatter angles. I'm simply asking you whether or not, I mean, you are the lead crime scene tech in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm simply asking you whether or not the mark, and you don't always call in blood spatter experts from the SBI, do you?
No, sir.
You've dealt with lots of scenes with blood where you haven't called in the SBI, right?
None with the excessive amount of blood that I have here, or the smearing or wiping that I observed in the stairway.
I understand, but you have dealt with scenes with blood.
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. So I'm simply asking you whether or not, based on your own experience and training, you would be able to say that someone who seems to have gotten blood from the back of her head sitting up and has a bloody shirt could have made the mark, that smear on that north wall.
Yes, so there is a possibility.
I think he answered the question for me.
All right, members of the jury, you are to disregard the answer of the witness to the last question, if you recall it. Mr. Deputy, if you take the jury to the deliberation. All right, Mr. Harden, what's the nature of your...
How do you get blood from the back of your head onto the front of you unless you're like this? I'm confused.
objection to this line of questioning?
Well, I let him go about as far as this investigator can go. He is not an expert in the field of blood spatter analysis. Mr. Rudolph is doing everything he can to elicit information that would better be tendered to the jury from an expert. Mr. George is an ID technician. He's clearly tried to describe that. Mr. Rudolph continues to ask questions about definitions and the fact that there are definitions for smearing and spatter and stains and swipes and things of that nature. This is beyond the expertise of this witness, and I think it's gone as far as it can go.
The witness on Friday got up and Mr. Harden led him through this video exactly this way. And he said, oh yeah, here's a smear. And down here, there's either a wipe or a swipe. And over here, there's cast off. And over here, there's this. And at that point, there was no problem with him testifying about what he saw. If Mr. Harden wanted to put this video in front of the jury with all that information with an expert, he was certainly free to do so. But he chose to do it with this witness. And part of this cross-examination goes to, this witness is processing this scene. He's looking for certain evidence. And if the bottom line is he doesn't know what any of this stuff is that he's looking at when he's processing the scene, then the jury's entitled to know that. They're entitled to know that this man can look at a swipe and not know what it is, and therefore not know what to look for in following up with that information, if that's in fact what he's really going to say.
Well, I think he said he knew what a smear was and what a swipe was. Doesn't mean he knows what caused it. which is what you're asking.
Well-
He doesn't feel comfortable that he knows what caused it. That comes from his mouth. If that's an indictment of his qualifications, then that's what it
And
is.
that's fine. I mean, he can say that, and the jury's allowed to hear that and judge.
He said it. He said he didn't know.
I understand. But then,
I mean, you can still ask him, but I'm saying he said he didn't know.
I understand. And then I tried to reframe the question in a way that I thought he might be able to answer, and apparently he was able to answer. But so, from my perspective, I think as long as he can answer the question, the answer should stand. But I'm not going to re-argue the court's ruling.
All right.
You bullied him
Just go on.
into answering. You bullied him into answering.
All right. Further question?
Mr. George, as an investigator there at the scene, you were looking for various types of physical evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And part of what happens at a scene is that how you view or what you see in one part of the scene can affect decisions you might make about what other kinds of evidence would be relevant or what you should be looking for, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Exhibit 120, Defense Exhibit 120. Yes, sir. You recognize Defense Exhibit 120?
I do.
And is that a photograph of that north wall
Yes, sir, it is.
with the smear on the top above the wood at the bottom,
Yes, sir.
and that wipe or swipe at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
Move 120 into evidence. Put that up, please. Now, can I have it on my screen, please? Thank you. Now, let's talk for a second about the this area around here. Did you notice in that area that there were some spatters on top of the smear?
Objection, beyond the knowledge of this witness.
Well, the witness can answer that. Overruled.
So I'm going to leave that answer up to the blood spatter expert.
Let me just make my question clear. I'm simply asking you whether physically, not asking you the significance of it or the meaning of it or anything else, whether physically with your eyes, in this area right here, for example, right over there, whether you saw blood spatters on top of the smear.
The staining that I'm seeing in this picture appears to be a wiping or a swabbing or a marking with blood staining on top of that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you saw that, did that have any significance to you?
It just appeared to me that it had been wiped. Yes, sir.
Well, did it appear to you that whatever had, well, when you say wipe now, let's define our terms. Let's go down here. That's the area that you said had either been wiped or swiped, right?
To me, wiping and swiping is practically the same thing.
It is. Okay. Well, do you understand that for most crime scene folks, a wipe is done with something that doesn't have any blood on it, and a swipe is done with something that has blood on it, and what's left behind look different. Are you aware of that?
Objection to what other ID texts use for definitions.
Overruled.
I can tell a difference. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Because when something is swiped, what it leaves is some feathering. Isn't that right? In other words, if something bloody goes through another item that's bloody already, then what's left is some feathering, a little bit of blood. Whereas if what you're doing is wiping something, then the blood is picked up by the clean object, right?
Yes, sir.
And this right here, where the arrow is, that is consistent. For example, if Kathleen Peterson's head was up in that corner when Michael Peterson found her, and he moved her body down that step to the location where the jurors have seen the photographs, and her shoulder, her right shoulder, with blood, had moved along that wall there, that would be consistent with that, right?
Objection. Hypothetical question. Counsel's arguing to the jury.
Overrule if the witness has an answer. I don't know if he has one or not.
It would appear to me, sir, if he were, should Mrs. Peterson's body been pulled from the corner,
Yes, sir.
instead of what appears to me in an up and down motion, it would have been from side to side, not up and down.
Up in which motion are you
Just
saying?
like the one you
Yeah.
got circled on the bottom.
Sorry?
Just like the one you have circled on the bottom on the first step there.
You see this motion right here is up and down rather than side to side?
No, sir, that would be a side to side. But this would appear to be up and down.
Well, I was talking about her shoulder on the bottom there, you see? Does that appear to you to be?
That would have been an outward, that would have been something would have been pulled outward from the steps, yes.
Right. Like her shoulder.
Possibly.
And did you notice that there wasn't very much blood in this area of the steps there? It almost looked like it had been, something had gone over it and sort of swiped the blood off the step.
What I observed on all three steps, it looked like all of it had been wiped.
Well, when you say all three steps, what you have is steps going down to where her body was, right?
That's correct.
And were you able, when you looked at it, to tell the difference between blood being swiped by her body being moved down the steps or blood being wiped?
Was I able to make a determination? The only thing that I observed on the first three steps, 18, 17, 16, on the angle steps, sir, it looked like the blood had been wiped up almost completely.
Uh-huh. Now, the blood spatter on the east wall. Well, even that blood spatter up there, see the spatter on top of the smear?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, what that means is, if we're talking about somebody trying to clean something, if you've got a smear and then there's a blood spatter on top of it, it means that some period of time passed between whatever caused the smearing and the new spatter, right?
Objection beyond this witness's knowledge.
I'll let the witness answer if he has an opinion.
Is that correct, sir?
As far as the blood spattering, I will leave that up to a blood spatter expert.
Let me see if I could ask it more simply. If the spatter was on there and something swiped through it, the spatter would be gone, right?
In some cases, yes, sir.
Well, let's just take a look at that one little spatter right there. All right. If someone had wiped that area or swiped it intentionally or unintentionally, and that spatter had been on there, it would be gone, right? It wouldn't be a spatter anymore.
Yes, sir.
So what we know from that is that whatever caused that spatter came after whatever caused the wipe or the swipe or the smear, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you consider the fact that would be, in figuring out what you were going to look for there in the scene, did you consider the fact that that might be consistent with Kathleen Peterson having her back up against the wall and moving blood around and then still shaking her head and having blood come off her head? Did you consider that possibility?
I did.
Now, can we go to photo 113? Does that appear to you to be a photograph of the molding on the east wall?
Yes, sir, it does.
Move that into evidence. Now, do you know the difference between low impact spatter, medium impact spatter, and high impact spatter?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea whether what you see there is consistent, for example, with someone coughing blood?
No, sir.
Or sneezing blood?
No, sir.
Or having blood on their hands and moving their hands?
No, sir.
Or you've seen, animals of various types when they get out of the water, and they shake their fur and water comes off. You've seen that, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea what happens if someone with blood in their hair shakes their head?
I'm assuming it would be like a cast off across whatever.
And do you know whether any of that's consistent with that?
I can't answer that.
Did you notice whether there are any hairs up against that particular molding?
I don't recall any.
Of course, you see this area right, could you leave that on, please? You see this area right here?
I do.
And it almost looks like there's been some smearing in that area, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does.
And so if there was hair there, that might be important because it might indicate that her head was in that location, right?
It's a good possibility, yes, sir.
And do you remember whether you said that you gathered hair, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that it all came from either the nose or the middle.
The center part of the steps, yes, sir.
But of course, you didn't document on the property reports where each piece came from.
Just each step.
You just said a step.
That's correct, sir.
You didn't put on a diagram where you picked a particular hair from.
No, sir, I did not.
Or even whether a particular hair came from the front or the middle.
No, sir.
But none of the hairs that you gathered up came from the baseboards there, right?
No, sir.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Defense Exhibit 122. You recognize that?
I do.
And is Defendant's Exhibit 122 a close-up of the area we were just looking at before?
It appeared to be, yes, sir.
Marty, when I color my hair, it looks like somebody got red rummed in my shower. It's on the ceiling. It's on the walls. It's everywhere. When I used to do it red, it was really scary. I still have in from when I lived in this house before. My guest bathroom, there's two entrances because it used to be my bathroom when the guest bedroom was my bedroom when I lived here with my dad when I was young. It has two entrances. There's the entrance from the living room, and then there's entrance into what was my bedroom, which is now the guest room. So the entrance into the bedroom is right behind the sink. So I guess I don't know how I did it, but there's old hair dye on the door that will now not come out. I guess I must have flipped my head over to put the dye on the back, and in flipping my head over, it got on the door. Yes. If you have blood in your hair, it will cast off. I can tell you that from experience with hair dye. It is very messy. Hey, Tricia.
All right, move 122 into evidence. I'm going to leave this here with you because I'm not sure we'll be able to see it on that one. You see this area, area right there?
Yes, sir.
See that little thing right there?
I do.
What does that appear to you to be?
Appears to be strands of hair.
And there appear to be a number of strands of hair.
That's correct.
Right? And would that be consistent then with her head hitting that particular molding?
Objection.
Let him answer if he has an answer.
So I can't honestly say whether it would be hitting. It could have been that the hair was pulled out and then up against the molding.
But you never even saw that hair.
I did not collect the hair.
I thought you said you didn't remember seeing any hair up against it.
You asked me if I collected it. I did not collect it.
But do you remember seeing it?
I do remember seeing it, yes, sir.
And why didn't you collect it?
Because I think Eric Campton collected some of that hair there.
Okay. Yeah.
And he can't tell how it got there. One is the number. You're right, Marty. He can't tell how the hair got there. For all we know, Michael Peterson plucked it out of her head and put it there to make it look like she hit her head when she fell down the stairs. How does he know? He doesn't have a crystal ball. He was there after it happened.
And you would agree, would you not, that where particular items of evidence are found, whether they're blood stains or hair or fingerprints, the location where they're found can have significance, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is why you're generally supposed to document the location where you find such things, right?
My documentation showed that it was found on a step, but not a particular area on the step.
I understand that. My question was, that's why you're supposed to document.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen crime scene diagrams where the precise location of a fingerprint or a piece of hair or some other trace evidence is indicated?
Yes, I have.
Not just step 17?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is there a particular reason why you didn't do it that way?
No, sir, it's not.
Now, can we go to photo 96? Our photo 96. Can we agree? This is Exhibit 123.
Morning.
Take a look at Exhibit 123. You recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that a photograph of the position of Kathleen Peterson's body as it was when this photograph was taken?
Yes, sir, it is.
Move 123 into evidence. Maybe put that up. Now, we can agree, can we not, that her body didn't end up in that location, whether she was beaten or fell to her death. That's not where she came to rest, right?
If he has an opinion.
Sir, that was where her body came to rest. That's exactly where I found it when I entered the home.
Well, no, that's where you found it. You don't know where her body came to rest, do you?
No, I don't.
And does that look to you like a position that her body would have been in if she had been beaten to death?
Objection.
Answer if he has an opinion.
Repeat the question.
Does that, with her shoulder propped up against a corner and her head with towels underneath it, does that appear to you to be a position that she would have come to rest in if she had been beaten to death?
I can't answer that question.
The bottom line is that the location of her body in the video that we showed the jury on Friday, or the location of her body in this photograph, tells us nothing about where she was when Michael Peterson found her, right?
Where he found her?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
And when we look at that video and these photographs, we sort of have to keep in mind that this is not necessarily where she came to rest. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Sir, the only thing that I can testify to is the way I found and what I found when I went in home. I don't know what happened prior to.
I understand, and that's why my question was that's why when we look at photographs like this or videos like that, it's important for investigators or jurors or whoever to keep in mind that this is simply how the body looked when the police got to the scene, not necessarily where the body was when Michael Peterson found her, right?
That's correct, sir.
And I remember you did this close-up of Miss Peterson's face.
Yes, sir.
And that was a choice you made to do the close-up of that face, right?
That's correct.
You knew that video might be showed to a jury at some point.
At some point in time, yes, sir.
And of course, that close-up didn't tell us anything about what caused her lacerations, did it?
Crying
No, it
out
didn't.
loud, Rudolph.
It was meant to haunt us, to raise emotions, wasn't it?
Objection.
Well,
He can answer why he took the picture. Oh.
No, sir. The one thing that drew my attention to the close-up of the face was there was a drop of blood right inside the eye.
mm-hmm.
I photographed that and did a close-up of that because I didn't know what kind of a wound that was, whether it was a puncture wound or whether it was a penetration wound or whether it was a gunshot wound. And that was my reason for photographing the face close-up.
Now, there was blood on the bottom of her feet, correct?
It was.
Totally covering the soles of her feet?
It was.
And that was significant, was it not?
I'm sorry?
That was significant to you, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
Because it tells us that she either stood or tried to stand after she had been bleeding long enough for a pretty good pool of blood to form, right?
That's correct.
And of course, that would have been consistent with her sitting or lying in a dazed or unconscious state for some period of time, right?
That's correct.
But there was no close-up of her feet in the video, was there?
I don't remember whether it was a close-up. I know that there was a photograph that I did video the entire body.
Yes, sir, but you didn't zoom in on her feet.
No, sir.
And you didn't do a close-up, you didn't have anybody do a close-up still photo of her feet, did you?
I don't remember whether there was a close-up still of the photograph because I had another person doing my photographs for me.
Okay. Well, were you the person who would, I mean, if you wanted to get a close-up of the feet, could you have told Ms. Powell to take a close-up of the feet?
I could.
Do you remember doing that or not?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to all of this, everything that was seen in the video, Dr. Snell came to the house on the morning of December 9th, right?
Yes, sir, he did.
He saw Kathleen Peterson's body in that state, right?
Yes, sir, he did.
In that position.
That's correct.
He saw all the blood on her clothes and in the stairway.
He
Right.
did.
He commented on the amount of blood, I think he said, right?
Yes, sir, he did. Not directly to me, but he did make a comment.
And you were able to move her body eventually so that he was able to look at the lacerations where the blood had come from, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
It'd be fair to say, would it not, that Dr. Snell, when he came to that scene, saw everything that the jurors here could see in the video and more. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And he was not only a doctor, but a forensic pathologist, right?
Yes, sir.
Medically trained to determine cause of death, right?
Upon further examination, yes, sir.
Now, his medical training as a forensic pathologist, his specialty as a forensic pathologist was determining cause of death, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after looking at everything that the jurors here looked at in the video, his opinion, as expressed right there at the scene, was that everything he saw was consistent with a fall.
No,
Right?
sir.
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of the testimony.
Overruled.
Repeat the question, please.
Dr. Snell, isn't it a fact that Dr. Snell's opinion expressed to the police was that from looking at all of that, the lacerations he could see that are not visible there, all the blood around the body, the location of the body, the stairway, the objects in the stairway, that his opinion was that everything he saw there was consistent with a fall.
Not quoting Dr. Snell word for word, but I believe what I heard Dr. Snell say was this may have been caused by a fall.
What's Snell's words? Can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 106, please? Could you go to the handwritten notes, please? And could you zero in on them? Thank you. No. Up. Not that far. Okay, could you go down to where it says, I was called to investigate the scene? Right there. All right. Do you see here where Dr. Snell wrote in his own notes, I was called to investigate the scene. My findings suggest her head striking the stairs at least twice with scalp lacerations and avulsions. My findings suggest accident. Discussed my opinion with Durham PD. See that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And isn't it a fact that that's exactly what Dr. Snell told you?
No, sir.
there was a lot of blood. You can take that off now. There was a lot of blood down low in the stairway, wasn't there?
Yes, sir, it was.
And with as much blood as there was down low, if Michael Peterson had beaten Kathleen Peterson to death in that stairway wearing his tennis shoes and his socks, you would expect to find blood all over those tennis shoes and socks, wouldn't you?
Objection. Let him answer if he has an opinion. Over.
Sir, I don't have an opinion on it.
May we have the shoes and socks?
In here, we maybe take a short break so I can get out.
We did 10. Further questions, Mr.
Yes.
Ruda?
Mr. George, I want to show you what's previously been marked. State's Exhibit, I can find it in here. 2A. And 3.3-1. All right. And ask you if those are the shoes and socks that were seized by you on December the 9th, 2001 from the Peterson home in that hallway there.
Yes, sir, they are.
And do you know approximately what time you would have gathered that together?
It would have been after the removal of Mrs. Peterson's body sometime after 8 o'clock.
All right. And so the picture that we saw earlier of those sneakers and socks by her feet there,
Yes, sir.
that's where they would have been when her body was moved.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? Now, would you, based on your experience and taking a look at the blood that was in that scene there, in the hallway and the low down in the hallway, would you have expected, with all that blood down there, that if someone was in that hallway with all that blood, beating somebody to death with this blow poke here, well, actually not this one, but one similar to this, that they would get a bunch of blood and spatter on their shoes and socks?
Objection to the hypothetical.
I'll let him answer if he has an opinion. Over.
If they had the items on, yes, sir. If they were wearing them.
Yes.
And with regard to the socks, there are some smears, but no spatters, correct?
I see some staining, but
Staining.
I can't determine whether or not that's a spatter on material.
Well, did you note any spatters when you collected them?
On the clothing,
No, on the socks.
I noticed staining.
My question was, did you note any spatters?
No, sir.
And there are some spatters on the sneakers, correct?
That's correct.
And some drops, appears like, right?
That's correct.
But in your view, are these sneakers, the amount of blood on these sneakers, consistent with somebody wearing these in that hallway, beating somebody to death with the blow poker?
Objection.
Let him answer if he has an opinion.
Are they consistent with it? Yeah. No, not if they were wearing them.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Down here. Now, you didn't see any spatter on Mr. Peterson's hair, right?
No, sir.
Or on his eyeglasses.
really don't remember whether Mr. Peterson was wearing eyeglasses that evening.
Well, remember there were eyeglasses on the floor in the stairway?
There was a set of eyeglasses on the steps, yes, sir.
And you didn't see any spatter on those eyeglasses?
I did not. I didn't see any blood on the glasses.
And did you seize, well, I think you said you didn't seize the glasses
That's correct.
because there wasn't any blood on it.
That's correct.
But of course, sometimes the absence of blood can be very important, right?
I don't understand your questioning.
Sir, if somebody was beating somebody to death with a blow poke in that confined stairway, would you expect that maybe some spatter might get up on their face or their hair or their glasses?
There's a possibility, yes, sir.
And so if somebody wears glasses all the time and the glasses are on the floor there in the stairway and they don't have any spatter on them, wouldn't that tend to be inconsistent with him having beaten somebody to death?
Objection.
Well, let me rephrase the question. Wouldn't the absence of blood on the glasses in that circumstance be significant?
There's a possibility, yes, sir.
Now, that stairway was pretty steep and narrow, was it not?
That's correct.
Can we get Defendant's Exhibit 10 up? And by the way, just so we're all clear, this is not blood on the walls here, right? That's just the color of the walls.
That's correct.
All right. And I think it's something like 18 steps all the way down, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the width here is only 42 inches total, right?
I didn't measure the hallway.
Well, the hallway was measured, was it not? I have NP 403. Let me show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 124. Now you're saying you didn't measure the width of the hallway?
No, sir.
That's your building. Yeah. But it was used. And I'm not representing that you did this or that it was done in December of 2001, but does this seem to indicate, let me ask you, what does this mean to you in terms of, first of all, do you recognize Exhibit 124 as a drawing containing the measurements of the bottom of that stairwell in the house?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate the width of the stairway going upstairs?
It does, from wall to wall.
Okay, and is the wall-to-wall measurement 39 3/4, or is the wall-to-wall measurement 42 1/8?
Wall measurement would be 42 1/8, and inside molding would be 39 3/4.
Okay, so the widest it was about 42 inches, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was a fairly confined area down at the bottom there, wasn't it?
Inside the stairwell, yes, sir.
For example, you and Agent Deaver, I think you said it was pretty tight for you to try to pull those strings and stuff.
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, you know what cast-off is, right?
I do.
And just in really simple terms, if This is a blood source, this book right here. And I hit that, and it's already bloody. When I lift the object off, it's going to carry some blood with it, right?
It should, yes, sir.
And when I go back to hit again, that blood is going to come off the object because of gravitational forces, centrifugal forces, and physics, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we call cast off, right?
That's correct.
It's basically blood coming off a moving object that's already hit a bloody source, right?
That's correct.
And generally speaking, cast off is when you're coming back, not when you're coming down, right?
It could go either way.
Okay. And it can be from hair. You can have cast off from hair, right?
Anything that would make it, there would be a wet liquid that could be thrown from the item.
Or hand.
Yes, sir.
Can we mark that photograph? Let me show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 125. Approach. Do you recognize Defendant's Exhibit 125?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that a picture of the west wall in the stairwell?
The picture of the east wall.
East wall?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And
Yes, it appears to be the east wall anyway.
all right. And is that, you see the two lines of blood there?
I do.
Does that appear to you to be cast off or consistent with cast off?
Objection.
All right, Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jurors to the deliberation. Yes, sir, Mr. Hall.
Your Honor, again, Mr. Rudolph is attempting to delve into what would naturally be considered by intended to a jury as evidence from a blood spatter expert, information about cast off. I suspect he's going to start going into how that might have gotten there. This investigator, crime scene tech, however you want to couch his title, is not an expert in the field of blood spatter analysis. Mr. Rudolph is attempting to have him testify about those matters, and it's absolutely and completely beyond his expertise. Even though he is familiar with some aspects of the science, he's not an expert. Mr. Rudolph is trying to have him testify as an expert, and we don't think that it's proper before this jury. He's not tendered as an expert by either side, and he shouldn't be able to testify about what are matters that would naturally be testified to by a blood spatter expert in this field.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I'm not seeking to elicit an opinion about what would have caused something. Indeed, their own expert has already given an opinion that it's consistent with hair or a hand. And I'll be happy to stipulate to that if that will move things along. Again, we get to the point that it was Mr. George who was making decisions about what to look for and where to look for it. He's already testified that he knows what cast off is. I simply want to elicit whether this is an example of cast off. I don't need to ask him his opinion of what caused that cast off. And I think that he is perfectly well qualified as a crime scene technician to talk about what cast off is and how it appears when you get to a scene without getting into what caused a particular cast off. And then I want to talk about what he did or didn't do based on what he saw there at the scene.
Well, Mr. Harden, you have objected to several of the questions Mr. Rudolph has asked. The problem with that is that some of those questions this witness probably can answer as a crime scene technician. He seems like a experienced technician, he seems to know what he can answer and what he can't. Now, maybe you don't feel quite as confident with him. So I tried to alert him that if he has an opinion, he can give it. If he doesn't have an opinion, then he shouldn't be answering the question. And that's the way it's going. If you don't like his answers, or if he don't like his answers, then he needs to heed the court's suggestion. He knows what he can answer and what he can't answer. It appears to the court, and he's done so consistently. What I don't want to do is give him the impression that he needs to answer the question that he doesn't have an opinion.
Your Honor, I object!
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case!
Overruled.
Good call!
And that's why the jury's out now. He has felt comfortable answering some questions where I have given him the option that if he has an opinion, he can answer it. I guess the unsaid part of that is if he doesn't have an opinion, or if he's guessing, he should not answer that question.
Yes, sir.
There's some overlap in what he does and how he views the scenes and what he collected, and some of that is legitimate questioning by the defense counsel.
Yes, sir. And I understand that.
I don't know that your witness does, though. That's why we're talking. When I alert him that if he has an opinion, he can give it once you have objected, I'm kind of leaving it to him to decide whether he can comfortably answer that question, because sometimes the court doesn't know.
Yes, sir.
I'm not suggesting to him that I feel like he needs to answer Mr. Rudolph's question, but if he has an opinion based on his experience, he probably can answer some of those. If he doesn't have an opinion, he's not comfortable for it, I'm not suggesting to him that he answers the question. He's intelligent enough that he can tell the court he doesn't have an opinion. He can bring the jury back.
Yes, sir.
All right, further questions, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Move Exhibit 125 into evidence. Can we put that up on the? You see this area? You may be able to see it better on your photo there. Right there.
Yes, sir, I do.
And does that appear to you to be what cast off looks like?
That could fairly represent a cast off, but I'm not an expert on saying that this was made by a cast off from any kind.
I understand. But that's generally what cast off looks like. So
It's similar to
line.
it, yes, sir.
And are you aware that a state's expert, blood spatter expert, has given an opinion about what could have caused that?
No, sir, I'm not.
Now, do you know how long this object is? This is
I would say 40 inches or better.
all right. And there's a ceiling at the bottom of the stairway, right?
To the best of my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
And do you know how high the bottom of that ceiling was?
No, sir.
Do you know whether if someone picked up a blow poke and started swinging down, whether they would hit the ceiling or not?
More than likely they would, depending on the height.
Did you see any marks on the ceiling?
No, I didn't.
Now, just so we're clear about cast off, if can we get that first illustration up, cast off? If this right here, I'm sorry.
At this point, we'd object to that. We've not seen it.
It's not a diagram, I'm simply asking him, I'm trying to use an illustration about what cast-off would look like in a particular space.
Darn, I'm saying I haven't seen it. I'm entitled to see all the diagrams, and I'm not.
Step. All right, Mr. Hard.
Your Honor, I don't know what that is. I don't know whether it's a single photograph or whether it's a series of stills or whether it's going to be some type of video, but I've not seen it, and I think I'm entitled to.
Well, I'll be happy to show it to him, but we haven't seen a number of their illustrative aids before they've come in. And all this is, it's not meant to be anything other than an illustration of how cast-off would be created from a particular
Well, does it do anything? Does it jump around?
Well, it's, we can, it doesn't jump around, but we have a series of photographs. So I
we got more than this one.
we have a series of stills from here. Yes, sir. I'll be happy to
Come to let Mr. Harden see him.
be fine.
You gonna do it now?
Yeah, I can do it right now.
It's just a PowerPoint.
That's it. It's simply an illustration of how cast-off comes off a particular item. We could do it again. That's it.
How you make it fly like that with nobody holding it? Is somebody supposed to be holding it?
Disney did it.
There it is, Mr. Harden.
Well, Your Honor, I don't know anything about the dimensions of this. I don't know whether it's a scale representation of the stairwell. I don't know anything about that. I think that I'd be entitled to know that. We would object to the use of it. There's no foundation for it. This witness, again, he's not an expert in the field of blood spatter. He can't talk about what causes cast off. He's already indicated that. And that's exactly what Mr. Rudolph's trying to do with this series of photographs or diagrams or stills or whatever you want to call these.
Your witness, by the way, is sitting right there in the witness box watching this with all of us. And if he can't deal with this, I think he's perfectly capable of saying he can't deal with it. I don't know what Mr. Rudolph's going to ask, but I think he can answer the question if he has an opinion. If he doesn't, as I indicated, it's overruled. Let's go. All right, objections overruled.
We're talking about cast off, and we're talking about cast off coming off something like this. Can we go to that first? So, if, for example, that red circle there is a blood source, something that's already bleeding, right? Because you don't get cast off on a first hit, right?
No, sir.
So, if something's already bleeding and that's a bloody object, and something like this blow poker came off that after making contact with it and came off, what you get would be cast off coming up that way, right?
That's a fair representation.
Okay. And then that's if somebody was, I guess, down below them. If somebody was up above them on top of the step and came up, you'd still get cast off, right? Just in a different direction.
Yes, sir.
And if somebody, say, was on the side of the step, hitting a blood source over there with this blow poke, and you came up, again, you'd get cast off, but just in a different direction, right?
That's correct.
And so no matter what angle you would hit somebody with a blowpoke like this, you would expect to get some sort of cast off somewhere, depending on where the object was coming from, right?
If there were blood source on every strike.
Yes, sir. But you didn't see any cast off on the ceiling, did you?
No.
And you didn't see any marks on any of the walls in that 42 inches wide, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see any marks on any of the walls.
No.
You've been to scenes where someone's been beaten to death with a metal rod, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Head bashed in,
Yes, sir.
face crushed,
That's correct.
depressed skull fracture,
All of it.
fractures of fingers if they were trying to ward off the blow,
Yes, sir.
arms,
That's correct.
ribs, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware in this case there's no skull fracture?
No, I wasn't aware of it.
No rib fracture?
No, sir.
No arm or finger fractures?
No, sir.
Let's talk about the what Agent Deaver did. Agent Deaver's the blood stain expert, right?
Yes, sir, he is.
And before I get to him, let's talk for a second about processing the scene and the photographs that were taken. Once you started processing that scene, you took a number of different photographs, right? Well, you didn't, but you had Angie Powell take a number of photographs.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that was to document various blood on steps in the hallway and in the kitchen and other places, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's important because you're only going to have the scene for so long. And even somebody who's been to the scene may have to go back to the photographs to check things and remember things and figure things out, right?
Yes, sir.
So documenting the scene with photographs is important for experts, blood spatter experts, who come later, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
So, for example, can we put up that photo of step 15? Let me show you what we've now marked as defendants exhibits 126, 127, and 128, and ask you if you recognize those as photographs taken of the areas of the house on that evening.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, sir. Move 126, 127, and 128 into evidence. Can we get that photo of step 15 up there?
That's what you want.
Yes, sir. Now, that is one of the steps, that's a photo of one of the steps in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what exhibit that is?
That's exhibit 9.
And that's, for the record, that's exhibit 9. Is that
Yeah.
defendant's exhibit 9. And there's a little mark right there. You see that mark?
I do.
And are you aware that a close-up was taken of that mark? A Polaroid close-up?
Yes, sir, I am.
And did you direct that to be taken?
No, I did not. That was taken by my supervisor, Eric Campen.
Eric Campen did.
Yes, sir.
That's because he was focused on that particular mark right there?
If you go just above,
Yes, sir, right there?
yes, sir. That's the one he was focused in
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry. He was focusing on that one?
That's correct.
Did he have an opinion about what that was?
Mm,
Well, I mean, I'll rephrase it. Why was he focused in on that one?
objection.
If you know.
I don't know.
All right, sir. In any event, there was a close-up taken of that area, right?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that's hard to see. Do we have the original? I can't see it. Well, that's all right. We don't need to waste time looking for it. He took a close up of an area with that little mark, right? Can we go back to the last photo, please? He took a close up of that area right there, right?
Yes, sir, it did.
Now, you're aware, are you not, that you're supposed to have rulers in photographs of scenes, aren't you?
In most cases, yes, sir.
Well, would you agree with the following statement? Are you familiar with a book called Techniques of Crime Scene Investigation by Barry Fisher?
No, sir, I'm not.
Would you agree that of any important scene at least, 2 photographs should routinely be taken, one showing the item as it actually appears, and 2, the same photograph with a ruler included?
That would be a fair statement, yes, sir.
And the reason for that is that you can take that down. If you have a ruler, then someone looking at that photo at some point thereafter has some idea of the scale, right?
Yes, sir.
For example, did you know Trent Hall, Officer Trent Hall?
Yes, sir, I do.
The K-9 officer?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you realize that he thought that photo of that mark was what, about an inch or an inch and a half?
Probably an inch.
Do you realize that when he was shown that photograph, he thought it was a 2-foot-long tire iron?
No, sir, I didn't have any idea of that.
And that's what happens, of course, when you don't have a ruler or can happen. You don't have a ruler in a photograph, right?
It can be misconstrued, yes, sir.
Now, by the way, is there a photograph of the bottom of the stairwell there? You know, we have lots of photographs with Kathleen Peterson's body there. Right?
Yes, sir.
Did you direct Angie Powell to take a photograph of that area after Miss Peterson's body had been lifted off?
I'm sure she was directed, yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know if such a photograph exists somewhere?
No, sir, I don't know. Okay. I have viewed them, but now that you bring it up, I really can't recall.
All right. I think you said when you were going through the evidence yesterday with Mr. Harden that you took some blood samples?
There was some swabbing taken, yes, sir.
Okay. And actually, you took something from step 15, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And I think
I believe what you were showing me a while ago was what he had listed as item in blood.
Okay, let's go. Can we go to that photo? Is this an exhibit? Yeah. This right here, that's the particle that was taken off of step 15, correct?
To my knowledge, it is. That was taken by ID2 Eric Campen.
Okay, so basically this particle seems to have been taken out of this area right here, correct?
It seems to be, yes, sir.
All right, and that's what was called particle in blood?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Any other blood collected from that step that you can recall?
No, sir.
Okay. There was some blood swabbing taken from a wall, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been from, can we go to, you did an inventory, I think you were showing.
Yes, sir.
MP 49. MP 0049. Put that up. That's where it says blood from right hall of stairs.
Yes, sir.
And in Exhibit 150, I think it lists it more specifically. Do you have that up there?
Yes, sir. Returning number. That would be 44, I believe.
I think you're right. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
44.
Yes, sir.
Back staircase, right wall, 7 steps from bottom.
That's correct.
Can we show that area? Approach. Let me show you Exhibit 129 and ask you if that's the area from which you took a swabbing from the wall.
Yes, sir. It certainly appears.
Okay. Can we put that up? Move 129 into evidence. Can we put that up? So that's the east wall there, right? I'm sorry.
That'd be the west wall.
West wall.
Yes, sir.
Apologize. Any other swabbings of blood taken from inside the stairway?
No, sir.
Okay, so basically you have two, I know there's some blood taken from the kitchen,
Yes, sir.
but basically 2 lifts of blood or swabbings of blood from the stairway. The item on 15 and the swab off the wall. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the kitchen, where you took the swab from was the cabinet that had the stain. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can we put up that photo? Is that the area that you took the swab from?
ID2 or ID4 took that, and Secosio.
Okay, but you were told where it came from.
Yes, sir, I was.
And is that the area where it came from?
It certainly appears so, yes, sir.
And I think you said earlier that you thought there was a close-up of the actual smear itself.
Yes, sir.
And have you found that?
Yes, sir. You
Yeah. Are we talking about this one right here? The one I'm handing you is the same as the one up on the board, right?
Yes, sir.
And is this the close-up then that you're talking about?
It's blown up. I mean, I really can't advise that.
I guess the question I have is there a better photograph of the area of that upper cabinet where you got the smudge from?
No, sir.
That's it.
That's correct.
So the one up on the board there, the one up on the screen is the best photograph of.
Yes, sir.
And can you identify where the smudge, the blood is?
The cabinet door that's open, it appeared to be right in the bottom right-hand corner of the cabinet, molding and on the outside of the door.
The part you can't see.
That's correct, sir.
Well, did anyone take a photograph of the part you could see?
Again, Angie Powell was taking the photographs, and I don't know, I don't understand why that photograph is as discolored as it is.
But even if it was a good color, I mean, let's put aside the quality of the photograph. Even if the coloring was good, you still couldn't see the side of the door.
I think that right on the edge of the door there too, there was some staining, so that's why she took the photograph of the door the way that it was, but it's not showing in that picture.
Okay. In any event, that's the best one you got.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Now, do you know Agent Deaver? By the way, the reason why the SBI was called was because the Durham Police Department couldn't find the equipment that was needed to do the blood spatter interpretation themselves, correct?
No, sir.
That's not true?
That's correct.
Office. 3697. Let me show you right now, Mark Defense Exhibits 130 and 131, and ask you if you recognize what they are.
These are also field call reports from two of my coworkers.
All right, Exhibit 130 appears to be a field call report by Keisha Barnett,
That's correct.
dated December 9th.
That's correct.
And Exhibit 131 appears to be a field call report by Rebecca Reed,
That's correct.
also dated December 9th,
That's correct.
2001.
Yes, sir.
Move 130 and 131 into evidence. Is it not true that Agent Barnett, Investigator Barnett, was requested by Eric Campen to bring a caliper from the identification office?
That's exactly what the report is stating.
And a caliper is used to determine angles in doing blood spatter interpretation, correct?
It can be used for many things. Yes, sir.
That's one of the things it's used for.
Yes, sir, it is.
And she couldn't locate it, correct?
I can't answer what Keisha Barnett couldn't do.
Well, the report
according to-
says
Right.
she couldn't locate it.
That's correct.
And then Rebecca Reed is also a crime scene investigator, right?
That's correct, sir.
And she noted that since no impact angle could be determined due to lack of equipment, this unit performed no point of convergence. No further blood spatter analysis was performed, didn't she?
That's what she wrote. Yes, sir.
So would it not appear from the reports of Keisha Barnett and Rebecca Reed done that very day that the reason why the Durham police didn't do a blood spatter analysis was because a piece of equipment, the caliper, was not located?
The information that Rebecca Reed passed to me was that she could not find, the caliper could not be found, but a caliper doesn't always have to be used. There is a calculation, a mathematical calculation that she could work out.
Yes, sir.
And she wasn't really sure of the calculation and mathematical calculation, so she requested to have some further assistance come in.
Okay. Now, Agent Deaver didn't get to the scene until after 5 p.m. on the 9th, correct?
Sir, I'm not really sure what time he arrived. I had left.
A report prepared by Agent Deaver to see if that squares with your understanding. You got there while he was doing his blood spatter analysis, right?
I came in after, while he was doing it, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Does this report seem to indicate that Agent Deaver arrived at 5:07?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, and would that be consistent with how much work he had done by the time you got there?
Again, I know that he was in the stairwell working, but I don't know
Okay.
to what point.
Well, in any event, assuming that he got there at 5:07 p.m.,
Yes, sir.
that would have been almost 12 hours after you and Campen started processing the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree, would you not, that one of the problems in processing a scene is when there's just too many police officers in and out of the scene? Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how many officers and EMS personnel were present at various times before Deaver got there to start doing his analysis?
Let me make a statement here, sir. What I considered my crime scene at 1810 at Cedar Street was the stairwell of which Mrs. Peterson was lying at the base of the steps and inside the stairwell. It's been referred to that the crime scene was contaminated. I'm not really understanding that you're stating that it was in the kitchen that it was, my basic crime scene, sir, was right there where Mrs. Peterson was lying. That was where my total concentration, as well as Eric Campen. That scene, while I was there, was secured and was not being contaminated. There was no one that entered that scene except for Dr. Snell, Eric Campen, Rebecca Reed, and myself.
So would you then be saying to this jury that there were absolutely no changes in that stairwell while you were processing?
I'm sure there were changes.
Well, if a piece of evidence changes in there by the time Deaver gets there, then that's contamination, isn't it?
You could consider that.
Right. And that's part of what you consider to be your crime scene, right?
Yes, sir. But where Mrs. Peterson's body was and around in that area, there was never. I didn't at one time noticed a police officer in that scene.
Well, you were in the scene.
While I was there, yes, sir.
Campen was in the scene.
We stated police officers.
Rebecca Reed.
Yes, sir.
Angela Powell.
Yes, sir.
Keisha Barnett.
No, sir.
Ann Sokochia.
No, sir.
She wasn't in that stairwell?
While I was there, no, sir. I didn't observe her there.
Well, you know she was there at some point.
She was at the home at the residence at 1810 Cedar Street.
My question was, do you know how many police officers were in and out of that house before Agent Deaver even arrived?
No, sir, I do not.
There is a log, is there not?
Yes, sir, it is.
And by looking through that log, you can tell how many police officers have been in and out.
Yes, sir, you can.
And have you done that?
I have viewed the log, yes, sir.
And are you aware that even before you started processing the scene at 6:30 in the morning,
Yes, sir.
that there were at least 19 EMS and police officers, putting aside civilians, who had been in the house?
No, sir, I wasn't aware of how many it was exactly.
Are you aware that before Agent Deaver arrived at 5 p.m., at least 39 police officers had been in and out of that house?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea? You didn't do the luminol spraying till the next day, right?
That's correct.
That was in the kitchen area, right?
That's correct.
That's not what you consider to be part of the crime scene.
That was taped off with crime
Didn't
scene
you just say
tape.
that you considered the crime scene to be the stairway?
Yes, sir. But they had taped it off inside the kitchen and around into the front entrance foyer.
And are you aware that during that day, on the day of the 10th, the house was searched by teams of police officers?
On the day of the 10th?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I am aware of that.
Before any luminol was done, right?
Yes, sir.
And they searched the whole kitchen area?
Again, I wasn't there. I did not observe what they were doing or how many were there.
Well, before you did your luminol spraying, did anyone tell you how many police officers and other people had walked through the area you were about to spray?
No, sir, they did not.
Let me ask you, are you familiar with a manual? You're familiar with the North Carolina Justice Academy?
Yes, sir, I am.
I think you may have even mentioned that in your direct testimony as a place that you may have taken a course or something.
Yes, sir, it is.
And are you aware, have you ever taken their course in blood spatter interpretation?
No, sir, I have not.
Is there any particular reason for that?
That was on the list for me to take this year.
Okay. Have you ever asked them to send you this book?
No, sir, I have not.
You can request a copy of the book to read just on your own.
Normally, yes, you can. Normally, they do the one when you go, they send
I
out.
understand, but if you just can't get there, you can at least ask for the materials, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with the following language? Would you agree that the examination and interpretation of bloodstain patterns at a crime scene is a difficult and time-consuming process?
Yes, sir. I'll agree with that.
Would you agree that even the movement of a single bloodstained object in the scene can significantly affect the interpretation of the spatter patterns?
Yes, sir. I'll agree with that.
Yes, sir. Would you agree with the fact that the result of the movement of a single bloodstained object can be erroneous indications as to the location of persons when blood was shed, as well as the number of blows struck?
I'll agree with that.
Yes, sir. What's that? You take it down. Thank you. By the time Agent Deaver got to the scene, there had been more than one change, hadn't there?
Yes, sir.
For example, just to start with the most mundane, when you got to the scene, the front door was no longer open, right? The door on the Kent Street side?
It was closed when I arrived, but then it had been open.
Right. You were told that when the officers first got there, the door was open, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the sort of the basic principles of dealing with a scene like that is, if a door is open when you get there, you leave it open, right?
Yes, sir.
But someone, obviously before you got there, had closed it, right?
That's correct.
So that was one, I realize maybe not really significant, but one alteration of the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And there were towels underneath Miss Peterson's head, right?
That's correct.
And those towels were not collected by you.
No, sir, they were not.
And do you remember what happened to the towels? They were soaked in blood, right?
That's correct.
Do you remember what you did with the towels?
No, sir, I don't.
Put that up, please. That's a photograph with Miss Peterson's body still there, right?
Yes, sir.
You go to the next photograph. That's a photograph taken after her body was removed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what you see...
You probably just couldn't hear me because I didn't pause the video. Rudolph is like attacking this guy, attacking his process, his job skills, his role, everything. This guy's not on trial. The person he needs to attack, and rightfully so, because the man lied on the stand, is the blood spatter analysis dude, and he's not even on the stand yet. I feel sorry for this guy. I think this guy is a competent CSI or whatever his title is. Rudolph is, and this is one of my biggest pet peeves with these trials, is when an attorney asks the wrong cop or wrong CSI person, whatever, asks the wrong person the question. When they keep saying, I didn't do that, that wasn't my role, whatever, they need to stop that line of questioning and then keep it for the person that it was their role that they need to ask the questions of. That irritates the heck out of me. Ask the person that can answer the question. Don't keep asking the same question over and over to the person that didn't do it or didn't see it or doesn't know. That's stupid. It's a waste of time.
In the bottom left-hand corner there of the steps?
What I see there? The items that was right around Mrs. Peterson and the towels that were under her head.
So someone took the bloody towels from under her head and laid them down on the steps, right?
Yes, sir. In preparation of moving the body, they did.
Well, the body's already moved there.
Yes,
right?
sir. That was prior.
prior to her moving.
That's correct.
Well, certainly at that point they were wet.
Yes, sir.
And did you consider that to be an appropriate way to handle the scene?
I moved them out of the way, or they were moved out of the way so that we could move Mrs. Peterson's body out and better examine the body.
Yeah, my question was, did you consider that to be an appropriate management of the scene?
No, sir.
Because that's contamination, right?
It would be, yes, sir.
And that paper towel thing you see in the right-hand top corner there, let me, right there,
Yes, sir.
that wasn't there in the original scene, right?
If I'm not mistaken, that was on the other side of her left leg.
So somebody moved that.
They did.
Do you know if they moved that before or after they moved the towels?
Probably at the same time.
So if the towels were bloody and someone moved that, they could have gotten blood on the towels there, right?
It's a good possibility, but I don't believe there was any blood staining on those towels, on that roll of paper towels.
Okay. And explain to me why you would have to move the towels underneath her head to lift her up.
We pulled her forward
Yes,
and
sir.
pulled her out and
Yes.
into the body bag.
Yes, sir. And my question was, why would you have to pick up the towels that were underneath her?
So that we wouldn't slide them out with her when we pull her out.
But wouldn't you just then lift her head and slide the body?
We could have done it that way.
Wouldn't that have been preferable so that you could have then taken a picture of what the hallway looked like with the towels there without her body?
We could have done it that way.
But you didn't.
No, sir.
And there is no such picture.
No, sir, it isn't.
All right, sir. Do you know, well, let's go to the next one. This is a picture right here of the area by the sink, right? And that's a dishwasher over there. I'm sorry, oven. I'm sorry, oven.
No,
No?
no, it isn't.
What is? All right, so let me just correct myself for a second. This is on the other side?
That's correct.
Okay. So this would be under the cabinet that you saw the blood. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, sir. And can we go to the next photo? That's a close-up of the same area, is it not?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, go ahead, Tom. You see that little spot right there?
Yes, sir, I do.
That's not there, is it?
No, it isn't.
Do you know why?
During our processing, if you also notice right in the center of the picture on the right, there is there's a little stain there also.
That one.
Yes, sir.
And that's missing on there.
Right.
So on the photos, on one photo on each photo you have a stain that's not on the other photo.
I was explaining when those photos were processed that was part of a photo glitch there in the center. And on the far left, the little small circle you got drawn. That was in the processing. Something happened in the processing.
So that's not really a blood stain there.
No, sir, it isn't.
How would someone looking at that know that?
They wouldn't.
Did you note it anywhere?
No, sir.
And that's a glitch too?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Well, when you say it appears to be,
I don't really know.
well, you don't see that.
I did not process those pictures.
Well, how do you know this is a glitch then?
I was explaining that later on.
Who explained that to you?
I don't really recall who did it right now.
How do you get a glitch like that?
I don't have any idea.
So you don't know that it's a glitch. Somebody told you.
That's correct. Again, I'm sorry I didn't take the pictures.
The other thing it could be is that could be a stain. Do we know which of these pictures was taken first?
No, sir.
Is there even a date on them?
There should be.
I didn't ask you if there should be. I asked you whether there was.
I'd have to look at the picture to determine.
Yes, sir. It's still up there. We just introduced this. Do you have them up there?
No, sir.
No. Approach. Yes. Let me show you 127, 126. Are these?
I didn't ask you if there should be. He doesn't know. Look at the damn picture, jerk.
Two photos that we've been looking at.
Yes, sir.
And do they have a date on them?
I don't see a date on them.
Can you explain that?
Oh, there's a date.
Okay, 12/9. You see a date on the other one?
Yes, sir, right there.
And what does that say?
12/9.
All right, so we know they're both taken on 12/9.
Yes, sir.
Do you know which one was taken first?
No, sir, I don't know that.
Was a photo log kept?
Yes, sir.
And would that indicate which one was taken first?
It may have Angie Powell. We should have that.
All right. So the bottom line is that either there's a glitch in the processing which made something appear to look like a blood stain, right? Actually, two different blood stains, right?
Yes, sir.
Or there's a blood stain that was removed somehow, right? Actually, two different blood stains that were removed, right?
I can't answer that now.
Or if that one was taken first, someone dripped some blood or something that looks like blood. Maybe it's coffee or something else there, right?
I can't answer that.
Do you know how many glitches there are in the photos?
No, sir. That's the only two that I've observed.
Well, the only reason you've observed these is because it just happens to be an exact duplicate.
In Georgia? I thought that was in Massachusetts. Either. Yeah, he should be replaced by an alternate. Or she, whoever. Yes. Either that. No. Replaced by an alternate. I was going to say either that or hung jury. But that means another trial and more taxpayers' money. Yeah, alternate. Absolutely. That, like, in jury selection, don't they talk about this? Like, don't they tell them you have to work together as a team and deliberate and discuss and... However, I guess, like, I've never thought about it before. But if you are like, if you watch a trial and you are like dead set, this person is guilty and there's no way on earth you're going to vote not guilty on this person. Yeah, well, yeah, there have to be alternates. But you know what though? If you are dead set that you're going to vote a certain way, you could at least keep your mouth shut and go in there and pretend like you're deliberating. And then you just hang the jury. I don't know. That's weird. Keep us posted, Judy.
Right? Of the same scene where it's pretty obvious, right?
I can see it, yes, sir.
Have you examined any of the other photos for
I've
glitches?
looked at all the other ones, yes, sir.
And are there any other glitches?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Well, do you know what skeletonization is? When a blood stain gets skeletonized?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you? By the way, you know that various experts, Agent Deaver and other people, relied on these photographs, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever inform him about glitches in the photograph?
I'm sure he was.
I asked you whether you did.
No, sir, I did not.
Now, are you aware that if a blood stain is not completely dry and someone wipes something over it, what happens is the middle is the last part to dry, and what you're left with is an empty ring?
Yes, sir.
And what do you have a term for that?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Well, for purposes of discussion, let's talk about that as skeletonization.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Skeletonization can be evidence of a cleanup, right? Someone trying to clean up blood.
It's a good possibility.
And indeed, are you aware that at least one of the state's experts has given an opinion that skeletonization on some of the steps may be evidence of cleanup? Are you aware of that?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that.
All right. Can we go to, what exhibits are these, Tom? You know?
This is 9.
We've been, this is exhibit 9. We've been at this photograph before, remember?
Yes, sir.
All right, and go back for a second, Tom. I'm sorry. See that area right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's blow that up. That's that area, right?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
And you see there's a sort of a skeletonized series of blood stains,
I see that, yes, sir.
which could, I mean, an expert looking at that could say, that could be evidence of a cleanup, right? Somebody tried to wipe over that while those stains were still somewhat wet.
Again, I would have to leave that up to a blood expert.
Okay. Well, and by the way, you see that little thing right there?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
No, sir, I don't.
All right, let's take a look at another photo of that same step. What exhibit is? Exhibit 8? This is defendant's exhibit 8. This right here, that's another photo of that same step, is it not? See the outline of the,
Oh, yes, sir, I see it now.
see that? And the little marks there?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that area right there, that's the same area, right?
Yes,
See
sir.
that? Now, if we look at the area here and compare it with the area here, there are some differences, aren't there?
It is.
For example, that one right there is skeletonized. That one right there is full. That's partially, hold on. That's partially skeletonized and that's full, right?
Yes, sir.
And the police took both of these photos, right?
That's correct.
I mean, Mr. Peterson wasn't in the stairway doing anything in between the taking of these photos, right?
No,
Do you know which photo was taken first?
I do not.
Well, do you have an explanation for why they're different?
No, I don't have an explanation for it.
Are you thinking that that's a glitch?
No, sir. Again, I'll leave that up to the blood spatter expert. I'm not aware of that.
No, I was asking whether this is a photo glitch.
No, sir.
So something happened to the, I mean, either somebody did that at some point while the police had it, or something happened, right?
That was 2 different steps, yes, sir. There was something there. There's a difference between the 2 steps.
Well, it's the same step, it's just different photos, right?
Bring it back up again.
Yes, sir. See right there? Right there? 2 photos of the same area, right?
Yes, sir.
You see the differences?
I do.
And on this side, see there's empty there and empty there?
Yes, sir.
changes on that side too, right?
Yes, sir, it does.
See that area right there?
Yes, sir.
That's missing from there, isn't it?
It is.
Do you have any explanation for that?
I do not.
All right, sir. But you agreed with the book that said even a single change can lead to serious misreadings, right?
Yes, sir.
And now we're in the area now that you considered the crime scene, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, this is contamination in the crime scene, right?
If there was a change, I wouldn't really consider it contamination.
Well, if, let's just put it this way, something altered the scene, right?
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Okay. Let's go to the next. Now, this is the step up from there, right? You recognize that? That's exhibit what? 89. It's state defense exhibit 89. Do you recognize that as a step up from where we just were?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Okay. And let me show you another view of that. You see that? Close-up view of that? Let's put them side by side. It may help. You see how the pattern up there and the pattern there? And the pattern here, the pattern here, and the pattern here, and the pattern here?
Yes, sir.
So this appears to be a close-up of this, right?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
All right. Do you see the changes? Let's go to the next slide. You see right there?
I do.
There's some differences there, right?
It is.
And let's go to the next one. Go ahead. See that spot right there?
Yes, sir.
It's missing over there, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, are those photo glitches?
In my opinion, no, sir.
So again, that would indicate that another step was altered by the police, right?
I can't make that determination whether it was the police that did it.
Well,
You're wanting me to say that, yes, it was. I can't make that determination, sir.
the police were in control of the house the whole time that photographs were being taken,
Yes,
right?
sir, they were.
Mike Peterson wasn't allowed to roam around while the photographs were being
No,
taken.
sir, he wasn't.
And these photographs, these also were taken on the 9th. Were they not?
Yes, so they're dated tonight.
And you don't know which one was taken first.
No, sir, I do not.
Mr. Rudolph, we're gonna have to stop right here. I have to settle a record on the appeal. We can't wait.
Yes, sir.
All right, members of the jury, we'll end our day today. Recall the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't read about the case. Don't watch television. Stay clear of these parties. Don't do any independent investigation. Now, remember, tomorrow will be our late day, so we'll start at 1. We'll end at 3. Do not come here at 9:30. I've already told you. Mr. Deputy, when they leave, I'm gonna have to clear the courtroom quickly because I got another hearing I'm gonna take up. The area that we talked about the other day, with the jurors, I've been trying civil and criminal cases in this courtroom and in this courthouse for almost 20 years. I mean, Mr. Harden, you've been DA for 12 years or more, whatever the time period is. I've never had a situation where we've had a difficulty with the audience or the defendant or a witness for the state or anybody that caused us to have a mistrial or any other kind of situation where we couldn't proceed or we had to start over or whatever the issue might be. This is not a courthouse. It's an office building that was converted to a makeshift courthouse. We don't have the facilities that normal courthouses have some places. We don't have separate elevators for the jury. Now, at the bench, we talked about what we were going to do, and we said some things in court about what we were going to do to make sure there's no communication between witnesses, other participants, and our jury. And as far as I know, we have always done an outstanding job of not having any conflicts. Now, some things that were not said in open court that were said at the bench was that the lawyers for both sides were going to talk to their participants, their parties, people that support them, and that they were going to take some actions to make sure that there was no contact. I don't feel like I left it to the jurors to make the decision about whether they had contact with people who were involved in this case. We just don't have those kind of problems. Now, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I mean, we can take actions if it's a problem. We can restrict the jurors to the back elevator. I think that's the best way to do it if we're going to do it, because we don't really have a whole lot of control over who's on the front elevators. And if it's necessary, the deputy can make sure that they get on that elevators and get where they're supposed to go. I mean, we've done this. I've done it 20 years. If you all don't think that we have to do that, I'll listen to that. But if you think we have to separate people because of some potential conflict, and quite frankly, this is not the most contentious trial that we've ever tried in this courtroom. Mr. Harden probably knows that too, although he may not have been trying the cases. His assistants have tried numerous cases where the families don't get along, or gang members don't get along, or any number of people don't get along. We took some actions yesterday, and I'm just trying to figure out if you all are satisfied with what we've done. If not, we can make sure the deputy gets the jurors to that back elevator every time there's a recess. It's going to hold us up, especially if the elevator's not working. It's going to help us. It's going to hurt us. But let me hear what y'all have to say about the decisions that have already been made, where you think it's necessary to do some other things. Mr. Hart.
Well, Your Honor, I think what the court did yesterday, at least in my mind, is sufficient. I think the message was very clear, and at least from the perspective of the folks that are interested in the state's case.
I want to know what happened that prompted this speech.
There will not be a problem. We've discussed it. And with the jurors going to the back elevator to use the back elevator, that does several things. I think it eliminates a potential problem, but it also eliminates the potential that there is an appearance of inappropriate contact. So that was one of the reasons that I was suggesting that they use a particular elevator, and the court's taking that action, and I think that's appropriate, and I don't see a need for anything else.
Mr. Rudolph?
We're fine with where things are right now, Judge.
Well, I mean, we don't live in the ice age in Durham, North Carolina. I've told the jurors every time they had a recess to remember the court's instructions, which is to stay clear of all the parties, the witnesses, the lawyers in this particular case. And if there's a problem, they are to let me know. The jurors are always instructed. The lawyers know as a matter of course in the state of North Carolina that they can't have contact with the jurors. And I assume and I presume that you all, even before the other day, had told people who are interested in your side that you have contact with not to have any contact with the jurors. So we're talking about a space problem here. And if we have to deal with the space problem because our county commissioners won't do so, then we'll have to take whatever actions we have to take. You know, this building's been up for a long time. We've asked for a long time to get a new courthouse.
I love how he took this opportunity to slam the county commissioners. That was great, Judge Hudson. I like that.
In an office building, this building would be fine. You know, and it's been used as an office building and a courthouse for a long time. I just never had a problem with jurors and the public that I'm aware of. And so unless you all want to take some extraordinary steps, which you think are necessary, we'll do that. But without that, I'm not willing to take that because it's gonna slow us down. We've got limited hours already. And the jurors need to take the break. When it's time to take the break, they need to be back. And we need to go to lunch and be back, and we need to do whatever we need to do to be back. And we got one deputy right here. We don't have a police force to go with the jury everywhere they go or to get them up and down when the elevators are working. You know, I've tried cases where I've been stuck on the elevator for 2.5 hours right in the middle of a jury trial. So if this is going to help us do something about the elevators, maybe we ought to take this opportunity to say whatever we're going to say so that maybe the elevators will work better. Or maybe they just move us out of this building and give us a new courthouse. You think that's going to happen? No, it's not going to happen. All right. Nobody else wants to say anything about this particular issue? All right. Bring them in.
Good afternoon, Mr. George. In looking through my notes, I think I have about 5 areas of examination left. So I'm sure we'll get done this afternoon, maybe even before the end of the day. When we ended yesterday, we were talking about some photos, and I want to go back to the whole issue of photos. Could we show Exhibit 120? That's the north wall in that stairway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned yesterday that you believe that there was some wiping or swiping that had taken place on that wall, right?
There's some activity been on it, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to take this and mark it as Exhibit 120A. Okay. I'm informed we're going to mark it Exhibit 130. And $132. And those offenses of 132 appear to be a copy of Exhibit 120.
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Could you circle in black on Exhibit 130 the areas where you say there was wiping or swiping? Thank you, sir. And what you've done, just so for the record, is there's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 circles on there.
Yes, sir.
Why don't we just number those 1 through 7 so that we can keep track of that? Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may this be displayed to the jurors? May the witness come down just as. if you could just take your time and just show those areas to the jurors. Thanks, sir. And just so we're all clear, you can resume your seat. Just so we're all clear, you're distinguishing these wipes or swipes from a smear, right?
Just from what I'm observing there, yes.
Yes, sir. And would it be your testimony that what appears to be the blood spatters on top of those areas, lighter areas, came after?
So I'm not really comfortable with that answering that question. I'll leave it up to the blood spatter expert.
Yes, sir. Now, can we, what's photo 103, Tom? When you were looking at that area, right sort of above the area that's displayed in that last photo, there was sort of a strange little void area, wasn't there?
I'd have to look at the photo again, sir.
All right, let me show you what's been marked 133. Yes. First of all, do you recognize Exhibit 133, Defendant's Exhibit 133?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is it a photograph of the bottom of the stairway and Kathleen Peterson's body?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and was there in fact a little area that was sort of a void area above the stain on the wall? Or in the middle of the stain on the wall?
It appeared that, yes, sir.
And you all were trying to sort of figure out what that was, right?
We were.
Looked as though there was blood spatter on top and blood spatter on the bottom, but no blood spatter in the middle, right?
Again, I don't feel comfortable answering that question. I'll leave it up to an expert.
May we have the witness just step down for a second and show the jurors where that area is on this photograph? Yes, thank you. If you could just point to that area for the jurors so they know what we're talking about. And one of the things that you all considered was whether that was an area of cleanup, right?
I'd leave that up to the blood spatter expert, sir.
I'm not asking you whether it was a matter of cleanup or not. I'm saying back when you were looking at it, one of the things that you considered was whether or not it might be cleanup.
Objections, asked and answered.
I'm not asking for his opinion.
Overall, I think he can say what he was looking for.
I don't feel comfortable answering that. I'll leave that up to a blood spatter expert, sir.
Could you explain to me what you don't feel comfortable answering about that?
I'll let Agent Devers answer that question.
Sir, when you were there at the scene, you were the lead tech, right?
That's correct.
You were there to process the scene, correct?
That's correct.
You saw blood spatter, right?
That's correct.
You had discretion about what to take, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Swabbings. You took some swabbings, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
You decided what swabbings to take, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct. When you saw that void area there, you noticed it, correct?
I did notice it.
All right. And one of the things that you thought about in your own mind was, I wonder what that could be, right?
There was a question, and that's why Agent Devers was called.
I didn't ask you why Agent Devers was called. I simply said to you there was a question in your mind about what that might be, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you thought it might be, not that it was, but that one of the possibilities as a crime scene tech was that it might have been cleanup, right?
Sir, I had no idea what it was. I had no earthly idea what it was. That's why Agent Devers was called to give expert advice.
Let me ask you this, sir. Have you had any conversations with anybody since yesterday about how your testimony went yesterday? Sir?
No, sir.
Has anyone instructed you that no matter what I ask you about what you saw there, you're supposed to say, I'm going to leave that up to Agent Devers?
No, sir.
Objection.
You seized some Windex, didn't you?
One of my coworkers did.
Why?
That's a question, sir, that you'll have to ask ID 4.
You were the lead tech.
I was not there when it was seized, sir.
You collected it.
No, sir, I didn't collect it. It was collected by ID 4.
And it was given to you.
Yes, sir, it was.
And you have no idea why ID Tech 4 got the Windex?
That's a question you'll have to ask her, sir.
My question, sir, please listen to my question. My question was, you have no idea why she got the Windex?
I'm sure that she had a reason why she collected it.
Please.
You're asking me why, what she was thinking? No, sir.
No. I'm asking you, sir, whether you personally have any idea of why she collected that.
No, sir.
Did you discuss with anyone, either Eric Campen or ID 4 is Ann Sacoccia?
That's correct.
Or Ann Sacoccia or anyone else, Investigator Holland? Did you discuss with anyone the topic of cleanup?
Repeat the question.
Did you, while you were there at the scene on the 9th or the 10th, discuss with anyone the topic of cleanup by Mr. Peterson?
We had discussed the smearings, yes, sir.
Did you discuss the topic of cleanup? Yes
No.
or no? You did not.
No.
Didn't you testify yesterday on cross-examination that you thought all the stairs had been wiped clean?
That was my testimony, yes, sir.
So you thought that back then, didn't you? Or is that something you've come to recently?
I said that they had appeared to have been wiped.
Right. And that would be cleanup, right? Unless it was the body being drugged, right?
Sir, I can't answer where the body was dragged across the steps.
Did you consider the possibility of cleanup on the stairs?
My consideration on the steps, sir, that something had been wiped. Cleanup, I can't advise there was a cleanup at that time, no, sir.
So there was nothing that you saw there at the scene that said to you as an evidence tech who had been to many, many scenes before, there's cleanup here, right?
On what I observed, again, it appeared to me that something had been wiped, but at that particular time, I did not know and did not make a decision that any cleanup had been made.
All right, sir. Now, if someone were interested in whether there had been blood in that void area and had been wiped up, one way to test that would be with a presumptive test of some sort, right?
It could have been, yes, sir.
And was that done?
No, it wasn't.
Another thing you could do would be to spray luminol on that area, right?
That would not have been practical, but it could have been done.
We'll talk about practical in a second. I simply asked you whether or not, well, let me back up. If there's blood on a wall and I come in and I clean it up, with water or Windex or whatever, and it looks to me like it's all clean, and then you come behind me with luminol, you're going to see some glow, aren't you?
I would.
because you just can't get off all the things that blood leaves on the wall by wiping it down or washing it, can you?
No, you can't.
And that's the real value of luminol in looking at it, or one of the values of luminol in looking at a scene, is because you can actually see where blood has been cleaned up, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, if you have a void area in the middle of some spatters, and you want to determine whether or not there was ever any blood there, one thing you could do, whether you think it's practical or not, we'll get to, but one thing you could do would be to spray some luminol in that area to see if there was any luminescence, right?
Sir, luminol is a tool that we use to detect the traces of blood that we can't see with our eye. Luminol can be sprayed on anything.
So is the answer to my question, yes, if we wanted to see if there was blood in that circle, we could have sprayed luminol on that circle?
Again, sir, we could have sprayed luminol on anything. Yes, that's correct.
I didn't ask you whether you could spray it on anything, sir.
Oh my God!
Answered
Well,
three times.
well, with all due respect, I'm not getting a straight answer to any question I ask. Sir, I'm going to ask you the same question over and over again until you answer my question. Do we understand each other?
That's correct.
Objection to counsel badgering the witness.
Just answer your question, Mr. Wood.
Could you have sprayed luminol on that void area to determine whether or not blood had been wiped from there? Yes?
Luminol, yes, sir. Luminol could have been sprayed on that hallway.
Thank you. Was it?
No, sir, it was not.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, sir, I am.
How can you be sure?
Because I was not informed that it was.
Okay. And obviously you should have been informed if it was, right?
Had it been, yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Harden, in his opening statement, talked about blood being 10 feet high off the floor. Did you see a spatter inside the hallway area, the stairway area, that was 10 feet high off the floor?
I did see a drop of blood on the ceiling.
You saw a drop of blood on the ceiling?
It was probably just above where it was. Just it appeared to be a stain. I really couldn't tell because I didn't get up and do a testing on it. There was a staining
Did you document that in some way?
in photographs.
All right, sir. And did you, when you say a stain, I mean, was it a water stain? Was it a paint stain? What kind of stain was it?
I didn't test it, sir. I don't really know what kind of stain it was. It was documented in photograph.
And is it, let me ask you this, is there anywhere documented where the highest stain was inside the stairway? Is that documented somewhere?
No, sir. I don't recall. No, sir.
Now, outside the stairway, in the hallway, right next to the stairway, there was a single spatter up 10 feet, wasn't there? Above the header going into the kitchen?
I could have been mistaken. That could have been where the stain was.
Okay. Let's,
I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm just saying that I could have been mistaken. It
okay,
could.
let me get the photos and then we'll see if we can clear it up. Yeah, approach room. Let me show you what's been marked now as Defendant's Exhibit 134 and 135 and ask you whether 134 depicts the hallway area just outside the stairway. Let me just orient everybody. There's a hallway that runs right next to the stairway, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And there was a header above the steps going down into the kitchen. Was
Yes,
it
sir,
not?
it was.
And is 134 a picture of that header and the area next to the header?
It certainly appears so, yes, sir.
And is 135 a close-up of the stain, the single stain that was noted on the header up at about 10 feet?
So I really can't make an honest judgment right here because these photographs were taken by Angela Powell.
Okay. Does this refresh your recollection about whether or not there was a stain on the header going into the kitchen area at about 10 feet?
There was a stain there.
And would that single stain there be consistent, for example, in your experience, with a hand? If Michael Peterson was pulled off Kathleen Peterson and his hand went back and a drop of blood came off and went up on the wall, would that be consistent with what you saw there?
I really can't make that. I can't make that judgment, sir.
Okay. Now, oh, thank you. Oh, one other, let me show you 136. Thank you. Was there also in that hallway a spatter, like right opposite the entrance to the stairway on the wall? Next to a door, where a door would swing open?
There is a staining there, yes, sir.
And is Exhibit 136 a photo of that?
It appears so, yes, sir.
And again, is there anything in your experience that would be inconsistent with that stain coming from somebody, if Michael Peterson was holding on to his wife, pulling him off, and his hand moving that way and a drop of blood flying off?
Again, that's a question I can't answer, sir.
Now, you left the house on December 9th at around 2:07 p.m., right?
That's correct.
And you returned at about 7:59 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And at that point, one of the things you did was to assist Agent Deaver in doing some stringing, I think you said.
Yes, sir.
And for the benefit of the members of the jury, one way of trying to determine something called a point of origin for a spatter is to pick out certain stains on the wall, right?
I have not been to blood spatter interpretation school. I was working and assisting Agent Deaver.
And all I'm trying to establish is what Agent Deaver was doing. You were there observing him, weren't
The
you?
only thing that I assisted him, sir, was holding strings on one end.
Okay, and where he put the other end of the string was on a blood spatter, right?
I assume he did, yes, sir.
And you don't know anything at all about stringing?
No,
blood
sir, I
spatter?
do not. I have not been to school, have not been trained in any of this yet.
Okay. Please listen to my question. I didn't ask you whether you've been to school, and I didn't ask you whether you've been trained. I asked you whether or not you knew anything about the process of stringing blood spatter to
Oh my God, Rudolph. He is answering your question. Quit saying listen very carefully and answer my question. You need to listen very carefully because he is answering your question. He said no. Listen to the answer, doofus. He said no. The first word out of his mouth was the answer to your damn question. No. God bless America, Rudolph.
Have you ever heard the term point of origin?
No, sir.
Or point of,
Not in this particular manner, no, sir.
or point of convergence?
No, sir.
And so it's your testimony, you know absolutely zero about stringing. You just were like holding the string.
That's correct.
You had no idea what Deaver was doing.
Yes, sir, that's my testimony.
Did you ask him what he was doing?
I just assisted.
Did you ask him what he was doing?
No, sir.
You weren't interested,
I wasn't interested.
but you decided not to ask him.
I just, when I went in, I asked him if I could assist.
You asked him if you could assist
That's correct.
because you were interested in what he was doing.
That's correct.
But then you didn't ask him any questions about it?
No, sir.
Okay. Were any photos taken of the stringing process?
I haven't been able to find any, no, sir.
Well, you were there when it was happening, right?
And I directed Angela Powell to take my photographs.
Was Angela Powell there?
Yes, David, but he's being a jerk.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and to your knowledge, was she taking photographs of the stringing process?
I can't answer that. I was assuming that she had, but I can't answer whether she did or not.
Have you seen any such photographs?
I have not.
Were any diagrams done regarding the stringing process?
I haven't seen any.
Do you know anything about the calculations that have to be done in order to figure out angles of incidence and that sort of thing?
No, sir, I do not.
Did you see anyone writing down any field notes about the stringing?
Agent Devers was taking
Physics? What physics? It just did.
that.
All right, so he had some notes about that?
He was writing things down, yes, sir.
Okay. And have you seen any of that?
No, sir, I haven't.
Now, let's talk a little bit about blood and drying of blood. Is that something that you feel comfortable talking about?
The drying of blood?
Yes, sir.
Again, that would go into the blood spatter expert, and I'm not familiar with that on how it would relate.
Well, let me just ask you a couple questions just to see if you know anything about it. Do you know whether or not blood drying times would be affected, for example, by the amount of blood in a particular area? In other words, that a thin smear.
Rudolph, how about you end your cross and let the prosecution redirect and let them call Deaver, and then you can ask Deaver all these questions. It would save a heck of a lot of time.
Dry much more quickly than a pool of blood. You know anything about that?
No, sir, I don't.
Or about whether or not the temperature can affect how quickly blood dries?
No, sir.
Or about whether the surface that the blood is on, whether, for example, it's on wood or plaster, can affect that?
No, sir.
Humidity.
No, sir.
Air movement. In other words, if the blood is right in front of a vent, for example, it'll dry faster than if it's in a place where there is no air movement.
No, sir.
No, he doesn't know.
When you go to scenes, though, one of your jobs is to process the blood that's there, isn't it?
In some cases.
Well, let's not get into opinion stuff then. With regard to whether the blood on Kathleen Peterson and in the stereo area was wet or dry at 2:40, what we do know from what you observed is that when you shot the video at about sometime after 6:30 a.m., right?
Yes, sir.
That some of the blood around the body was still wet at that point. We know that, right?
The video shows underneath the body. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And we know that when her body was moved sometime after 7:30 a.m., right?
That's a fair statement. Yes, sir.
That her clothing was still moist, right?
Yes, sir.
And that there was blood actually saturated on the back of her shirt and in her waistband area.
Yes, sir.
And that the blood was actually still dripping at that point.
From her bottom.
Yes.
That's correct.
And did it appear to you when you looked at her face that someone, whether it was Michael Peterson or someone else, had wiped some blood off of her face and her nose and her mouth area with some paper towels that was there?
I know they were staining on her face. I really couldn't tell whether it had been wiped.
That's exactly what he's doing. And then when the prosecution objects to ask and answered, he's like, well, he hasn't answered it. I haven't got the answer I wanted. Like, didn't he actually say that? Or something? That was a paraphrase, but like something to that effect. He's not answering the question I'm asking. Yes, he is. He says no, yes or no, and then he elaborates. He's, it's like the luminol question was, yes, luminol can be sprayed on anything. And he's like, listen to my question carefully. I didn't ask you if it could be sprayed on everything. He said yes. You asked him if it could be sprayed on a certain thing. He said yes, it can be sprayed on anything. There's your answer. If it can be sprayed on anything, it can be sprayed on what you just asked him. And he said yes. The first word out of his mouth was your answer. He did give you the answer you wanted. You didn't need to re-ask the question. You're just being a jerk. You're just being a jerk. That's all you're doing.
Okay. Well, for example, there was that one mark that you focused in on, the blood, a little bit of coagulated blood in her eyelid, but yet that had to get there somehow, but yet the rest of her face around that area, there wasn't any blood streaming in there, right?
It wasn't streaming into the eye, no, sir.
So that would make it appear as though somebody at least wiped that part of her face, right?
I really, at that particular time, it did not show to me that her face had been wiped.
And of course, you didn't collect the paper towels either.
No, sir, I did not.
We do know that when you collected Michael Peterson's clothing at, 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir.
That his clothing was still moist, right?
Moist to the touch, yes, sir.
Actually, you were wearing gloves, weren't you?
I was.
So they were moist to the touch through gloves.
Well, they were moist to the touch to where I put them in paper bags to take them back because I wanted to make sure that they were completely dry.
Yes, sir.
We cannot package them without it because they will mold.
Did you know anything about the fact that you ought to dry them before you put them in paper bags? Anyone ever tell you that?
That was the only way I had to get them back to the scene, sir, and have them secured.
Well, one thing you could have done is to hang them up there at the scene was secured by the police, right?
Yes, sir, it was.
It was 9:30 in the morning, right?
That's correct.
One of the things you could have done if you had chosen to would be to run a string, put clothespins on it, and let them dry right there, right?
That was an option, but that wasn't one of the procedures for the Durham Police Department. Our procedure is to carry it back and put it in a drying cabinet.
I understand. But my question was, has anyone ever told you that you ought not put blood, clothes that are moist with blood into a paper bag?
My training, sir, has been to put clothing into a paper bag, carry it back, and put it in a drying cabinet if they were wet with any type of body fluids.
So the answer would be that no one has ever told you not to put wet, bloody clothing in a paper bag. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's why you did it that way.
Yes, sir.
What's the SBI evidence? We talked yesterday about that State Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory. What is it? 118? Half
Remember we looked at that yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you see, there's a section in here on packaging and submission,
Yes, sir.
2.5.0. That's in the serology section. That serology is blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
And other liquids. If you look at the front index here, you see that serology section includes 2.5.0, right?
Yes, sir.
And includes packaging and submission.
Yes, sir.
And then it has a section specifically on clothing, right?
Yes, sir.
And what that section on clothing specifically says is allow clothing to air dry before packaging in a paper container, does it not?
It does.
But no one ever told you that.
The training that you're talking about packaging, the training that I had as far as packaging,
Yes, sir.
it was transported. It wasn't packaged. It was packed in a bag to get from that residence to my drying cabinet. And then once dried, it was packaged in a paper bag.
So it's fair to say that what we know is that there was still wet or moist blood at 6:30 a.m. or 7:30 a.m. in the area of the stairway and on Miss Peterson's body.
Right? Mrs. Peterson, that's correct.
And certainly if it was wet or moist at 6:30, it would have been even wetter or moister at 2:30 a.m., right? You know that much about me.
Yes, sir.
Now, the truth of the matter is that it was really the amount of blood here that struck you, right? I mean, that was the thing that really first hit you, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's what you all meaning the police officer who were there, that was the topic of some conversation, right?
When I spoke with an officer,
Yeah, that there seemed to be too much blood for a fall.
that was mine.
And other people agreed with that, did they not?
I don't know how many other people saw that prior to me, sir.
We have this more, please. Let me show you what I've marked as Defendant Exhibit 137, which is a photograph taken of a scene, and ask you if, assuming that the dark areas in that photograph in a color would be blood, assuming that that's all blood, would that seem to be even more blood around that particular body and on that particular body than was on Kathleen Peterson?
Objection to the
Overruled.
Since this is in black and white, I really can't tell what the staining is here.
I know, that's why I asked you to assume it.
There's quite a bit of blood here, yes, sir.
Even more, just from the looks of that, than would have been around Kathleen Peterson's body, right?
This possibility, yes, sir.
So if that were blood and you came upon that scene, your initial thought would be murder or homicide, right?
It'd be further investigation. I wouldn't necessarily list it as murder homicide.
No, but that would be what came into your mind from looking at that, right?
No, sir, it would not.
Wouldn't?
No, sir, it would not.
Okay.
Based on that picture, I would say that there would need to be further investigation.
Yes, sir. Move 137, Devin. Sir, part of what you do
as an evidence technician is to look for pieces of physical evidence at a scene that are either consistent with or inconsistent with what a suspect may have told other people, right?
I would say what a suspect told other people would be based on my opinion of what I observed when I initially went to the scene.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
You're asking me what a suspect had told?
No, sir. What I was asking you was part of what you do as a crime scene technician is to look for evidence that may either be consistent with or inconsistent with what a suspect may have told an officer, for example.
In some, yes, sir. In some cases, but I don't always get a chance to talk to the officer.
No, I understand that. Well, in this case, you'd seen the towels under Kathleen Peterson's head, right?
I had.
And you knew, did you not, that Mr. Peterson had reported going up to the linen closet to get those towels, correct?
I didn't receive that information, sir.
No one gave you that information?
They did not.
Well, at the top of the stairway, there was a landing, right?
It was.
Let me show you these and ask you if they appear to you to be pictures of the top of the stairway area where it ends in a landing just before a door.
Yes, sir.
Move 138 and 139 to evidence. We put up 139 first. That's 139, you had it. Thank you. What's up there is, that's the final few steps at the top of the stairway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a door that leads out into the sort of a little reading area.
Yes, sir, it is.
And to the left, just before that door, there's a little alcove, is there not?
It is.
Can we show the other photo, 138? That alcove is over to the right-hand side there. Tom, can you get me the laser? Right in that area there, there's an alcove.
Yes, sir.
And a linen closet.
To the best of my recollection, it was, yes, sir.
That had towels.
That's correct.
And you found some small amounts of blood as you were going up the stairs, did you not?
There was some staining observed, yes, sir.
There was some on the stairway walls?
Up the steps.
Up the steps.
Yes, sir.
Could I have 130? Let me show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 140. Showing you Defendant's Exhibit 140, does that appear to you to be an area on the west wall, the right side as you go up, where you saw some spatter?
That appears to be, yes, sir.
And spatter appears to be coming from above because the direction is down, correct?
The staining in this photograph.
Yes, sir.
This will be this is something Agent Deaver will testify to, sir.
Okay, so are you telling me that when you look at
I can tell which direction it is, but I'll let Agent Deaver make that decision.
Well, see, I've asked you a question, which is based on your knowledge of the directionality of a spatter, does it appear that those spatters are headed downward?
The staining does appear to be going downward.
Thank you. And can we show, what's the other one? Can you put Exhibit 129 on the screen there? I'll move 140, Exhibit 140 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Thank you. Leave that for
Wait, that's not the same. That's right.
Okay. And that's Exhibit 129. Is that another area of the wall where there was some blood drops, spatter on the right side? Would you care to-
Is this the same? Yes, sir. Let me.
Yes. Could you put up what's been marked 140, which is our photo 146? That's the one that I just handed you, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and now could you go to the other exhibit, please?
It appears to be different areas.
Okay. And just so we're clear for the jury, what we're talking about in terms of directionality, for example, right there, you can tell that that blood spatter is going that way, right down, because the small little satellite spatter is below the bigger one, right?
Yes, sir.
And we saw the same thing in Exhibit 140, right over there, right?
That's what it appears. Yes, sir.
And that's one of the ways in which you can determine directionality, right?
That's one of the ways that Agent Devers may determine it. Yes, sir.
Okay. You also found some blood on the steps near the landing, did you not?
I think there was some staining observed, but I believe Eric Campton was the one that observed those.
All right, well, let me just show you a couple of photos and see if you recognize them at all. 141 and 142. By the way, while we're looking at those, was there anything inconsistent in your experience from those stains on the wall with somebody running up the stairs with some blood on their hands to get help?
Was there anything inconsistent about
Anything
it?
inconsistent about those spatters being there on the wall from that, in your experience?
I can't answer that.
Let me show you what the 141 and 142 defendants exhibits and ask you whether these appear to be photographs of the very top riser and landing at the very top of the stairs.
Yes, sir, it is.
And do these depict some contact staining on the very nose and then some drips coming down?
There is a staining there, yes, sir.
All right. And is the location of that staining, for example, consistent with somebody running up the stairs and sort of grabbing on as he's running up to the riser?
I wouldn't think so.
You wouldn't. Okay. The amount of blood that you found was certainly consistent with somebody running up the stairs with some blood on their hands, correct?
I couldn't answer whether or not there was somebody running up and down the steps with blood on their hands.
I didn't ask you. I asked you whether or not the amount of blood you found was consistent with that.
No, sir, it wasn't.
Let me show you what's been marked Station Exhibit 4A. And States Exhibit 1A, and ask you if you recognize these.
Yes, sir, I do.
What are they? Could you take those out of the bag? Thank you. take out the shorts first. Now, these are the shorts that Mr. Peterson was wearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't take it from his person, correct?
That's correct.
They had been left on a window ledge, right?
That's correct.
And of course, the window ledge wasn't that wide, was it?
I didn't measure it to tell you how wide it was.
In any event, the pants had been taken off of him at somewhere around 3:30, isn't that right? In the morning?
I'm not really sure what time they were taken off of him.
Well, you were there after 3:07 a.m., right?
I was.
And these weren't collected till 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the morning?
They were not collected by myself until that time.
That's what I'm asking.
That's correct.
And where they were left in the meantime was on a windowsill somewhere, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's not a proper place to keep shorts that may be wet with blood, is it?
I'm not here to determine what's the proper place to put them, no, sir.
I'm not asking you to determine it. I'm asking you to give me your opinion as a crime scene tech about whether or not you think it's appropriate to take a pair of bloody shorts and put them on a window ledge for 6 hours.
I don't think it would have been appropriate, no, sir, but it's not. I mean, I've collected clothing on many scenes that have been there on numerous hours.
All right. Mr. Peterson is on trial for first-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
Sustain. Just ask your questions.
Yes, sir. It was not proper to take these shorts and lay them on a windowsill for 6 hours, correct?
That's correct. But and again, sir, I don't know who placed them there.
I understand. That's not what you would have done with them if they had been given to you, correct?
I would have placed them in a bag.
And there is absolutely no documentation anywhere of what those shorts looked like before they went on the windowsill, correct?
No, sir.
There's no photos, correct?
I didn't take any, or I didn't have anyone else take any of
And
them.
you haven't seen any.
No, I haven't.
There's no diagrams of where the spatter was.
No, sir.
And you've done diagrams of clothing, haven't you?
I have.
Showing where spatter is,
I have.
but it wasn't done in this case.
No, sir.
There's no field notes indicating spatter here or staining there, right?
No, sir.
So basically, we don't know what the blood spatter or the blood staining on that thing looked like before it went on the windowsill to any degree of specificity, right?
No, sir. Not at all.
And then it was kept on the ledge in the windowsill. And at some point, you took it and put it in a paper bag, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, of course, you didn't put it in a paper bag by itself, did you?
I don't really remember whether I packaged the short and shirts together or not.
Well, I thought you testified on direct examination that you took the shorts and the shirt and put them together in a single paper bag.
I may have.
And that's not really appropriate either, is it?
No, sir.
And then at some point that night, you and Agent Deaver and Detective Holland went to the police department, right?
Agent Deaver and myself.
Okay, just the two of you?
Yes, sir.
And the whole purpose was to look at the clothing, right?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you took it out.
I did.
And are there any photos of what the clothing looked like then?
No, sir.
Did you draw any diagrams of what the staining looked like then?
I think Agent Deaver did.
Okay, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you write any notes about what the clothing looked like?
Just the description that I had when I packaged it.
Well, that had been written earlier, hadn't it?
There was one, yes, sir.
In other words, you didn't write down any notes, staining on back, spatter on right leg, 1 inch up, nothing like that.
No, sir, I didn't make that blood spatter determination on the shorts.
Now, can I have Exhibit 153? You did prepare a field call report, right? States Exhibit 153. Oh, that's right. We can pull it up here, I think. Can you blow up that narrative? That's your notes from your activity that whole day, right? After you left at 2:07 and came back at 8 p.m., right?
Yes, sir.
So that is your documentation for, what, 4.5 hours worth of your work that day?
That's correct.
And all it says is you returned back to view the clothing with the agent to determine if there were blood spattering on the clothing or shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're not aware of any documentation of what was actually observed that night.
Yes, sir, I'm not.
Those shorts appear to have sort of diluted blood on the front, do they not?
There is a stain there. Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be sort of diluted, you see?
For whatever reason, there is a strange stain there. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And you certainly don't know what caused that.
I do not.
Did you make any effort, for example, to determine if that dilution had been caused by water or by sweat?
No, I didn't.
You know that Mr. Peterson washed his hands there at the scene at least once, do you not?
I was made aware that he had attempted to and that he was not allowed to finish washing his hands.
Exactly. And do you know if he got any water on his shorts when he did that?
No, sir, I can't testify to that.
Do you know what he wiped his hands off on after he was told to stop washing?
No, sir, I do not.
There were towels, at least several towels under Kathleen Peterson's head.
Yes, sir.
You don't know if they were wet or damp or dry when Michael Peterson put them there, correct?
I do not.
You don't know if the blood on the towels was diluted or not,
I do not.
because we don't have the towels.
That's correct.
The shirt that you collected from Michael Peterson, it had a very strong odor of perspiration, did it not?
I didn't make that determination.
Well,
You guys, Jill posted a funny video on our Facebook group. You guys gotta go see it. It's hilarious.
let me show you a report, see if it refreshes your recollection at all about. Let me show you what I've marked now as Defendant's Exhibit 4. I'm sorry, 144. And direct your attention to the third page. I ask you to just read it to yourself and see if it refreshes your recollection about whether there was an odor to Mr. Peterson's shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that refresh your recollection about whether there was a heavy odor of perspiration around the shirt?
Sir, again, I don't recall that, and that's not my report.
I understand that. It's Agent Deaver's report, right?
Okay. I didn't see the front of it.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
You just don't have any recollection of that,
Of what?
of the odor.
I don't remember their odor being there, sir.
Well, certainly that would be something worth noting, because if there was an odor of perspiration, that would tend to indicate that the shirt had been soaked with perspiration, which in turn could dilute bloodstains, couldn't it?
I didn't notice any odor, sir.
Now, part of the reason you're not supposed to put two items in the same paper bag is because if one, for example, is full of perspiration, you can have some cross-contamination, right? Or even if they're not full of perspiration.
There could be cross-contamination with anything.
And putting a moist shirt and moist shorts in the same bag, paper bag, at 9:30 in the morning was a mistake, was it not?
I wouldn't consider it a mistake.
Well,
They both pieces of clothing, which I collected. It was my understanding that both of them had come from Mr. Peterson. So anything that would have been on either of the clothing would have been Mr. Peterson's.
all right, sir. Let me go back to this SBI manual if we could, Exhibit 118. And let me direct your attention to section 2.5.0. I've got it here if it'll help you.
Okay.
And it talks about how to package the items, does it not?
So I believe what we're reading here is packaging it to be sent to the SBI lab.
So in your mind, you're drawing a distinction between packaging it to send it to the SBI lab and packaging it to bring it to the Durham Police Department?
Yes, sir. I have to make that distinction.
Okay. Because no one ever told you to package shirts and shorts separately. I mean, you could have put it in two separate
I
bags.
could have, but again, what you're reading there is packaging to be sent to the SBI lab.
Well, isn't it a fact, sir, that when you brought the shirts, these shorts, when you brought these shorts, and this is the shirt here, right? The blue shirt?
Yes, sir, it is.
When you brought these to the SBI lab, they initially refused to take them, didn't they?
I don't really remember whether they refused to take them or not.
Didn't they tell you they wouldn't take them because there was too much transfer staining because of the way you packaged them?
Not because of the way I packaged them, no, sir.
What was your understanding about why they wouldn't take the clothing?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Yes. Let me show you what has been marked as Defendant Exhibit 143. And does that appear to you to be a copy of an email that you sent to Ann Sicoccio on Friday, December 14th, 2001
at 5 p.m. regarding bringing evidence to the SBI lab?
Yes, sir, it is. It's an email copy of one. Yes, sir.
One that you sent.
That's correct.
Move 143 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Can we put that up on the board, please? Can we blow up the bottom? Is my board working here? Not on. Is that Exhibit 143?
Yes, sir.
What's on the board? And it's from you
That's correct.
that Friday,
That's correct.
evidence to SBI lab.
Yes, sir.
And it says, as you know, I worked very hard this morning getting the property ready to take to the SBI lab to be tested. After I got there and the different lab techs viewed the evidence, there was some of the property that they would not take due to various reasons, right?
That's correct.
Number two is the blood on the clothing of Mr. Peterson and his son was transfer blood, right?
Yes, sir. Number one also states that there were no standards of hair or blood from Mr. Peterson or Todd Peterson, and that was one of the reasons they could not do this testing.
Well, item number two was that they wouldn't take it because the blood on the clothing was transfer blood, right?
Also, yeah, that's what it was stating, sir, but the reason that they would not take it is because, again, there was no standards from Mr. Peterson or son Todd Peterson for them to work with.
Well, if that were the only problems, then why would number two have been listed there? Do you know?
No, sir, I do not.
And then sometime after that, someone got a hold of someone at the SBI lab and they changed their view, didn't they?
I think they did talk to Agent Devers because they didn't, that particular day, I don't believe he was there, and they did not want anybody else to do the processing because he had already viewed the clothing, and that would have been in 4-2.
Yeah, because, you know, they don't want to have someone look at it and come to some different opinion, right?
I can't make that decision, sir.
So they didn't want to do anything that might override, hold on a second. Blood spatter interpretation had been done by SBI Agent Devers and the lab would not override his discussion. Right?
That's correct.
You know that in science, there's something called peer review? You know anything about that?
No, sir, I don't.
That's where someone who's really well qualified looks at somebody else's work to check it. You never heard of that?
No, sir.
When you were working at IBM, for example?
I have, yes, sir.
And it's true, is it not? May I approach, Your Honor? That if you put this and this together in a single paper bag while they're moist, what you can get is transfer blood, right?
That's correct. But as my testimony was earlier, the items, when I transported them from Cedar Street to the police headquarters, they were moist, but not moist enough to be any transfer be coming off of my gloves.
Now, you said you didn't seize the flip-flops because there was no blood on them, right?
I did not see any blood on the flip-flops.
Did you document that with a close-up photo of the flip-flops?
I don't know whether Angie Powell took a close-up of the photographs or not.
Did you ask her to?
I believe she was directed to, yes, sir.
And of course, the reason that would be important is if you're making a decision not to seize something because there's no blood on it, you want to document that there was no blood on it at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
And if there is no, have you seen any close-up of the flip-flops?
No, sir, I haven't seen any close-ups.
Have you asked Agent Powell? I mean, you're the lead crime scene tech on this case, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
And have you asked Agent Powell, did you take a photo of the close-up of the flip-flops?
I'm sure that was discussed.
And what did she say?
I don't recall her answer at the time.
Did you jot any notes down that didn't seize flip-flops because no blood?
No, sir, I didn't.
Or put in any report?
No, sir.
And of course, all you can really testify to in front of this jury is that there was no visible blood, right?
That's correct.
You can't say there was no blood.
They were clear plastic gels. I could not say that there was no blood, period. No, sir.
Right. Because oftentimes there's blood on an item that isn't visible to the naked eye. Right?
That's true.
And that's why you do presumptive testing.
That's correct.
But you didn't do any presumptive testing on the gels.
No, sir, I didn't.
And that's why you can spray something with luminol.
That's correct.
Did you spray the flip-flops with luminol?
No, sir, I did not.
Why not?
Because I did not see any blood there, so I did not do any presumptive testing either.
Well, the only time you would do luminol is if you see blood, then there's no need to do luminol, right?
That's correct.
So here you didn't see blood. Why didn't you do the luminol?
Piss you off, Rudolph.
I figured Mrs. Peterson she was the bleeder, and if it had there been blood there, that would have been her blood.
Okay. What's this? And we mark this as Defense Exhibit 145.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what we mark now as Defense Exhibit 145 and ask you if you recognize that.
I can.
You can.
Yes, sir, I can.
And is that a photograph of the the wall, the entranceway, the molding on that side of that wall right there?
Yes, there would have been a photograph standing just about at this area, taking
Going that way.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you move that into evidence, Ron?
Hello.
Now, what we're talking about is that wall right there, right? It's sort of almost like a door jamb into the stairway area.
Yes,
right?
sir, it is.
And did you note that up in this area here, there was an impression, literally an impression, into the softwood molding?
I didn't observe it, no, sir.
Did you see the blood up there?
There was smearing on the door casing, yes, sir.
If, for example, as an evidence technician, if there was hair and tissue in that area right there, that would have been something that you would have wanted to collect, right?
If I had observed it, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Because that's the kind of evidence that could be important, right?
Yes, sir.
Because it can show that, for example, someone's head came into contact with that particular area, right?
I wouldn't necessarily say a head contact, sir.
Well, it shows that some part of the human body may have come into contact with that area, right?
If there were an indention there, it could have said that something came in contact with it.
Well, especially if there was human tissue and human hair there, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It could have been transferred over.
Well, in any event, if it was there, you missed it, right?
If it were there, I missed it, yes, sir.
And would it also, can we, Tom, the next one is, that's that north wall again, right?
Yes, sir.
And if, for example, there was some hair and tissue found on the molding down there, that would be important evidence, would it not?
It would be evidence, yes, sir.
And if there was any such material there, that was missed too, correct?
I personally didn't collect anything from that area. I don't know whether my coworkers did or not.
Yes, sir. Well, as the main ID tech, you're the person who sort of served as the gathering point for all the evidence that was seized, right?
I am.
And you didn't notice any evidence that was seized from either of those two locations, did you?
No, sir.
Now, it's fair to say that when you're investigating a scene, sometimes what you don't find is as significant as what you do find, right?
That's a fair statement.
For example, we talked yesterday about the absence of blood spatter on somebody's glasses if they were beating somebody in a confined area, right?
Yes, sir.
Another example would be that you and the other officers were looking during the next 36 hours for anything in the house that would lead you to a weapon, right?
Yes, sir. We were looking for evidence.
Well, you're looking for evidence that might lead you to a weapon, right?
To some type of an item, yes, sir.
And you found nothing.
There were a couple of items collected, but
You tested them for blood, right?
yes, sir.
And there wasn't any.
No.
And for example, you also luminol the steps. There are some steps that go downstairs from the front hall down to the garage area.
Yes, sir. Eric Campen did that.
Yes, and that was luminol, right?
It was.
And the idea behind that was to see if Mr. Peterson perhaps had gone downstairs to change clothes or get cleaned up or dispose of a weapon or something, right?
See if there was any traces of blood there, yes, sir.
And there wasn't.
To my knowledge, it wasn't.
And you can luminol outside, can't you?
We can.
But you never luminol this area here, right? The front walkway.
No, sir.
So all we know about the front walkway is that there was a drop of blood found on the slate. Well, we don't even know that because it wasn't tested.
That's
right?
correct, sir.
We know there was a drop of something that appeared to be
There was a stain.
stained
Yes, sir.
on the slate. And of course, we don't know when that got there.
No, we don't.
I mean, it could have been there from that night or from, 3 days earlier.
Sometime, yes, sir.
And then something else in one of these bricks, and that one was even harder to tell exactly what it was, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
Because it was sort of right in between the bricks,
That's correct.
right? And that would have been maybe, I think you said 8 feet from the slate.
Approximately 8 feet.
And that's about where someone might come to get a view down the driveway, right? Because the house is sort of blocking. The house comes out a ways, doesn't it?
Yeah, there is. His office did kind of come out to an angle.
Uh-huh. And did you ever, and cars and stuff would be parked out here, right?
Yes, sir, they would.
And did you ever luminol any of this area to see if anyone walked any cars?
We did not.
Back area. This is the area where Mr. Peterson was outside with his son Todd, and I think you found a Coke can there the next day,
Eric Campen did.
right?
Yes, sir.
So there's clearly people out here, right?
I never really observed anyone out there.
Okay. Well, did you luminol this walkway here to see if he had walked down there with blood on his
No,
feet?
we hadn't. But the only luminol we did that would have been leading to anything to a doorway would have been the luminol that Eric Camp and I did on the 10th that was leading to that kitchen door out to the patio.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't see it?
No, sir.
Another thing that you were doing there was, you know what staging is? Staging a scene?
Yes, sir.
What staging is, just so we're clear for everyone, is when somebody tries to set up certain items to make it look like something was happening that wasn't happening, right? Is that a fair definition of what staging is?
It could be, that could be one meaning of it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's the kind of thing you were looking for in the Peterson home that night, right?
I was looking for anything that would lead to any type of evidence.
And that was one of the things that you were looking at.
That was not my determination. I was looking for evidence that may lead to anything that would relate to why Mrs. Peterson was at the bottom of the stairwell.
Okay. Well, for example, you looked for blood on the wine bottles and the wine glasses, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason for that would be because if someone was trying to stage a scene and they were putting the bottles and the glasses there after she was already dead, that there might be some blood on either the bottle or the glasses that would be a giveaway, right?
I would not consider that staging. We were trying to determine anything, latent fingerprints, blood, or anything, not particularly a staging, anything that would relate to what happened to Mrs. Peterson on that evening.
Okay. But my question was the significance of finding blood on that wine bottle might be, assuming there was no contamination. Of course, given the contamination at the scene, you might not be able to draw very many conclusions from it at all, right?
That's correct.
But assuming that the scene had been kept the way it should have been kept, then if you found blood on it, it might be some evidence that someone had put that bottle there after the murder rather than before, right?
Sir, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know what time the bottle was put there. And so, again, my evidence was to try to collect anything that could have led to the death of Mrs. Peterson as evidence.
I'm sorry. By the way, there was some wine in the very bottom of there was a reddish liquid in the bottom of those two glasses, was there not?
Reddish brown teach colored liquid.
Yes, sir. And did you collect that liquid?
Those items were collected by Eric Campen.
I'm not asking about the glasses themselves. I'm asking about the liquid.
No, sir. I said that item was collected by Eric Campen. I did not collect them, no, sir.
All right. And to your knowledge, did anyone collect liquid that was in those glasses?
No, sir. To my knowledge, no, sir.
Somebody just poured it down the drain?
I don't know what they did with it.
Well, wouldn't that have been evidence in terms of, if you tested it and it was, tea, that would be one thing. If you tested it and it was wine, that would be another thing, right?
That's correct.
So that would have been some evidence that might have been useful, right?
It may have been, yes, sir.
And was that intentionally not collected?
That's a question you'll have to ask Eric Campen.
All right. In any event, did anyone told you at that point that Kathleen Peterson had been drinking that night before she died?
No, sir.
Of course, you found out subsequently that she did have alcohol in her bloodstream, correct?
I think it was mentioned.
And there was an open champagne bottle on the kitchen counter near the main sink, wasn't there?
I believe it was, yes, sir.
Was that collected?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And Michael Peterson's fingerprints were on at least one of the glasses, right?
I didn't do the latent printing on the glass. There was some printing. I think it did test positive, yes, sir.
And by the way, just so we're all clear, you don't always get a print just because someone touches something, right?
No, sir, you do not.
For example, Michael Peterson could have brought both of those glasses out to Kathleen, and his print could be on one and there'd be no prints on the other, right?
That's entirely possible.
Just because of the way fingerprinting happens.
Yes, sir.
There was no blood on the glasses that you observed, right?
Not that I observed, no, sir.
And you could have done presumptive testing.
It could have been done.
But it wasn't.
No, sir.
There was no blood on the wine bottle.
To my knowledge, it wasn't. No, sir.
This bottle of Windex that was taken, you're aware a bottle of Windex was taken from under the sink?
I think Ansakosio took that, yes, sir.
There was no blood on that.
She didn't relate anything to me that there was any blood there.
A mop and a towel was seized from the laundry room, correct?
Yes, sir, I collected those.
And by the way, why did you collect the mop and the towel?
To see if there was any blood there on the mop and the towel.
To see if anyone had cleaned up, right?
If it had been used as either a weapon or The mop, or had it been used for cleanup? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So there was some talk and concern about cleanup back then, right?
That was on the second day.
Okay. And no blood was found on the mop or the towel.
Not that we could find, no, sir.
Well, it went to the SBI lab for testing, right?
Yes, sir. But you asked me to my knowledge, no, sir, there wasn't any found.
Okay. Michael Peterson's watch was seized
It was.
because it might have some sort of evidence that would be useful.
Yes, sir.
For example, spatter. If someone was beating somebody, you might get spatter on the dial, right?
Yes, sir.
But there wasn't any spatter on the dial.
It was. There was some staining on the watch, but
No spatter.
I didn't observe any spattering, no, sir.
You seized from the house a steel knife, right,
That was taken from the kitchen by ID 4.
as a possible murder weapon.
Yes, sir.
No blood on that.
I don't believe there was any found, no, sir.
You seized a paperweight from his office
Yes, sir.
as a possible murder weapon.
That's correct.
No blood found on that.
No, sir.
To this day, by the way, if a murder weapon had been found, I'm not talking about that blow poke that's, somebody else's. If an actual murder weapon had been found, it would have been turned into you as the evidence custodian.
Yes, sir, it would.
And you haven't gotten any such evidence, have you?
No, sir, I haven't.
Have a moment, Your Honor. So there's no murder weapon found in the house or on the grounds during that search the next day, right?
No, sir.
There's no evidence that Mr. Peterson went more than a few feet from the front door after Kathleen was bleeding, correct?
No evidence, no, sir.
There's no evidence that he got into any of the cars with blood on him.
Nothing appeared that way, no, sir.
There's no evidence that he changed clothes.
No evidence that who changed
That
clothes.
he changed clothes, in other words, that he beat Kathleen to death and then changed clothes.
No, sir, there's no evidence showing that.
There's no evidence that he cleaned himself up in any of the bathrooms after murdering Kathleen.
No, sir, none that we noticed.
There's no evidence of any blood in his bathroom upstairs.
No, sir.
There's no evidence of any blood in his bedroom upstairs.
Not that we observed.
There was no evidence of any blood anywhere in that house other than the stairway area and where there was contamination in the kitchen, right?
And on the front door.
I'm sorry, and on the front door.
Yes, sir.
You agreed with that statement yesterday, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And this scene was not preserved in absolutely its original condition, was it?
I feel that to the best of my knowledge and my training, it was preserved to the best of my ability, yes, sir.
But not in absolutely its original condition.
Anything could have changed the original condition, sir.
Well, we know from the photos that we saw yesterday that something did change the original condition, don't we?
Yes, sir. By me moving her body, that would have changed the original condition.
And that's why you take photographs before and after, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have any idea what changed the condition of those blood drops that we saw in those comparison photos yesterday, do you?
No, I don't.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I don't know, we approach that.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, we'll take about a 5-minute break so that the district attorney can find some exhibits that he's going to use in some questioning. Of course, we're still going to break at the same time, but he needs to find the exhibits. So we'll take about a 5-minute break. Mr. Deputy, if you can get the jury where they need to go.
Course, we'll stand at recess for 5 minutes. Everyone in the audience, please remain seated and allow the jurors to exit the courtroom.
All right, redirect, Mr. Hart.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. George, during your direct and cross-examination, I think you talked about all the various steps you took to take notes and to document what you did on the 9th of December, the 10th of December, the 11th of December, and the 12th of December. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I think we showed you, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
We showed you, and you were going to find,
Your Honor, I would object unless we just show the documents, not the 18 copies that are attached to it. I think it's a little misleading to walk up with stacks like that when most of them are copies.
I'm not sure what he's doing. If that's what you are doing.
Your Honor, I can comply with that. That's not a problem. And I'll show you just to refresh your recollection items 150, State's Exhibit 150, State's Exhibit 151, State's Exhibit 152, 153, 154, 107, and 107A. And you've already identified these, and the court's accepted them as evidence. And this is what you did to document with pen and pencil what you did on those various occasions. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I think you also directed that photographs be taken, and you personally took some video.
Yes, sir.
Did you direct that other video be taken as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And that was on a separate occasion.
That was.
And those things were done to your knowledge.
They were.
And why do you take videos and photographs of a scene after you've done all of this to document what your activities have been?
It documents from beginning to end what we try to do, what we try to establish and find on any scene and on this particular scene.
Now, with respect to the photographs that were taken, I think you indicated that you did not personally take any photographs, and what I heard you testify to was that Mr. Campen and Ms. Powell took photographs during your presence anyway.
They did.
Now, with respect to Ms. Powell, I think you also indicated that she was taking photographs at least part of the time during your videotaping of that scene.
Yes, sir, she was.
Are you aware that she took other photographs of that scene later in the day?
Yes, she did.
Would you describe for the jury what she did during that process and generally where her activity was focused?
She took photographs behind me as I was making the video, and she was documenting with 35 millimeter what I was documenting with video. Later on in the afternoon, what she did was just retrace her steps back with photographing exactly the same areas in which she had been earlier that morning.
And I think Mr. Rudolph showed you some photographs. And I'll show you my photograph, which marked the State's Exhibit 233. Can you now put some witness, please? Am I approach witness?
Yes.
If you hold that up for the jury, again, this is what's marked as State's Exhibit T233. Mr. Rudolph showed you that photograph as well, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
Now, that photograph was taken by whom?
Angie Powell.
And how do you know that?
Well, it's got the date 12/9/01 on it, so that would be the date in which the photographs were taken.
And is that how she indicated her photographs have been taken by her personally? Was she putting the date in the bottom of the photograph?
No, that's been done. That's done automatically with the camera.
Okay, but all the photographs don't have dates on them now, do they?
If they were taken by her camera, yes, sir, they do.
But all the photographs that were taken by other people don't necessarily have the date
No,
on
sir,
them.
they don't.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rudolph had focused on this area right here. And I think he'd indicated when he put that up that at least with respect to these two smaller blood dots and then the other smaller blood dot to the left of this central figure there was a fleck out of each of those. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did Ms. Powell take that photograph?
Yes, she did.
Do you know what caused that?
I do not.
Okay. Now, I think he asked you whether you had taken photographs or caused photographs to be taken that had ruler markings in them for reference.
Yes, sir, I
Do you
did.
recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And with respect to this one anyway, you did not have a ruler reference as it relates to what is marked as State's Exhibit 233A, is that right?
No, sir.
Were there other photographs taken where ruler markings were used as references?
Yes, it was.
Gonna make approach witness, please.
Yes.
Now, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P130 and ask if you can identify that and you just sit it over.
I can.
All right. Let's put it over to the side. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P127. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Well, let me go back. What is State's Exhibit P130? What is that photograph of?
This is the two droplets of blood in which Mr. Rudolph had asked a question about on the step.
Okay, and do you recognize this area here as the same as what is depicted here and what's referenced and marked as State's Exhibit P233?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit P127, you recognize that as well, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of a scale on a step measuring the height of the step and showing blood.
Okay, go ahead and put it over in that stack. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P120. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
Again, it's a picture using scales crossing over items of picture of blood.
All right, put that over in the stack. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P121. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It's also a picture of scale showing blood.
Put it in the stack over there. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P122 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a picture showing blood with a measuring scale.
Okay. Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P123. Ask, can you identify that?
Yes, sir, I can.
What is it?
Those pictures are
It's a picture showing blood with scale.
And where are these all located, if you know?
All these are located in the hallway, in the stairwell.
All right. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P124. Ask, can you identify that?
Yes, sir. This is also a blood showing with scale.
And where is that located?
This is also in the hallway correction in the stairwell.
All right. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P125. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, sir. This is also showing blood with the scale with the ruler in the hallway in the stairwell.
All right. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P126 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, sir. Again, this is a picture of blood showing with scale in the stairwell of Peterson Hall.
All right. And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P156. Do you recognize that, please?
Yes, sir. Again, this is showing with a ruler the height of the step showing blood in the stairwell.
Okay. Let me have that. Now, at this point, we've moved into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P130, P127, P120, P121, P122, P123, P124, P125, P126, and P156.
Loud.
Now, you had indicated that with respect to a particular question, Mr. Rudolph asked you about whether a particular stair had been scaled with the ruler. You had indicated no, but obviously with these photographs.
Well, check.
Don't need it. Yes, sir.
The question again, I'm sorry.
You did scale some of the photographs.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, or you caused that to happen.
I did.
At this point,
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon recess, recall the court's instructions that I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind about this case. Don't talk about it, even among yourselves at this point. Stay clear of the parties, witnesses, supporters in this case. Don't read or watch TV about the case. Don't do any independent investigation. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. 9:30, not 1 o'clock. 9:30.
Good gravy, Marie.
George indicated that Agent Deaver was apparently writing down some notes or calculations when he was doing his stringing. We've not received any numbers or calculations that Mr. Deaver may have done with regard to the stringing in the house on December 9th. We do have some numbers and calculations and notes that he did from the stringing that he did.
Rudolph, why are you waiting till the last minute to ask for this stuff? Why? You should have asked for it before the trial started. If you knew about it, you should have asked for it.
On his own experiments in September of 2002, but not for anything that was done at the house. And rather than run into a problem where he gets on the witness stand and we find out that there are notes and we haven't seen them, I'd like to make a formal request now on the record that we be provided with those, say no later than, I know he's going on vacation, no later than the end of the day tomorrow, so that we have a chance to take a look at those over the next week and have our experts look at it.
Well, yeah, the court does recall you were asking him questions. I recall him saying he was writing down something. I'm not sure he was absolutely sure what
Yes, sir.
he was writing down, but nonetheless, Mr. Harden, you have a response.
Your Honor, I just have to ask Mr. Deaver what, if anything, he was writing down. I'm not aware of it, but I'll certainly inquire.
All right. Well, unfortunately, there's some other things that we all need to discuss in the back. So we're going to go with the deputy. Mr. Deputy, can you just tell the jurors to just stay there until we send for them? Ms. Court reporter, we're gonna go in the jury room. We're gonna go in the jury room for courtroom 2. Yeah. I need you, Mr. Deputy, and I need representative attorneys from each side. Redirect Mr. Hart.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. George, is it fair to say that the forensic unit or ID unit responds to hundreds, if not thousands, of calls each year?
Yes, sir, it is.
And those types of calls would range from very, very serious matters to much less serious matters where it might involve simply a property crime. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, with respect to the most serious types of cases, assaults and homicides and things of that nature, would you be familiar with cases where, for example, there is a drive-by shooting?
Yes, sir, I do.
And someone is found in a street in a neighborhood in Durham.
Yes, sir.
And from that point, a neighbor or a family member might call 911.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, the Durham Police Department, along with the Forensic Services Unit, would respond. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, would it be your impression or your knowledge, or based upon your knowledge, that in calls such as that, someone, again, shot in the street, laying in the street in a neighborhood, that when you all get there, there could be people in the area near the body?
Numbers of people, yes, sir.
Would EMS be called?
They would.
Would the first responders, would the fire department be called?
Yes, sir, they would.
You all would be called?
That's correct.
Members of the police department, members of the police department would be called?
Yes, sir.
And they would all respond at that scene, right?
That's correct.
In order to process that scene, those people would have to conduct activities around that body, wouldn't they?
Yes, sir, they would.
And have you been to scenes where family members have come up, tried to touch the body?
Yes, sir.
Have you been to scenes where bystanders have come up, looked at the body, touched the body?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is that unusual under the situation that I've just described?
No, sir, it isn't.
Well, I'm going to object to the relevance of a drive-by shooting and what people might do if somebody's on a street in a neighborhood.
Overruled.
Under the set of circumstances that I've just described, would you consider that a crime scene?
I would.
Would you process that as a crime scene?
Yes, sir, I would.
As soon as someone walks up to that body, would you consider that crime scene in some way altered or contaminated?
Yes, sir, I would.
And you may or may not be given information about that when you get there. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you'd still process it as a crime scene.
Yes, sir, I would.
Well, let's go to, say, an armed robbery in a convenience store where the clerk is found shot in the business. Get a call from 911 indicating that a patron has gone in and found that person. Same kind of scenario. EMS would go, fire would go.
Your Honor, maybe we have a question instead of leading. I object to the form of the question.
Sustain. That's a question, Mr.
Yes, sir. Who would go to that scene? Say a patron goes into a convenience store and sees the clerk lying on the floor in a pool of blood. 911 call. What would happen?
It would be, the call would go out through 911 and they would automatically dispatch EMS, which could include, and many times does include, the fire department along with the paramedics of Durham County paramedics. Police officers would arrive. Then somebody from the forensics unit would be called, and that could be one or more persons there. Usually we try to get two that will work the scene. You'll also have people in a convenience store. You'll have customers trying to come in and out of the scene. So there'd be numerous people in and out of a crime scene.
And you've seen that before?
Many times.
So from that perspective, what happened at the Peterson residence?
Object to leading.
Would you say whether?
That's a non-leading question.
Yes, sir. Is that unusual in comparison with what happened at the Peterson residence?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever seen a perfect crime scene?
No, sir, I have not.
Is there such thing, in your opinion, as a perfect, uncontaminated, unaltered crime scene?
No, sir, it is not.
Why is that?
Because the factors that we have just discussed on the people, the weather, whether it be an inside or an outside scene, the workers that would have to go in for support, police officers, investigators of any kind.
When the forensic services personnel go in to process a scene, do you take into account that others would have been there?
Object to leading.
Finish your question, Mr.
Would you take into account that others could have possibly been there at any scene?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, and in the case of the Peterson residence, I think you testified on direct and cross-examination that there were fire and EMS folks in that residence.
Yes, sir, it was.
There were police officers in that residence, and there were some civilians in that residence.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you were aware of all that when you processed the scene, right?
Object to leading.
I think you can ask him, was he aware?
Yes, sir. Were you aware of that when you went in to process the scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
Overruled.
And did you consider that when you processed the scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you ever been to a scene where right after the homicide was committed, everything was absolutely frozen in place? The defendant was still standing there with
No.
a weapon in his hand.
No, sir, I haven't.
Do you have an opinion about whether the second he moves around in the scene, that scene's altered?
In every case, it probably would be, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to the call at the Peterson's residence, I think you were aware that the call came in at 2:41. Mr. Peterson made the call. I think you also testified that you were aware that EMS personnel got there at 2:48 and that you arrived at 3:07.
Yes, sir, I was aware of that.
Okay, so you were aware of those activities, at least as it relates to what you were told from 2:48 on.
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you have any idea whatsoever what Mr. Peterson was doing to the body or to the scene to alter it before you got there?
No, sir, I do not.
So do you have any information, or do you know whether Ms. Peterson at some point was on her face,
No,
on her side,
no, sir.
whether she was even in the actual location where you found her?
No, sir, I don't have any information leading to that.
Do you have any information about when you processed the scene that she had bruises up and down each hand?
No, sir, I didn't have that.
Did you have any information that she had bruises up and down each arm?
No, sir.
Did you have any information that she had abrasions and cuts on her face?
No, sir, other than the one little place on her eye that I observed.
Did you have any information that she had a crushed larynx in her throat
No,
when you
sir.
processed the
I
scene?
had no idea of that.
With respect to injuries or wounds,
I'm going to object to the terminology crushed larynx. I think what there was a slightly fractured
Thank you for saying it correctly, Rudolph. It's larynx. It's not. No, I can't talk. It's not larynx. It's larynx, not larynx.
action, counsel is testifying.
I'm objecting to him characterizing something improperly.
All right, I heard you. Overruled.
Other than the comment that you heard Dr. Snell make about the injuries or wounding to the back of Ms. Peterson's head, were you aware of any of those other injuries?
No, sir, I was not.
But you still processed the scene.
Yes, sir, I did.
And nobody whatsoever gave you any information about what Mr. Peterson was doing before EMS got there, did they?
No, sir, they did not.
Now, while you were there,
Only for saying that word right. Because every time someone says larynx, it reminds me of the Andy Griffith show. The one where Barney Fife wants to sing with the choir. He keeps saying larynx. He keeps calling it a larynx. So every time I hear that word, my mind goes back to that episode and it drives me crazy. And then they kept trying to get Barney to not sing with the choir because he sang so bad. And then they looked at him and they were like, "You got a great big lump in the back of your throat. You see that thing? Look. Ooh, look at that thing. You need to go to the doctor." So he goes to the doctor and he comes back and he goes, "That's a uvula. It's normal. Everybody's got one. You've got one. I've got one. She's got one. All God's children got one. All God's children got a uvula." It's pronounced larynx. It's if you say larynx, you're putting the N in the wrong place. That bugs me. Just like library. It's not a library. It's a library. Spike Dwayne! What? Quit barking at me. Anybody want a dog?
did you see Mr. Peterson drinking out of a Coca-Cola can?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you see him drink out of a glass?
No, sir.
Did you see Todd Peterson drink out of a Coca-Cola can?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see him drink out of a glass?
No, sir.
Young man, approach the witness, please.
Yes.
Let me show you a series of pictures, those being what's marked as State's Exhibit P34, P36, P56, and P55. What are those?
These are photographs that were taken on December the 9th. Showing the kitchen, dining room, den area.
I just realized something. This is up there around where Mayberry is, right? Maybe that's the way they say it up there. Maybe it's normal to say larynx in that part of the country.
And the counters and items on the counter.
Other than the 2 wine glasses right there on the sink, do you see glasses out? Drinking glasses. Not reading glasses, but drinking glasses.
No, sir, I do not. Okay.
No, he stepped down and show those to the jury, please.
Yes.
He was thirsty. He just told his wife.
So other than those wine glasses on the counter, did you see any glasses at all that were out?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, you had used a term the other day that I'm not familiar with. Rabbit pathing. Now, is that a technical term that you use, or is that something that's known only to you?
Well, it's not known only to myself.
What kind of term is that?
I'm an avid hunter.
Okay.
And that's a term that we use quite often in rabbit hunting or deer hunting on tracks that have been made one over another.
Okay. And I think you were talking about that in the context of... In what context were you talking about rabbit pathing?
In the bottom of the 2 steps that were going into the kitchen, in that immediate area, there were visible signs of tracking that would have been transfer tracking over and over.
Okay. Anywhere else did you see that?
Just on the 2 steps and in the entrance foyer, to the entrance into the kitchen from the bottom of those 2 steps.
John, may the witness step down and show the jury?
Yes.
Now, I want you to point out exactly where you're talking about and use this photograph to assist you. And this is what is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 13.
The area in which I was talking at my rabbit pathing was on these 2 steps here and in this immediate area right in here.
Okay, will you show the jury that photograph, please?
Again, it would be at the bottom of the 2 steps here, and it would be in this immediate area right in here. Again, the 2 steps. I'm sorry. The 2 steps here, and then in this immediate area right in here. Here and right here.
If you will, please take this marker and mark under what's marked and shown in State's Exhibit D3, exactly what you just described.
There would have been transfer tracking all over these steps. And around in this area right in here.
Now, was there any visible blood in any of these areas?
No, sir.
Now, I think you indicated that you were involved in the luminol process with some other people.
Yes, sir, I was.
Now, exactly where did you spray the luminol? Did you spray it up in this area at all?
We started because we could see the visible signs of blood here.
Do you luminol on visible blood?
You can, but we didn't.
Okay, why didn't you?
Because we could see it. This was luminol is just something that will bring out blood that you can't see.
All right. And go ahead and describe exactly where you sprayed the luminol in this area.
We started approximately right here, which would have been out, and we started picking up footprints in this area here, moving around with a sweeping motion, coming through around the counter, back around to the back of the couch. Nothing that would have been leading to the back door. Around on the back side of the couch. Here we picked up one track or a set of tracks going in one direction and another coming back. Went through this door here that would have gone into the laundry room. The tracks turned to the sink. They turned to the washer dryer area. This is where they made their turn, coming back out of this door, back around, back out, never again going to the patio door.
I'm sorry, never again going to the...
I'm sorry, not to the patio door.
Thank you.
To the refrigerator, pointing in to the direction of the refrigerator. To the sink, pointing in the direction to the sink, and then back over to the counter behind that was facing the sink. And that's where we did spray in this area that would have led.
Hey, John. Hey, bestie. Yeah, I knew it wasn't actually Mayberry. I couldn't remember the name of the real town, but I've heard them reference Raleigh-Durham area in the trial, and that is mentioned a lot in the Andy Griffith Show, and that is a real place. So it's up there around the area that Andy Griffith Show is supposedly set in. So yeah. But anytime anybody says larynx, that's where my brain goes. It goes to Barney Fife. Where have you been? You haven't been here in 2 days, at least. Why'd you change your picture? You're a cartoon now. I like the real picture.
To the formal dining room. We did go back and spray in this area. There was a second door here that was leading around and in this area for luminol to see if it maybe had come around the counter in. It was a double door going into the laundry room. There was nothing detected in this area.
Now, with respect to the luminol, that was the only thing that showed up, the reaction for blood. Was it? Go ahead.
Other than you're asking if the luminol was tested, was there anything else detected?
Was there anything? Did the luminol? Is that all that showed the presence of blood?
Yes, it did.
But you couldn't see any blood in these areas?
No, we couldn't see any until we put luminol down.
Now, at any time, did you luminol in this stairway down where Miss Peterson's body was?
Never.
Did you, or were you part of any group or team that luminol in any other place in this area?
No, sir, I wasn't part of that team.
Okay. Are you aware of whether any other luminol was used in this scene?
Yes, sir, I am aware of it.
And where was that?
It was on the top of the stairwell, counting from the 6th step, going back up the stairwell and into the landing, into the alcove and back through this area.
But you didn't do that?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, with respect to this area right here, that being the stairway area and stairwell around Miss Peterson's body, I think you had indicated that you were involved in some processing of that scene. That's that Agent Deaver was, that Eric Campen was, and that Angie Powell was.
That's correct.
To your knowledge, was anybody else in that scene? In this area?
No, sir.
Okay. And why was that?
Because we were the only one that had been secured from the back end into the entrance foyer. There's also tape here, and there was an officer station here and in the entrance foyer into the Kent Street side of the home. So all areas. There was also an officer here at the back door. They were all being secured, so nobody was to enter the scene.
And by 10 o'clock on the morning of the 9th, there are no civilians in the house anyway. Is that right?
I don't really know whether there were any civilians in the home or not.
Now, did you spray anything on these walls at all?
No.
Did you spray anything on the floor area right here around Miss Peterson going into the stairwell and up those steps, with the exception of what you talked about from 6 up?
No.
Are you aware of whether anybody else did while y'all were processing this thing?
Other than from step 6 up, no.
Okay. But there were photographs taken in there.
There were.
And I think you had indicated that you assisted Agent Deaver in his blood spatter analysis.
That's correct.
And other than that, are you aware of any other processing that was done in that area?
No.
Okay. Just take a seat. Now, with respect to the edge of each of those stairs, please describe what they look like.
The steps,
Yes, sir.
they were rounded.
Okay. Well, is there a name for that kind of configuration on the stair?
If it is, sir, I don't know what it would be.
Okay. Now, on that day, when you were initially called, I think you'd indicated that you'd been working about 10 hours, in that you called your supervisor, Eric Camp.
Yes, sir, I did.
At any point, did you discuss with Mr. Campen the fact that you'd been on duty for 10 hours?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was the nature of that discussion?
As Eric Camping being the senior person, we discussed the scene, and that evening had been slow, and I can't recall whether I had even had a call that evening.
Okay.
So he asked me if I was comfortable taking lead on the call, in which I told him that I was.
Okay. At that point, you didn't perceive any problem?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Now, as you processed the scene, did you have in mind that you wanted to locate a weapon?
Processing the scene, I was looking for anything that would lead me to believe that this was more than just a fall down the steps.
But you didn't find a weapon.
No, sir, I did not.
Do you typically find weapons at scenes where there's been some type of assault?
Objection, typically.
Overruled.
In some cases we do, and in some cases we don't. Most of the time we never find a weapon.
Now, Mr. Rudolph has pointed out a number of things that at least he believes you didn't do right. But based on your experience and your training, did you do the best you could to follow the protocol of the Durham Police Department and process that scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you have done a better job?
There were some things that I may have changed and will change, but doing a better job, I don't believe that I could have done a better job than what was done on the scene.
Okay. Do you always try to do better?
On every scene, yes, sir.
Now, may I have just a moment, please?
Yes, sir.
Now, yesterday I'd asked you whether y'all had used a ruler to help scale some of the photographs, and we were in the process of going through those. I don't think you had an opportunity to show those to the jury. With your permission, Judge, I'd ask that you be allowed to do that.
It's allowed.
And have you show what's marked the State's Exhibit P 127, 156, and 126. Show those to the jury and describe what they are.
Exhibit P127 is a close-up shot of a stairwell, a step, and a riser with the round nose of the back stairwell, showing a ruler as a measurement of the height of the step. P126 is showing a close-up of blood on molding in the back stairwell, also showing a ruler as measurement. P156 is also a photograph of a stairwell showing blood, the riser, using a ruler as measurement in the back stairwell.
Okay, now if you'll show what's marked as State Exhibit 120, 121, and 123, and I'll help you with that.
Excuse me. Exhibit P120 would be the top. P121 would be the bottom. Again, these are photographs of blood that was in the back stairwell, depicting with two rulers showing just measurements.
Now, did you actually take these photographs?
I did not.
And do you recall who did?
Angie Powell did.
Okay. And then I'll show what's marked as State's Exhibit 120, P122, P124, and P125. And should show those as well.
The top being P124, the bottom being P125.
And where are these located?
Again, these were located in the back stairwell of the home, on the wall.
What is the name of the person that took the pictures? I'm trying to see if she testified yet. Did he say, let me see, who's testified? It's a female. Lieutenant Connie Bullock testified before him. Corporal Kim Gregory. Corporal J.C. McDowell. Kim Barker. Oh, she wasn't a cop. Never mind. Special Agent Joyce Petska is gonna testify. Angela Ashby and Sergeant Vicky Menzer. I don't see. It was Angela somebody. I don't see an Angela on here. Which, if she took the photographs, that's who he needs to ask the question of. We still got a ways to go before Deaver gets on the stand, too. Let's see. Hang on. We got... Oh, we still got the escort to go, too. Oh, we still got the forensic meteorologist. Remember, he has to come back because of something he had that the defense needed to look at first. Man, this is a long trial. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know it was this long. I still want to watch it, but I didn't know it was this long. But the good news is this is the last part of this guy.
These were all on the back, on the north wall of the home, and there is where we're showing.
I don't know if there's cell phones. I don't know why. Ow.
No, I don't have any other questions of the witness at this time.
Further questions, Mr. Rudolph?
Yes, sir. Mr. George, it's fair to say, is it not, that at any scene of a death, there are some factors that you can control and some factors that you can't control, right?
Yes, sir, that's a fair statement.
For example, obviously none of the police officers could control what Michael Peterson might have done when he found his wife lying at the bottom of the stairs, right?
That's correct.
So if he moved her body held her, whatever he did, that was beyond your control, and you have to deal with that when you get there, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But there are factors that you can control, right?
Yes, sir, there are some factors that I can control.
And, you were talking to Mr. Harden was talking to you about drive-by shootings and people coming up to bodies or people going up to community. Those are situations, or at least until the police get there, they can't control it, right?
Until they get there, they cannot control it.
Right.
That's correct.
But of course, once the police get to the scene of a drive-by shooting, they put up the tape, right?
In some cases, they do, yes.
That's what they're supposed to do, right?
Yes, sir.
And an officer's there, just like in the TV show, saying, please step away, no one come near the body, right?
Yes, sir.
Or in a convenience store. They don't let the patrons keep coming in and out after the clerk's lying there dead, right?
They try to control it the best way that they know
The truth
how.
of the matter is people aren't much interested in going to the convenience store to buy something with the clerk lying there dead, right?
No, sir.
So there's not a whole lot of traffic at that point, in and out from civilians in the convenience store, right?
In some cases.
Right. Now, in this case, there were a number of factors that you could have controlled that you didn't control, correct?
I'd like for you to explain that.
Well, for example, you could have controlled how the shirt and the shorts was put into the paper bag. That was something that was in your control.
Yes, sir, it was.
You could have controlled, and by I say you now, I'm talking about you as a member of the Durham Police Department, all right?
Yes, sir.
Let me broaden it. The Durham Police Department could have, for example, taken Mr. Peterson's clothes right after he went up to his wife's body, right? That could have been.
You're asking me to comment on something that someone else could control above and beyond myself.
Yes, sir, I am.
Yes, sir, they could have done that.
But that wasn't done.
To my knowledge, it wasn't, no, sir.
Someone could have controlled whether or not there was any well, actually, you could have controlled whether or not there was any documentation done of what the shorts looked like when you actually got them at 9:30 in the morning, right?
Yes, sir, I could have done that.
But you didn't.
No, sir.
And I don't want to go through the whole list because we spent a couple of days doing it, but suffice it to say that there were a number of things here that were within your control personally that were not done properly, correct?
There were a number of things that I could have controlled, yes, sir.
You described on here seeing a set of tracks, excuse me. By the way, when we had that hearing back in March, when you were talking about rabbit tracks, you were talking about luminol spray and seeing rabbit tracks, weren't you at that point?
No, sir, you don't spray. It's not our common practice to spray blood that's visible.
No. When you were saying what you saw as rabbit tracks, that was in reference to what you saw after you luminol back then, isn't that right?
Well, there was some luminol sprayed in some of the rabbit tracking there that we could not see. Yes, sir, it was.
I thought you said just a few minutes ago you didn't spray in the.
I did not spray here, but there was some transfer tracking at the edge of that. Yes, sir, where we started spraying.
So in other words, you did see you saw some rabbit tracks in luminol. Is that right?
Very few, yes, sir.
Now, you said that when this track got up to here, it continued on here, but you saw another track going from here that way?
It was like a double track, one going one way and another.
One going
yes,
the other
sir.
way. And could you tell, for example, if those two tracks were put there at the same time, or does luminol tell you anything about
That's something we have no idea of knowing.
So what you could have been picking up, for example, in terms of timing, was somebody walking into the laundry room towards the sink and the, what else did you say? Oh, the washer, dryer.
Yes, sir.
And then, because luminol, when you have blood on your feet, even visible blood, it gets deposited and starts fading out, right?
The blood fades out?
Yes, sir. In other words, obviously, if somebody had blood on their feet here and they started walking here, the blood faded out because it was left on the floor, right?
It would be less the amount of blood there, yes, sir.
Well, at some point, it becomes invisible, right?
It becomes invisible to the naked eye, yes.
Right. And same thing with luminol. When you spray luminol, at first the tracks are strong, and then as the person is walking and depositing what the luminol is reacting to, the tracks get weaker and weaker and weaker, don't they?
I didn't observe any that were getting weaker, no, sir. The only thing that I observed during the luminol testing was the luminous glow that was left.
So you didn't see the tracks getting progressively less strong?
If they got more or less towards into the kitchen, they were less stronger than they were anywhere else, but
Yes,
but
sir.
not during the original track.
I was muted. Spike needs a doggy psychiatrist. Does anybody know where I can find one? All he wants to do is bark. I don't think there's anything physically wrong with him. He just likes to bark for no reason. He doesn't even do his cute little squeaks anymore. He just walks around barking at nothing. And I don't know why. And sometimes he just sits and barks at nothing. He's lost his mind. I don't even know where he is, but I hear him. He's driving me nuts.
We were looking for the tracks, no, sir.
And can you explain that, how it could be?
No, sir, I can't explain that.
It doesn't really square with your experience about how blood gets deposited on a floor and off a foot, does it?
No.
All right. And in any event, there's no way to tell whether timing-wise, this is one track to here, and then somebody over here is another track. There's no way to tell that going back over to here, timing-wise from luminol.
What you were stating was two different sets of tracks. I can't tell whether it was two different people that made the track, but the track that we followed was around and through the room and then back through.
Yes, sir. And, or it could have been the same person, two different trips.
I wouldn't even go that far to say that.
Okay. In any event, did you luminol the sink area here?
Yes.
And you didn't pick up anything?
No.
That would tell you that the person might have had some blood on their feet, but not on their hands at that point. It might tell you.
Well, it didn't show me any. It didn't show me any luminous glow there, no, sir.
And same thing with the washer dryer. Did you luminol that?
I ran in that, yes, sir. And there was nothing. There was nothing shown there.
All right. Any presumptive testing done on either of those?
No, because luminol didn't show anything.
Do you know if Mr. Peterson ever ran into that area, for example, or walked into that area looking for a towel for his wife? You know that?
No.
Or whether Todd Peterson ever walked into that area looking for a soda, which was, there were sodas stored in there, wasn't there?
There was a lot of drinks in there.
it up 134.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear about what I understand you're saying. Transcript, page 134. Could you blow up starting at line 4? I'm sorry, line 9. Start from line 9. All the way down, please. All right, and this is a transcript from our hearing back in March, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I asked you, did you document precisely where in those rooms the luminol was positive? And your answer was no, sir, and it was nothing precise. And it was nothing precisely. I mean, it was a track through the whole area. Did you document how many footprints there were? No, sir. Did you document the distances between them? No. And we're talking about luminol here, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Did you do a diagram? No. Did you see any reactions other than footprints? Did you see smears or shoe prints or other kinds of luminol reactions on the floor? Answer, well, mostly it was just bare feet, but it was just so many. It had just been tracked so much. That was your answer back then when you were talking about the luminol, right?
Yes, sir.
And then I asked you, what do you mean by that, right? And you said it was track over track, right?
That's correct.
And what we were talking about was, can you go back up to line 4? It's talking about blood and traces of blood and footprints and transfer tracking from the hallway to the kitchen to the washroom. Isn't that what we're talking about?
That's exactly right.
And what you said was it was track over track, right?
From the hallway was track over track to the kitchen to the washroom.
Yes, sir. And on the next page, can we go to the next page? It was just track over track. So there were tracks that you just couldn't distinguish because there had been too much walking. That's correct. And then I ask you, how much transfer tracking was there? And you are the one who says there was enough to where from away from the body, it looked like a rabbit path. Correct?
That's correct. Just away from the body it was. That's what I testified to earlier.
Now, Mr. Harden talked to you about luminol spraying and where it was sprayed. And I think you said that it was sprayed on the inside the stairway. It was sprayed on the very top, but not on the bottom.
Starting from step number 6 going up, yes, sir.
All right. And when you spray luminol, it dries, it leaves a sort of whitish film, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 146. And ask you to take a look at that. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir, that's residue from luminol.
Okay, and does that appear to you to be the residue from the luminol testing that was done that night?
It certainly appears so, yes, sir.
Okay, that, in any event, that's certainly the kind of residue that's left by luminol.
That's correct.
And you can even see where there's a circle there where there was some sort of a marker that you all had put down and it had been lifted and the luminol sort of formed a circle.
Either that or they may have set the luminol bottle down on the floor, yes, sir.
Okay. Move 146 into evidence.
So,
The jury, please.
yes.
Now, what we're talking about in terms of the whitish residue is all this area there, right? And then you can see some around there, maybe even some there, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what luminol leaves.
Yes, sir, it is.
Come on. Let me show you Exhibit 147. Do you recognize what that's a picture of?
That's on the lower steps.
And do you see the luminol?
You can tell he's getting pissed. You can tell he's done because now he's saying, yes, sir, that's what I testified. In other words, he's saying, I already said this. Why are you asking me again? And can you object to asked and answered because he's asking questions that the prosecution already asked him? Because he's going, yes, that's what I testified to. Because he already answered the same question from the prosecution. So can the prosecution object to asked and answered if the defense is asking a question that the prosecution has already asked? Or is it only if the defense has asked a question already? That's something I don't know. I would think. But if he were to ask it again because he wanted to go in another direction later, I don't know. But they're just asking him the same damn questions over and over and over and over and over again. It's getting ridiculous. That's why nobody's watching. No, because that's what I was thinking too. Because, like, if he wants to ask it and then go off on another tangent with that answer, even if it's the same answer, but he's asking the same things over and over again. That's why nobody's in here watching today, because this is getting like watching paint dry. It's ridiculous. I can't wait for Deaver to get up there. That's going to be another one with a lot of parts and a lot of questions asked over and over again. But that's the guy that lied, remember? So that's kind of going to be a little more interesting because we know, because of what we know now, that he lied. And then again, maybe it won't be. I'm expecting it to be. You can lead a witness to the stand, but you can't make him say what you want. And I also want to see the male escort dude testify.
Residue down there?
I see a staining down there, yes, sir. But I also don't see a date on the picture.
My question was, do you see luminol residue just like in 146?
Oh, yes, sir, I do see that.
Move 147 steps.
So,
Put that up on the screen, please. And again, the area we're talking about specifically is this area right in here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And even over here appears to be some luminol residue.
Yes, sir, it is. I can't testify that would be photographs that we took.
I understand.
Because we made a point one day last week to look at the date that was on the bottom of the photograph, so I really can't honestly testify that this was a picture that we took.
I understand. But it certainly displays the staircase. That's the issue here, right?
It does.
Mr. Harden showed you 4 photos of the kitchen area, P34, P36, P55, and P56. Remember he showed you those and asked you whether you had seen any Coke cans, or I'm sorry, any glasses in there.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Now I noticed in P55, there appear to be a pair of sneakers laying there. Can we put P55 up? States exhibit.
Well, while they're doing that, do you know whose sneakers those are?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know what they're doing there?
No, sir, I don't.
They shouldn't be sitting there like that, should they?
I wouldn't say they shouldn't be. I don't. That was a strange place for a pair of sneakers, but I don't know whose they were. They were there.
Well, somebody should have made a notation about what those were or why they were there.
They were documented photographs.
Okay, well, I know they're documented in the sense that they're there, but you don't know why they're there or who they belong to, right?
No, sir, I don't.
That's not documented anywhere, right?
No, sir, it isn't.
What we're talking about again is this pair of sneakers right there, right?
That's correct.
Now, of course, can you go back? You can take that down now. Go back. Now, you were asked whether or not you saw any glasses in the kitchen area, right?
Yes, sir.
Of course, Mr. Peterson didn't stay in the kitchen that whole night, did he?
No, sir, he didn't.
He actually went into the study area, didn't he?
He was moved, yes, sir.
And do you know whether he took any kind of soda or glass with him?
No, sir.
Let me show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 149. You recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Peterson's desk in his study.
All right. And is that a photo that was taken on December the 10th?
Yes, sir, it is.
By the police?
That's correct.
Move that into evidence.
Allow.
Put it up, please. See that right there?
I do.
Does that appear to you to be a bottle of soda or water and a cup?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Do you know whether that was ever processed or seized?
No, sir, I don't.
You haven't seen that in your documentation.
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Further questions, Mr. Yes, sir. Mr. George, I think you indicated that when you initially went into the residence, you didn't take any equipment with you. Is that right?
No, sir, I did not.
Would that be typical for that kind of call?
For that particular the information that I had received, it certainly would.
Okay, and I think when you got in there, you indicated you were there for 10 minutes or so, and then you began backing out. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And Mr. Rudolph asked you why you didn't take control and seize Mr. Peterson's clothing. Why didn't you do that?
Your Honor, I think my question actually was whether Durham Police or someone from the Durham Police could have done that. I think I've amended my question.
Why we didn't seize his clothing?
Why didn't you take Mr. Peterson's clothing at the point where you decided you needed to back out of the residence?
I couldn't seize anything without a search warrant.
Okay. And you knew that.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you didn't seize anything else at that point either, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you went outside, and based on your testimony, you waited for the search warrant to arrive.
Yes, sir, I did.
And about what time was that?
Approximately 6 o'clock.
Okay. And once the search warrant got in there, then you all went in and started processing the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And you started collecting things, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Some of the things you collected were Mr. Peterson's clothes, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to that search warrant.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Rudolph showed you a photograph. It's marked as 147. Is that a photograph that was taken by anybody from the forensics unit at the Durham Police Department?
As I stated to Mr. Rudolph, I've never seen that picture, and he had a copy of everything that was taken. And
Okay.
there was, our pictures were dated. And
So, do you have an opinion as to whether this is one of y'all's pictures or not?
my opinion is that it wasn't.
Okay. You've indicated that neither you and Mr. Campen or anybody else that was processing that scene put luminol in that stairway. Is that your testimony?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea who put luminol in this stairway, if that's what it is?
No, sir. Because with the amount of, if that had been luminol been sprayed there, when we were in there investigating, that would have been tracked off, but that hasn't even been tracked off.
So anybody could have done that.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. Peterson has hired numerous experts to look at this stairway?
I wasn't aware of it, no, sir.
If he had, could they have put luminol in the stairway?
To that as an outrageous allegation.
Mr. Rudolph. Mr. Rudolph.
Well, Judge,
Just object. Just object. Don't editorialize.
yes, sir.
Are you aware that there was a search warrant executed to go back into the Peterson's house on June the 27th of last year?
I was.
Okay. Are you generally aware of the reason for that search warrant?
We went back to do measurements.
Okay, of that stairwell.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything like that when you went in there?
No, sir, I did not.
No other questions?
I've got you want.
Let's take a 10-minute break right here. Members of the jury, remember the instructions the court has given you previously throughout the trial. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. 10-minute break, Mr. Day.
Court's going to stand in recess for 10 minutes.
All right, Mr. Rudolph.
Yes, sir. Just to follow up on a couple of the things that Mr. Harden asked about. You're familiar with a concept known as consent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't need a warrant to seize an item if you have consent, right?
That's correct.
Now, can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 120? Can you move that little thing at the bottom there? Thank you. That's a photo of the north wall and more specifically of the floor area that was noted in Defendant's 147, right? Is that a portion of the floor area there that's noted in Defendant's 147?
Yes, sir, it is.
And of course, there's no residue on the floor there, right?
No, sir.
Do you have a picture of that same floor area taken on December 10th?
I don't think there is.
Well, you were supposed to take photos to document exactly how the scene was left, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why was no photo taken? I mean, that's probably the most important scene in the house, isn't it?
That's one of the areas, yes, sir.
Yeah. Why was there no photo taken to document how that looked?
I can't answer that.
I'm sorry?
I cannot answer that.
Well, you were in charge of the scene,
That's
right?
correct, I was.
And of course, once the police give up the house to a suspect or a person, and he hires a lawyer, the lawyer is free to hire a photographer, right?
That's correct.
To come in and document.
Right. Yes, sir.
Because sometimes the police don't document everything because they're human, right?
That's correct.
So there's certainly nothing wrong or unethical with a photographer coming in and taking pictures of what was left by the police, is there?
There's nothing wrong with taking pictures, no, sir.
So, for example, this Exhibit 146. That doesn't have a date on it, does it?
It does not.
That one wasn't taken by the police, right?
I thought you stated to me that it was.
No, so I just asked you whether or not that was the area that was luminoled.
Yes, it was.
All right. And this picture doesn't have a date on it, does it?
No, sir, it doesn't.
And it's fair to say this picture wasn't taken by the police, correct?
Yes, sir, that's very fair to say.
All right. But that is the area you luminoled, isn't it?
That was luminol by Eric Campton, yes,
Yes.
sir.
And by the way, you didn't see all that luminol when you went back on June 26th upstairs either, did you?
There were a little bit of residue there, yes, but not a whole lot.
May we show you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 150. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir, that's the top of the stairway looking down with Agent Devers and myself down doing his blood spatter interpretation.
And this was taken on December 9th, correct?
That's correct.
The day before. By the way, all this was done before there was any luminol spraying done, correct?
Oh, yes, it was.
All right. Move 150 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Ask to publish that to the jury.
It's allowed.
Thank you. What we're talking about here is this is the whole stairway going down, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that right there is Deaver, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's you, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what are you doing there?
I'm sitting on the steps holding strings.
Okay. And no luminol has been sprayed in this area yet, right?
No, sir.
But you see that little thing there?
I do.
Can we go to Exhibit 146? Okay. You see that little circle area?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have an opinion about whether that matches up with the circle on Exhibit 150?
Yes, sir.
Can we do the comparison? You see where that is?
I do.
So would it be fair to say that that picture, whoever it was taken by, is a fair and accurate representation of the scene as the police left it?
The top picture?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Absolutely not.
Now, is there a picture of the top portion of the steps that was luminol, dated December 10th?
believe it is.
Could you show us?
I don't have it with me here, but I believe we can get one. If I'm not mistaken, I've seen one where it was showing luminol at the top of the steps.
Okay. With white residue?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. You'll be able to find that over lunchtime?
I think we can look for it, yes, sir.
Okay. But there is certainly no picture dated December 10th at the bottom.
No, it isn't.
Now, Mr. Harden asked you whether you were aware that Kathleen Peterson had a crushed larynx. Remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you said you weren't aware she had a crushed larynx, right?
That's correct.
Is this marked yet? Mark this as Defendant's Exhibit 151. Approaching. Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 151, which is the autopsy report. And on page 5 of 11, does it describe the internal examination of the neck?
Objection.
Hey, Joe. I wonder if Hardin realizes he said it wrong or if he thinks Rudolph is saying it wrong. I'm sorry, y'all. That's just a pet peeve of mine. I hate it when people say medical words wrong. If it's like something like cholecystectomy, I'll give them a pass. But when it's larynx, no. You don't get a pass on larynx.
No knowledge of this document. He didn't prepare it. It's hearsay.
Sustained.
Are you aware, sir, that in fact what the internal examination showed was that the larynx is clear?
Objection.
All right, Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation. Yes, sir, Mr. Hart.
Your Honor, I believe that what counsel is showing Mr. George is the autopsy that was prepared by Deborah Radish of Kathleen Peterson. He is attempting to ask him questions about the contents of it. That would clearly be well beyond his training. He has no knowledge of it, and it would be hearsay because it's prepared by Dr. Radish. Just because he can't get it in, the document in because it's hearsay, then doesn't allow him to ask questions about it. So I would object on all those grounds.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Rudolph.
Judge, it was Mr. Harden who opened up this area by asking the question, when you were processing the scene, were you aware that Kathleen Peterson had a crushed larynx? He asserted that as a fact in his question. The jury was left with the impression, and the witness said, no, sir, I wasn't aware of that. So the jury was left with the impression that she had a, quote, crushed larynx. I objected. I was told to sit down, and I did.
I didn't tell you to sit down.
Well, you sort of told me to sit down. But in any event, what the autopsy reveals is a fracture of the superior cornu thyroid cartilage, nothing to do with the larynx at all. And I think that I should be allowed to clear that up on recross. I didn't raise the issue. The district attorney raised it, and the jury shouldn't be left with a misimpression about what the injury was.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hart.
Well, Mr. Rudolph asked in
highway
cross-examination about a series of injuries as it related to that diagram or series of still photographs. It ends up being a motion picture diagram of actions in the stairwell with the poker. He asked about various injuries. That question directly relates to the question that he asked on cross-examination about specific injuries and whether this person was aware of those. He indicated that he wasn't. He's now said that he's not aware of any damage to the neck area. So that should be the end of the inquiry. He can ask that question of Dr. Radish when she testifies.
Okay. The problem is not that he asked about the injury. The problem is that he got it wrong and talked about a crushed larynx and created an impression for the jury that's simply wrong.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Rudolph. What is the importance at this stage, whether this witness knew that or not? I'm trying to see, does this relate to his role?
I have no idea why the district attorney asked the question, but he did. And once he did, if he had asked it properly, if he had said, were you aware when you were doing your processing that she had a...
I know, you guys can't hear me when I don't pause it. So her thyroid cartilage, I didn't hear what he said. Damaged, I think he said. Why was her thyroid cartilage damaged? From a fall down the stairs that she got laceration to the back of her head? Why was her thyroid cartilage damaged? And what about her hyoid bone? Because pretty much the only way to break the hyoid bone is if somebody strangles you. So now I'm curious about that. If her thyroid cartilage was damaged, that's a whole nother story. So the jury needs to hear that her thyroid cartilage was damaged. Now I can't wait for the ME to get up there. They're really good, Jill. Because one night, we go to Zaxby's. I guess that's possible. But your thyroid is protected. It's under your breastbone. I'm not exactly sure where the thyroid cartilage is. I don't know if it's exposed or not, or if it's under your breastbone. I'm not sure. But if it's under your breastbone, you wouldn't damage it by strangulation either. But you could by beating somebody up, probably, like if you hit them there. So I don't know. Now I'm going to have to look up exactly where it is. I know the thyroid. No. I was going to say I know it's under the breastbone because my friend had surgery, but that was her thymus gland. She had her thymus gland removed. And they had to actually cut her breastbone, like, to get to it. Because we teased her after the surgery. Yeah, it is. And the thymus, I was thinking thymus gland. Because my friend had her thymus gland removed. And after the surgery, because they had to get underneath the gland, she walked like this. Like, she turned. And she, like, would slump, kind of. Like, her bottom half would slump. But this all moved as one. Like, and we teased her. We told her she was walking like Urkel. So now I have to look and figure out where the thyroid cartilage is. I used to know. I've forgotten so much. But I'm trying to I want to say your thyroid cartilage is on your esophagus or your trachea somewhere. I'm going to have to look it up now. Yeah, thymus is underneath. So thyroid is above your thymus. So it's not as protected as the thymus. They're both like for your immunity as you get older. Yeah, some glands are actually made up of cartilage. They're like hard, sinewy. Have you ever eaten like a chicken gizzard? It's not really cartilage, but it's like weird. It's hard to explain. But yeah, the cartilage is, some of them have cartilage to protect them, and others are kind of actually made up of cartilage a little bit. It's weird. Yeah. So now I need to. I wished I'd kept my stupid coloring book. I'm going to buy a new one because I love to color. You can get an anatomy and physiology coloring book, and it's really cool because you get to color all the structures of the organs and everything. And so while you color, you learn where they are. And it tells, and like for the cardiovascular system, it tells you what colors, like either red or blue. So you can tell which is oxygenated blood and which is deoxygenated blood. And I loved my coloring book, and I don't know what happened to it, but I loved that thing. I'm going to have to buy another one. I know they still make them. I'm going to have to buy another one. No, that's not morbid. You're just fascinated with how the body works. That's cool. I still love that stuff. I've just forgotten so much. I was gonna say about the Zaxby's, I'm addicted. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to those sensation salads or whatever they're called at Zaxby's. I love those things. Travis is getting burnt out on Zaxby's though, so I didn't get one when he went to town the other night. I was quite disappointed, but anyway, one night we went to Zaxby's and they were out of salads, but they had the wraps. And I was like, why couldn't they have just put the stuff that goes inside the wrap in a bowl? It's the sensation salad wrap. I don't understand. The salad is in the wrap. Just put what's in the wrap in a bowl and it's a salad. Oh yeah. When I first started losing the weight, I did that a lot. But it's not satisfying, but it's in my head. It is satisfying. It's just when you're eating a sandwich, you want bread. It's not really messy, but it's not as dry as eating bread. So like your hands get kind of moist from the lettuce. If you use a big enough piece of lettuce, it's not really messy. Yeah, I like house too. My stepdaughter, I was at her, this was when she was still a teenager. We went to her house to pick her up one weekend when she had to visit, when it was Travis's weekend to have her. And she was watching House, and it was I don't remember what the condition was, but I was telling her all about it and everything, and I was really getting into the episode and explaining stuff to her and all, and she goes, "Remind me to never watch House with you again." I was like, Okay, I'm sorry. This is fascinating. I was just explaining it to you. I don't know why they said they were out of salad. Maybe they were out of the salad dressing? I don't know if I guess there's not salad dressing on it when they put it in the wrap. I don't know, but I was like, how can you have it to put in a wrap, but you don't have it to put in a bowl? Doesn't make any sense. But I'm glad they have it though, because that way I can, if I'm driving somewhere, I can go through a drive-through and just get the wrap. I don't have to worry because I can't eat a salad while I'm driving. Why is it never lupus? Yeah, I use romaine lettuce when I do mine like that too. I didn't get a fun clip for today. Or we would take a break right now. We did take a break. We talked about food and anatomy. I'm still wondering about that injury though. I'm trying. None of his story makes sense though. I don't ever do it with a burger. I just eat a burger with a fork. I only do it with like deli meat and cheese, but a burger, just fork. And lots of pickles. How did she fall down the stairs, get lacerations on the back of her head, damage her throat, get blood on the bottom of her feet, blood everywhere? It does not look like a fall down the stairs. I don't care what he says.
Fracture of the superior cornu of the thyroid cartilage on the left, I've got no objection to that.
Well, you both know that unless something very unusual happens in this case, that the medical examiner is going to probably testify.
Yes, sir. And I just think the jury ought to know right now, not be left for 3 weeks thinking there's a crushed larynx when there's not.
Is that the only thing you're going to ask him about?
Yes, sir.
I'll overrule the objection. All right, objection's overruled.
Thanks. We were talking about the question that you were asked by Mr. Harden about whether you were aware that Kathleen Peterson had a crushed larynx when you were doing your processing.
You see the little red spots? That's the thyroid cartilage. There's the hyoid bone is at the top of the thyroid. Oh no, that's not the thyroid cartilage. That's the thyroid cartilage. This whole big piece right here, that's the cricothyroid muscle. So that's the thyroid cartilage. And that's the hyoid bone. Usually it's the hyoid bone that gets broken when someone's strangled. And there's the So the thyroid's behind the cartilage. The cartilage is there to protect it. So basically, the thyroid, if it's thyroid is when you're young, it's your growth hormones. It helps you grow. So I get them mixed up because hypo means you don't have enough. Hyper means you have too much. And one makes you fat and the other one makes you super skinny. So if you have too much, they take your thyroid out and then put you on medication that gives you the right amount of the hormone that you need. And if you don't have enough, they leave it in and give you the medicine. So basically, either way, you're on thyroid medicine. Oh, that's not good. Hypo is the one that causes a weight gain? That's not cool. When I was younger, everybody kept telling me to go have my thyroid checked. And I was like, oh, cool. That's why I'm fat. There's something wrong with my thyroid. I'll go get it checked. They'll put me on medicine and I'll lose all this weight and I'll be normal. And it was never my thyroid. I've lost track of how many times I've had my thyroid checked. It's never my thyroid. Oh. Yeah, thyroid. One of our president's wife, George Bush, the first George Bush Sr., his wife had it.
You remember that question?
Yes, sir, I do.
In fact, sir, are you aware that the internal examination of the autopsy found that the larynx was clear, that there was no crushed larynx?
I'm not aware of that report, sir.
And that there was a fracture of the superior cornu of the thyroid cartilage. You aware of that?
No, sir.
And whether her thyroid cartilage had a fracture, would that have had any impact on how you processed the scene?
It certainly would not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hart?
No, sir.
All right, sir, you can come down.
May he be raised from his seat?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been employed as a crime scene investigator with the Durham?
Since 1988.
If you would, please, would you describe for the jury all of the educational background and training you've had as it relates to that field and in law enforcement?
I began law enforcement in 1974 as a dispatcher for the Atlantic Beach Police Department, and furthered my education through the Carter Technical Institute, taking the BLET, or the Police Certification Program, in 1975. Once I completed that, I've been through numerous schools with the North Carolina Justice Academy, Carter Technical Institute, Gastonia Police Departments when they held courses at their technical institution, all over the state. I've been to numerous schools dealing with crime scene investigation, approximately 5 courses in photography that were taught by the Justice Academy, the FBI, Nikon. I've taken courses dealing with, like I say, crime scene investigation, sex offenses, and the list goes on. I was just a lot of in-service training.
Okay. Now, I think you'd indicated you've been with the police department as a crime scene technician since 1989.
Since 88.
Excuse me, 88. I apologize. During that time period, what types of cases have you had the occasion to be called on as a crime scene technician or investigator?
These cases involved simple car break-ins, stolen automobiles, to death investigations.
As a crime scene technician, please describe to the jury exactly what your role is as it relates to an investigation of any nature.
To go in and once the officer is, or we've been informed that we've been dispatched to a crime scene, our job is to go in and document what that crime is by taking photographs, videotapes, notes, sketches, so it can be utilized in court if necessary.
Now, with respect to the Durham Police Department in particular, how many crime scene technicians are there now?
I believe his number is 11.
Okay. During 2001, in particular, in December, how many were there?
9 or 10. I think we were a little shorthanded then.
Okay. Now, with respect to how you are assigned to cases that you ultimately end up working, how does that happen?
When we go on duty, we check with communications, let them know that we are available for calls, and it all depends on who is available. If we have 2 crime scene investigators that are working that particular time, if one investigator is tied up on a call, then the call would, if I'm working with them, the call would come to me. Once I clear that call, if the other investigator is still tied up on his call, then the next call would come to me. So there is no real order to it. It's just who's available.
Okay. With respect to the supervision of y'all's activities, what's the general scheme of how that is formatted within the department?
We have a unit supervisor, and then we have what they call our senior investigators or crime scene technicians that basically their duties and responsibilities are to look at our reports, monitor what we do, any overtime, any time off or whatever, we would report that to them for their approval. Like I say, any case reports that I would write up after I get back from a crime scene, I would complete my report, and then I would turn it over to them to check it.
Okay. Now, let me direct your attention to December the 9th of 2001 and ask whether you were working as a crime scene technician or investigator with the Durham Police Department at that time.
I was employed at that time, yes.
Okay. With respect to that particular date, did you have the occasion to become involved in a call at 1810 Cedar Street here
yes,
at Durham?
Yes, I did.
If you would, please describe to the jury how that happened and what you did.
I was off duty at the time. I was home. I was the on-call supervisor, which meant if the person that was working out on the street or investigator out on the street needed assistance, they would get in contact with the communication center. Communication center would in turn contact me and let me know that I needed to either contact that investigator by radio or by telephone and respond to the scene if needed.
Now, as an on-call supervisor during that time period, what would that person's responsibilities be as it related to a call?
Just for support services, assistance, if they needed extra hands to help with things, if they may have questions that may arise during their investigation, if there's something they weren't sure of, they could refer that question to me. If I didn't have the answer, I would contact appropriate people to find out what that answer may be. It is not, when you think of the word supervisor, you think of someone that tells you how to do things or may write you up if you do something wrong or that type of thing. It was not that way. We had limited supervisory duties. We were there for assistance. If we needed additional personnel on the scene, I would be the one to make that call to that person or to other personnel if more assistance was needed. If anything special was needed from another agency, such as the crime laboratory, then it would be up to me to make sure that call was made and the appropriate personnel respond.
Now, Mr. George testified earlier, and he has indicated to this jury that he was designated as the lead crime scene technician for the call at 1810 Cedar Street. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
How did that happen, if you know?
When I arrived on the scene and got a briefing from Dan George, one of the things that I asked him was, I said, how do you feel? Because I know he'd been up for quite some time. I can't remember what the hours were on that particular shift, but it was, I'm guessing he probably put in like maybe 9 or 10 hours. And I wanted to make sure that he was comfortable and wide awake to be able to handle the call. And when I asked him, I said, how do you feel? Do you feel like up to taking the lead on this? He replied yes, and that's the way it went.
Now, why do you designate a lead investigator at a scene anyway?
To cut down a lot of chaos, to have one person that is basically ultimately responsible to make sure everything gets done. If not, you would have maybe people doing the same thing over and over and over again in a crime scene that's not necessary. So it's kind of the coordinator per se.
Now, are there occasions when you need to call more than one investigator or an investigator and a supervisor to a scene?
Yes.
If you would please describe for the jury generally how that occurs.
It's usually on your major crime scenes. I've been to many one that maybe 2 people murdered, 3 people murdered, where it was a very large scene, something that needed, if we needed somebody just to worry about doing the sketching for us, or if we needed somebody to just handle the photography end of it, it takes a lot of the burden off of one person. And I've been to crime scenes where I had to do all of it because there was nobody available. And it's a very demanding job. I mean, it's very tedious work, but it helps to have other people there to assist you. When I go on major crime scenes, if there are people available that can assist me, if there happens to be 2 crime scene investigators working that day, and there's not a lot of calls out there for them to handle, I'll pull them in to have one of them maybe do a diagram for me, and the other person I'll designate to run the video camera. That will be their specific job.
All right. Your Honor, I can proceed. Or is this an appropriate time to break?
Yeah, we'll take our lunch break at this time. Members of the jury, remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial, and we'll see you at 12:45. Mr. Deputy, if you will hold the jury back there for just a second. Questions, Mr. Hard?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And Mr. Campen, before lunch, you were in the process of describing how one was designated as a lead as compared with a supervisor at a scene, and we were specifically focusing in on December the 9th of 2001. Would you pick it up there and describe that process and then specifically focus in on exactly how you became aware of and responded to a call at 1810 Cedar Street?
As I stated earlier, That particular night, I was off duty. I was the on-call supervisor. And the reason I was the on-call supervisor, we have a unit supervisor that is in charge of everyone in the forensics unit. And at one time, that person would basically be on call every day of the week, 365 days a year. And that got to be a burden. So they designated 2 people to be what they call senior technicians, senior crime scene investigators to take on those extra duties. So there would be a 3-week rotation instead of one person having to do it all. So that originated back in '94. So, and that's the reason I was on call that particular night. I was the contact person in case of if there was another homicide, if there was another serious call, assault or something, I would either handle the call myself or I could get on the phone and contact additional personnel to come away from home to go answer that call. And that particular night, like I said, I received a page and I talked with Dan George on the radio. He informed me that he had an injury, an apparent injury from a fall down a flight of stairs. And I told him that I would be responding.
What time did you receive the call from Mr. George?
Approximately 3:45 in the morning.
And what precisely did you do in response to that call?
Like I said, I got on the radio. I spoke with Dan George on the radio, and I live in the northern part of the county, so I responded from my residence.
And when you respond, what did you do?
Once I got there, I had all the necessary equipment in my car to handle any of the scenes that may arise. So, I was prepared to handle any calls or assist in whatever manner it was necessary. And I got there on the scene at 4:49 in the morning.
And when you got there, generally describe what you saw as you approached the area.
When I arrived, I come in off the University Drive onto Cedar Street and went through the main driveway, which was at that particular time was blocked off with a patrol car. So he moved his car out of the way, and I drove through the driveway, went up to a circular drive, and parked in behind Dan George's car. And there were some people standing outside, officers standing outside. Near the steps to the what I consider the west side of the residence. At that particular time, it looked like the main entrance to me, but it was the west side of the residence. There were, through the windows, I could see some movement, officers moving around, people moving around in some of the windows. But, I specifically went there to speak with Dan George, and that's where I met him in the parking lot, or in the circular drive.
And what did y'all discuss at that point?
He gave me a briefing as to what he observed, the conditions that he found, and, where different things were located by just pointing at the residence, telling me, where the staircase is located, behind a particular wall where the body was located, that type of thing.
And approximately how long did this briefing take?
It was just very short minutes. I mean, maybe 4 or 5 minutes tops.
Okay. Once Mr. George briefed you on what the situation was, what happened?
Well, he informed me that, Dan George informed me that the investigator, Art Holland, was obtaining a search warrant. So we had to wait for that proper paperwork to come to the scene before any entry inside the residence could be gained. The weather, was kind of misty, wet, damp feeling. So he mentioned there was a couple of blood spots or stains out on the porch through that west door that I'm talking about, on the outside sidewalk, and one up on the porch. And we took a walk up there to take a look at those 2 stains that were there. And once we looked at them, we returned back to the parking lot and waited for Art Holland to arrive with the search warrant. You say it was misty and damp. Do you know approximately what the temperature was? It was not extremely cold. I mean, I had a short sleeve, 2-button-down type shirt with a light jacket. It's the one I usually wear. I mean, I didn't wear a heavy jacket that particular night, but I was comfortable. I mean, it was a little chilly, but nothing really severe. Okay. Now, you say you went back to the vehicle after you made those observations? Yeah, and just waited around. Okay. And you had indicated that you were waiting for Investigator Holland to return with the search warrant. Right. And also, I did also page Angie Powell. She was in training underneath me, and the reason that I contacted her was to, give her the experience of, different scenes. A lot of times when we're actually working, we may only get break-in calls. So if there's a deceased call, something of interest that may help her to learn, we'll call them in off when they are off to get the training, to make their observations.
Now, during your conversation with Mr. George, did you all make some decisions about who was going to do what?
Well, with him being designated as the lead, as far as him taking the scene, he felt comfortable with it. He was wide awake, ready to go to handle the scene. It was his call on what things that were done as far as any documentation that he did, photographs that, any specifically photographs that he wanted taken, video. I know Dan George did take the video. We did have Angie Powell do the photographs. The reason I chose or asked her to do the photographs, with his approval, was that was part of her training. We had our own mini lab inside the forensics unit. We could develop photographs as soon as we took them, just like a 1 hour photo map. That's basically what it is. So she had a lot of time to learn to take photographs. I viewed those photographs. I had her take photographs in different lighting conditions, when she was off, when she was on, just to get familiar with the camera, and she took excellent photographs. So, I trusted her, in taking those photographs. So I asked that, she be the one to take the photograph.
Now, at some point, did she arrive at that location?
Yes, she did.
Did Investigator Holland arrive at that location?
Yes.
And what was the sequence in that, please?
I don't remember the exact time that Angie Powell come on the scene. I didn't write that, make a notation that. I knew that we had an officer that was in charge of describing who entered and who exited the scene. So, that was being documented. Exact time of when Art Holland showed up, I do not know. I was not looking around the parking lot trying to figure out who was coming and going. I just know eventually he did show up, and we were given authorization to go into the scene.
And when he arrived and you felt like you had authority to go into the residence, who went with you and what was done?
Well, we had Dan George, Angie Powell, and myself. We entered in up or down the steps first to where those two bloodstains were. We photographed them. They were videotaped, photographed, and I did a sketch of them, of where they were located, and took measurements. And then Dan George went inside with the video camera and let him videotape. And then Angie Powell went in behind him a few minutes later. I don't know exactly when, how long that took, but it was just a few short minutes later. She went in behind and started taking photographs of the scene. Okay. And I basically stayed out of the way until a lot of the video and photographs were taken. Sometime I was in there when some of it was taken, when they were taken, because you could see my feet or you could see my face or whatever. So I was in there during some of those, but I tried to stay out of the way.
Now, when you all went back into the when you went into the residence for the first time with Ms. Powell, Mr. George had already been in briefly and had come out. Is that right? He gone in with the initial call.
The initial call, yes.
Okay. Now, when you all go back in with the search warrant, describe how you were clad. What were you wearing?
We're wearing our standard uniform, like BDU type pants, shirt, and a jacket like I was wearing. We had gloves on, latex gloves like doctors wear, surgeons wear, examiners wear, and boot covers or shoe covers.
And what are those shoe covers made out of, if you know?
The ones that I was wearing has it's a paper type material with like a plastic type coating on the outer surface.
And why were you wearing those things?
For protection. We knew we had a bloody scene. I was instructed that there was some blood in the scene. So it's for our protection. It's to prevent us from contaminating our clothes. Because once we get blood on our clothes, we have to take them and package them specially and have them shipped off and have them cleaned. So, we wear protective clothing for that purpose.
Okay.
Do you any bloodborne pathogens or anything that we try to prevent from taking home?
Do you provide those booties for others as well so that they can cover their clothing when they go into a scene?
Yes.
Okay. Do you use it in addition to your own protection as protection of the area? Over. Do you use it for protection of the area as well?
Yes, it can be, yes. There's sometimes some misconception as far as like gloves. If you touch something that's got prints on it, they think if you're wearing gloves that you're not going to wipe those prints away. You still have that chance. So you have to be extremely careful on what items you touch. Even though you're wearing this protection, does not mean that you cannot brush away a dusty footprint that's on a surface, or something that has latent prints on it, does not mean that you cannot smear them and wipe them away. So you have to be extremely careful. But it's the biggest portion is for our safety.
Okay. Now, once you make the entry into the scene and you'd indicated that Mr. George was taking video and Ms. Powell had started taking photographs, what did you do exactly?
I followed Angie Powell in to the scene so I could stay out of her camera view as much as possible, and went down the the hallway that leads heading back north as we go into that west door, heading back north to where Kathleen Peterson's body was located. And I basically, did a walkthrough, visual inspection of just basically to see what type of crime scene we had.
Okay. And just describe what you saw.
Well, I saw, the body of Kathleen Peterson, lying on her back. Her legs were spread apart. Her left foot was close to the east wall of the hallway. Her right foot was close to the west wall of the hallway, next to the door. She had no shoes on. The bottoms of her feet were bloody. She was wearing what appeared to be a jogging type clothing outfit, that type of material. There was a lot of blood on it. There were paper towels, some of them wadded up in different locations. There were a pair of tennis shoes, a pair of socks, what appeared to be a couple of shirts laying in the hallway. There were a couple of towels, cloth towels underneath her head. And that was the main observation of what I saw when I was entering that area.
And once you made those observations, what did you do?
I moved out of the way, went in towards the kitchen area so they could finish photographing, taking any additional photographs that need to be taken in that area for documentation purposes. And I basically looked around the kitchen area just to get a layout of the residence to see what we were dealing with.
Okay. And all of this you were doing this while they were taking video and photos?
Yes.
Okay. Once you had made the observations in the kitchen area, what did you do?
Went back to the main scene. Well, what I consider the main scene was around her body, and did a visual inspection of the inside of the staircase.
Did you go up into the
Eventually, yes, I did.
Okay.
So I could see exactly what we were dealing with, and that was done with a flashlight. The interior light or hall light up on the top portion of the staircase was off. That eventually was turned on. And just had a visual inspection of, where the blood was.
Now, was Ms. Peterson's body still in the area when you made those observations in the stairwell?
Yes.
Do you know about what time she was removed? Well, let me back up. After you made those observations in the stairway, what did you do?
I know that I probably left the inside of the residence for different times throughout, making contact with investigators or the person who's in a mobile substation to make contact with the medical examiner to let them know that, go ahead and have the medical examiner contacted to bring them in. And just, a lot of it was just sit and wait.
Okay. Once you made the observations in the stairway, exactly what activity did you engage in next?
A lot of it was just waiting for the medical examiner.
Okay.
And talking to investigators, nothing specific, just, general conversation with investigators. I was trying to stay out of Dan George's way and Angie's way so they could do their job.
At some point, did the medical examiner arrive at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, they did. Or yes, he did.
If you would, please go ahead and describe what your involvement was in that process.
When the medical examiner did arrive, and like I say, that's in the officer's notes as far as what time they're actually coming on the scene. We met with the medical examiner inside the residence. We knew that the victim would need to be, or at least moved or transported, possibly to Chapel Hill. So we had what we call a body bag. It's a vinyl bag that we put the victim in for transport. And we had that basically packaged up, ready to go. I mean, it's still in this container. And we instructed the medical examiner that we wanted to make sure that instead of him examining the body there, he can make his visual observations, of course, where the body is sitting, but any going through, getting really close and start doing a lot of movement of the body, we wanted the body moved out of that the edge of that stairwell and put in a better area to make his observations. So we placed her, we got the body bag as close to her left side as we could get it, partially under her, and actually lifted her straight up and put her in that body bag, and then took her down the hallway close, somewhat close to the west door where we were located, so he can make his examination.
Now, prior to the arrival of the medical examiner and the movement of Ms. Peterson, had Mr. George completed his video based on what you saw?
Yes, prior to the medical examiner, actually before the medical examiner was in contact us, I had Dan, George, and Angie. I said, you guys make sure you got your video done around her body, photographs are taken, your sketch and measurements, make sure that's completed. So when the medical examiner does arrive, you're not trying to rush. He's not trying to, he's got his job to do. He needs to get in there and get out. So we just want to make sure all that was completed prior to him getting there.
Now, you say the medical examiner was there and you gave him instructions about how you wanted the body handled. Go ahead and pick it up from there and describe what happened and what you heard and saw.
Okay, once we got the body into the body bag, we lifted the body bag up and took her just outside of the double doors of that hallway and opened the body bag back up, didn't take the body out, just left it in there, and he examined, her body, her head and so forth. And because at the time we still did not know exactly where her injuries were. I mean, we couldn't visually see them with her in the staircase. So, he was able to assist us by telling us that, it was possibly 2 or 3 or 4 wounds visible to the head. And he would not know exactly what occurred until, the full autopsy, which I knew that, at the time.
Now, if you would please you generally describe what she was wearing. What was the condition underneath Ms. Peterson's body when y'all removed her?
There was some damp blood there. I know when we did pick her body up and put it in the body bag, there was some blood dripping, which is not uncommon. I mean, there was no way to get any air underneath her body and the floor to have that drying process. So,
what about on the tops of her body with respect to the condition of the clothing? Was that area wet or dry, do you recall?
It appeared to be dry to me. I mean, it is.
Objected what it appeared to be. I think George has already testified as to what it was.
Go ahead and describe what you saw.
It appeared to be dry to me. I mean, as far as damp to the touch, I had gloves on, so I don't know, if it was wet or not. But it had the appearance of being dry to me.
All right. Now, you say that once Ms. Peterson was moved into the body bag, that's when Dr. Snell actually made his examination?
Yes.
And exactly what did he indicate to you or in your presence?
That there was possibly 3 to 4 injuries to the head that may be related to injury from a fall down the stairs, but he could not make that determination until a full autopsy was done.
Okay.
And he was also concerned about the amount of blood that was in the staircase.
Okay.
Which was the same concern that I had.
Now, about how long was he there examining Ms. Peterson, if you recall?
Just a few minutes. I didn't keep up with the time.
Were you with him during the examination?
Yes.
Okay. Once he made the examination of Ms. Peterson, what happened?
He left the scene. The mortuary service was contacted, and they came and transported the body to Chapel Hill.
Okay. Now, while you were waiting for the mortuary services to come pick Ms. Peterson up, what did you do, and what did you observe?
I went back outside to the mobile command center, like I said, quite a few times. So a lot of that I was out of the way.
Okay.
So I did nothing inside the residence.
To your knowledge, was Mr. George going about his business of processing the scene, or were you involved in that aspect of it at that point?
I was not involved in that. I stayed out of his way so he could do his job.
Okay. Now, what about with respect to Ms. Powell? What was she doing at that point?
I believe she was still inside the residence, possibly taking photographs. I don't know.
Okay. And you said you were in and out on some occasions from the command post into the residence. And exactly why were you having to go in and out of the house?
Restroom breaks, drink breaks, or coffee breaks. I love my coffee. Any questions that any investigators may have had. I know a couple of times I was asked to go out and see one of the investigators or the sergeant, just to go out there and talk to them, let them know at what process we were, or how things were going. They ask, how long.
Okay, this live stream has gone off the rails. This one says, give yourself time. Isn't that cute? That's on Amazon. It comes in purple, blue. That's blue. That's more like a teal. And that's dark gray. It looks black to me. They're $9.99. That's not bad.
What's it going to take, or do you have any idea of where they are, or what type of process? Just general conversation.
Okay. Now, after Ms. Peterson was removed and you had gone in and out of the house, what was your next significant activity as it relates to that scene?
Having someone come in and do a blood splatter interpretation on the scene itself. Because in my mind, like I say, we were looking at different theories, or at least a couple of theories. Did she fall down the steps? I couldn't make that determination. Was there an intruder? I couldn't make that determination. I just knew that there was, a lot of blood stains on the walls in that hallway that it just didn't seem right to me. Okay. And I wanted an expert opinion on what caused it.
Go ahead and walk through that process about what you did to make those decisions, if you would, please.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean.
When you indicate that things just didn't look right to you and you thought you needed a blood spatter expert to come and conduct an analysis, walk us through the process that you went through to make those decisions, if you would.
It's just general observations. The blood that was by her, or on the wall by her right foot in that door area, there was blood stains there that just didn't appear right. If she fell down the stairs, I think of laws of gravity. Everything goes in the direction they're falling. And it was outside the staircase. Okay. There was blood that was underneath a photograph inside the staircase on the north wall. That was, the photograph was up pretty high, and there was, blood stains on that photograph. It just seemed unusual to me that you can have that, not that it was a lot of blood. I've been to bloodier scenes, but having blood that high in those areas, it concerned me. It just didn't seem right. Is it possible? I did not count out that it, was not an injury, down the staircase. I didn't know. I've never dealt with this type of a scene with an injury down a flight of stairs. Okay. So it concerned me. What do we have?
Now, at some point, did you ask for some assistance from someone to help make decisions about whether it was appropriate to call a blood spatter expert?
The actual decision to call the blood splatter expert was mine. Okay. I relayed it to the sergeant that was in the mobile command center. I can't recall his name right this second, but it was one of the CID criminal investigation sergeants. And I told him, I said, we need to have the blood splatter expert in here, and I'll make the call. So I'll call the SBI in Raleigh and I'll make the call. and about getting in here. Prior to that, I did have Rebecca Reed contacted with the Durham Police Department. She's been through the blood splatter training course, and I went through it back in 1994. But it's one of those things, if you don't use it, you lose it. Well, I was in the lose it category because I didn't use it in a lot of crime scenes. So I was very rusty in it. And I felt that with having her there and her knowledge, or at least when she went to school, maybe she could remember things that she could refresh my memory on things, and we could have both handled it. But there was things that even she forgot because it's not used that often. So we needed somebody in here that uses it on a regular basis that could make that determination for us.
Okay. And did you in fact call the SBI to get some assistance?
Yes, I made a phone call to the SBI office in Raleigh, and they took down my name and number and had Agent Beavers, which was, at that particular time, he was in a class. So as soon as he got out of class, they immediately paged him, and he contacted me by phone.
Do you know approximately what time you communicated with the SBI requesting the assistance?
So while he was in class, I'm guessing around 3:34, something like that, because he didn't get out until, I think, 5 o'clock, something like that. It was kind of late. Exactly
what day was it that you actually asked for the assistance from the SBI?
It was on the 9th, so that was, Tuesday? No, that's not Tuesday. December the 9th, I don't know which day that is right this second.
Okay. Did you stay in the area, or did you leave the area waiting for Agent Deaver to arrive?
Yes, I did. I went back to police headquarters, saw Angie Powell there. She'd gone to the medical examiner's office to collect any clothing or any items of evidence that were collected by the medical examiner. She would retrieve those and bring them back to the police department to either be dried or turned into the property or evidence control room. And I met her, and when I met her, she had already had the photographs. All the photographs that she had taken, the rolls of film that she had taken, she'd already run those through the machine and had them ready in 8x10s for us. So I was able to take those back to the scene to help with the investigation.
Okay. And do you recall generally what time this was when you were able to accomplish that?
2:33, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. At some point, did you go back to the residence?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Approximately when was that, and what were you doing?
Returned back to the residence, like I said, with the photographs and with information that was relayed to Angie Powell that, it was, that there was multiple wounds to the head. And relayed that information to the investigators in the mobile substation.
And did you show those photographs to anybody at that scene?
Yes.
Generally, who did you show them to?
The investigators that were in the mobile substation. How many were in there, I don't know. There might have been officers in there taking a break. I mean, several people looked at them. And it's usually good. Usually we'll take Polaroid photographs, the very first thing to let the investigator view instead of coming in and walking through the crime scene. It makes it a little bit easier for us. But that particular time, like I said, we had 8x10 photographs of a lot of the areas in the residence and that particular area of the staircase. Okay. So it gave them a better view of what we were looking at.
Okay. Now, at some point while you were at the scene, did Agent Deaver arrive?
Yes, he did.
If you would please describe if you had any conversation with him and what you did.
Yes, Agent Deaver did arrive. He arrived. I was out at the mobile command station when he did arrive. We met inside the mobile command station, and I had the 8x10 photographs. He looked at those, and he wanted to go inside to the scene to take a look at it.
Okay.
And we put on our gloves and our booties at the door on that west entranceway, and went inside, and he viewed the scene.
Were you with him when he did that?
Yes, I was with him, and he began his investigation from there.
Okay. If you would, please go ahead and describe what your activity was at that point in the residence.
Just to assist him in whatever means necessary, if he needed any supplies or whatever he needed. I mean, as far as I was concerned, that was his. That part of the crime scene was his. He had full run of it, whatever he needed to do. And my job was just to assist. If it was writing down something, or if it was holding strings or getting tape or lighting, we did bring in an extra set of lights for him, in that staircase so he could, view the scene a little bit better. Whatever it took, whatever he needed, I was there for.
Okay.
And basically the only thing I really did do was set up lights for him.
Okay.
So.
Now, did you also assist Dan George as well during that period of time?
Dan George had gone home for a while, and he did come back later on that evening. I don't have that time. Like I say, the officer scribe would have that. He did return while Agent Devers was there, and he basically just observed and sit back and watch what Devers was doing.
Now, while Agent Deaver was actually conducting his analysis, you indicated you're just kind of there as a standby support person.
Right. I was not there to look over his shoulder, making sure he was doing his job, because I didn't know his job. If he's like me, he feels uncomfortable with somebody staring over his shoulder.
Sustain. With respect to the activity that you saw Agent Deaver engage in, go ahead and describe that and any role that you played in that, please.
I basically stayed out of his way. I looked at a lot of what I saw of him was the back of his head, because he was looking at the north wall and different areas inside, and I didn't interfere with what he was doing.
Okay.
At one point, he requested that or he asked me, do y'all do luminol? And I said yes. And he asked me if I would spray luminol on the upper part of the staircase. And so I, said certainly, and went out and got the kit that we use and mixed the chemicals up and sprayed luminol in the upper part of the staircase.
At that point, had luminol spraying been done anywhere?
No, luminol had been done. That was the very first time.
Okay. And with respect to his direction for you to conduct the luminol processing, was he specific about exactly where he wanted you to do that?
Yes. He told me, he said, we need to, if you could, luminol the upper part of the staircase. He said, I do not want you to spray in the bottom part of the staircase for any reason whatsoever. And I knew that because you do not spray in visible blood. So I was very careful not to go into that area. I started from step 6 and went up, or step 6 coming down. So number 1's at the top, coming down. So from step 6 to number 1 is where I did my luminol process, and on the upper landing of the staircase.
Okay. And if you would, please go ahead and describe how you went about the process of applying the spray and exactly what you saw.
Okay. First of all, luminol is a 3-part chemical. You've got sodium carbonate, which is there's a certain number of grams, 25 grams of that you have to mix into 500 milliliters of distilled water. You have to sit there and shake that up, and it seems like it takes forever for those crystals to finally dissolve. And then after that, you use sodium carbonate or perborate, sodium perborate, which is 3.5 grams, and then 0.5 grams of luminol. And those 3 chemicals make up your luminol solution. And basically what it does is when that luminol solution hits the blood or the red blood cells, it produces a light source. And that light source turns a bluish green, similar to that of a lightning bug. You see a lightning bug glow. That is what you're basically looking at, is that light source. And it only lasts for 20 seconds, 25 seconds, depending on how strong the reaction is. So after we got the chemicals mixed, I say I mixed the chemicals. I had Angie Powell behind me. And what she was doing was she was doing the phenolphthalein test.
What is that?
That is a presumptive presumptive test for blood.
And why would you use that either in conjunction with or as a response to the luminol?
Luminol will react to many different things. It reacts to blood. It reacts to vegetation. It reacts to copper, different metals. It reacts to rust. Phenolphthalein does not. So you go behind it to check the positive glow or a glow that is real strong, you go back with a piece of filter paper and you wipe that surface, and then you actually do the phenolphthalein test on the filter paper to see what reaction you get. If you get an immediate pinkish, if the filter paper turns an immediate pink after all three chemicals are put on that surface, on that filter paper, then you know you have a positive reaction. So, and that's why we use that, is to back up the luminol process.
All right. Go ahead and describe what you saw as it relates to the areas that you sprayed with luminol.
Well, starting at step 6, working up, we sprayed that area. Step 6, 5, and 4 had no reactions. Step 3 had a reaction about to the right side of the step area on top of the step itself. And it was a small circular pattern, and it had what appeared to be a stain that run away from it off to the right or to the west wall. It appeared to be smeared. And like I say, that was not visible at the time that we sprayed it. So this is finding invisible blood, or blood you can't see with a naked eye. On top of or in front of the first step, just above the kick plate, there was a little bit of blood there, which that was visible beforehand because I had Agent Devers look at it. And on top of the landing, on top of the staircase, there were a couple of reactions there. And we tested those spots with luminol first. And once we got a strong reaction, or that bluish glow, we tested it with phenolphthalein, and it also turned out to be positive. We sprayed the door that leads out of the staircase into what I consider it's a hallway, but it looks like a little reading room. It had a computer there, books, chairs, couch, that type of thing. So it looked like a little reading room. And I sprayed that door on the inside of the staircase. I got a reaction on the upper right-hand panel. That particular doors had like a 4-panel. You see them a lot of front doors. They're kind of long and narrow. And there was a reaction on the top right panel that also appeared to be a smear print.
Now, did you do anything to document those reactions that you just described?
Just in my notes or in my report, major case report, I documented those.
Okay. Now, did you use luminol in any other area of the house at that point?
No. Yes, I'll take that back. Yes, we did. I used it underneath the staircase where she was lying, or where the blood stuff was. When you go around heading back south towards that west doorway, there's another staircase that goes underneath that staircase, and there's another one that goes underneath that into a garage area. And first of all, I did a visual check on that with a flashlight to make sure there was no visible blood. And then I went back and sprayed luminol on the door, the walls. That was a very narrow staircase. It was a pretty steep incline. And sprayed the steps about halfway down, maybe a little bit 3/4, and there was no reactions whatsoever with luminol.
Okay. Was there any other luminol processing done at that scene that day that you're aware of?
No.
After you completed that process, what did you do?
Assisted Agent Deaver with any cleanup or any additional stuff that he needed, taking down the lights, that type of thing, but did not do anything inside that staircase. During one of the breaks that we had, Agent Devers and I know Agent Devers left out of the room to go in the kitchen to take a break. He told me he was going to get away from it for a few minutes. I went in there with him, and I was standing in the kitchen, and he was over by the sink area, a small sink in the stove, and he lifted up the pot that was located in that sink, and he told me, he said, "You need to come smell this." He said, "It's real strong. It smells like alcohol." So I went over there and I stuck my nose down in the hole, and sure enough, it was a strong odor of alcohol.
Okay.
And he asked that he wanted to know if I'd processed the two glasses, or what appeared to be wine glasses, on that counter. I said no. So I processed those for fingerprints using magnetic powder.
And describe that process, if you would, please.
It's on the glass surfaces. Usually you can take a flashlight and observe through the glass if there's any residue there from your fingers or lip prints, that type of thing. But I went ahead and decided to use magnetic fingerprint powder on glass because it works really well. And I was able to get fingerprints off of one of the glasses. The other glass, even when you looked at it visually, it was real. It appeared to be really clean, and did not see any fingerprints visibly. And did a latent search on it with the fingerprint powder and didn't get any prints off the other glass.
Okay.
There was also a wine bottle there that Agent Deaver had picked up with holding the very tip of it or top of it, and he wanted to know if I had the phenolphthalein kit with me, and I did. And he wanted a filter paper, so I gave him one of those filter papers. He rubbed the bottle down, and then I checked it with phenolphthalein to see if there was any blood reaction or any action to see if there was any blood there, and there was no reaction noted.
Okay, now if you do the phenolphthalein processing, can you come back and fingerprint something once the phenolphthalein process is done?
Now, once you wipe that bottle down, you're basically smudging or smearing and deleting any prints that are there, so I would say no.
Okay. Once you assisted Agent Deaver with the phenolphthalein of the wine bottle, what did you all do?
He went back to do his calculations and taking his notes, and like I said, just assisted him with if he needed anything.
Did y'all look around in the kitchen anymore?
No, sir. I know he doesn't. I don't remember him looking around in any particular areas. Yeah, I probably did. Just to be curious, see if I could see anything that would help us in our investigation.
Did you recall looking at any of the cabinets, either the base cabinets or the upper cabinets?
No, I did not.
Could he have done that while he was there and you just didn't see it?
Correct.
Overruled. You can answer that.
No, anything's possible. Yes, I mean he could have.
Okay.
Object to that answer. Move to strike.
Overruled. Motion denied. Now, you had indicated that after y'all completed the processing of the wine bottle, what did you do? He went back and started his calculations, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you assist him any further with that?
No.
What did you do?
Sat around and waited. It was a waiting game for me. I mean, I had nothing to do. That was his investigation. I knew nothing about what he was doing, so I stayed out of his way and just waited for if he needed anything.
Okay. Did he make any other request for assistance of you?
No.
Do you recall?
No, sir.
Okay. But you were waiting in the area for support if he needed it?
Yes, and then sometimes I'd go outside to the mobile command center and get something to drink, water or something.
Did you become involved in any other processing of that scene that day or that evening at that point?
No, we basically left about the same time. All of us left.
And about what time was that? Do you recall?
Around 11:30.
Okay. Now, at some point, we say you left that evening. Did you make some decisions about going back into the house on the next day?
There was a briefing later on that we meet at headquarters on the morning of the 10th at 9 o'clock, and they would decide what needed to be done. So I showed up at their briefing at 9.
Okay, and what did you all do during that briefing?
Just discussed the areas that needed to be searched. They had called in additional investigators and personnel to conduct a search outside the residence first and then move in to the residence. And, that was the plan they had. And that's the plan we went with. We all met back at 1810 Cedar Street at approximately 10 o'clock and to where that process began.
And go ahead and describe what your role was in that.
When I arrived on the scene, 1810 Cedar Street, I put a crime scene barrier tape along the Kent Street side, which is located on the west side of the property line.
Now, this is the next day, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They requested crime scene tape be put up, so I expanded it from the northwest corner of the property line all the way down Kent Street to the southwest corner of the property line. I went across the property line over to Cedar Street, and then ran crime scene tape from the southeast corner of Cedar Street up the property line to the opposite corner.
Okay.
And then my job was to wait outside on the west side of the property line around a circular drive, just in case anybody found anything that needed to be photographed and documented. And that's what I did. I waited for anyone to give me a call.
Okay. Did anyone need your assistance with respect to that particular aspect of the search?
There was a call that I received to go to the rear or the other side of the residence, up on the balcony, just off of the kitchen, to collect a Diet Coke can.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you process that Coke can?
Yes, I photographed it in its location, and after I photographed it, I placed a can, or actually took the can in my fingertips and with the gloves on, of course, and went to my patrol car, or my crime scene car, and processed the can, or removed the hairs off of the can first and packaged them up in an envelope, and then processed the can for latent fingerprints similar to that of what I described with the wine glasses, using magnetic powder, and lifted latent prints off of that and put them on latent cards and held onto that evidence for Investigator George.
Okay. What other activities, after you did that processing, what did you do as it relates to any other activity at that residence for processing the scene?
Just doing searching, waiting for any calls, while I was waiting for someone to tell me that, they had something they needed photographed, or something that, that was of interest, they wanted documented with photographs or whatever. It was basically a waiting game.
Okay.
I did receive a call to go upstairs and photograph and document where a condom and condom wrapper.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to send you on a break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. There will be some things we'll have to discuss outside of your presence. So when you finish your break, don't come back here. Just report to the jury pool room, and the deputy will alert you when it's time to come back. So won't you take a break until about 2 o'clock. If you will collect yourselves in that room, we'll send for you if we're prepared at that time. All right, there's an objection. Mr. Harden, what area is he getting ready to get into at this point?
Well, Your Honor, he was indicating that he had located a condom and a condom wrapper in one of the bedrooms, and that's when the objection occurred. Now, we believe it's appropriate for this witness to talk about that for a couple of reasons. Number one, Mr. Rudolph opened that door when he brought in the search warrant about Kathleen Peterson and the information about the sexual assault kit that was taken of her at the funeral home. He opened that door with that search warrant. We wouldn't have necessarily had to go down that path, but we did have to explain it to the jury, and we offered the information from the affidavit indicating that, at least based on this condom, there was some possibility that she had been sexually assaulted. We found that's not necessarily the case. However, it's relevant because they opened the door as it relates to the possibility of sexual assault. He was trying to basically show that we violated her body in some way, when all we're trying to do is to conduct an investigation. Number two, with each of the witnesses, he has extensively cross-examined them about what they did and what they didn't do. We spent 3 days talking to Dan George about what he did and what he didn't do. This officer needs to have that same opportunity to talk about things that he did as it relates to all of his activities. Now, the flip side of the coin that we were talking about at the bench as it related to certain materials and photographs having been made of those materials, I was going to ask this witness whether he made photographs, but not specifically ask him about the content of those materials. But as it relates to that activity, I think it's very important for this jury to know what he did to document his actions in that house as it relates to processing of the scene.
Is there some other relevance with the condom in the package, the wrapper, other than your response to the question raised by the defendant?
Well, in order to demonstrate that relevance, Your Honor, some other information about those materials and materials on the computer would have to be disclosed.
Okay, well, I wasn't talking about all those things. I was talking about just the condom in the wrapper.
Yes, sir. We believe that there is some relevance to it, and we would like to be able to argue that in closing argument.
Well, you may have to argue before closing argument.
I know, and I'm in a delicate area here, and I realize that the court has ruled on certain aspects of some information taken out of the computer and taken out of Mr. Peterson's home. So it puts me at a distinct disadvantage to argue aspects of this without disclosing the content of that material.
Well, you may have to disclose the contents of the material at some point.
Yes, sir.
But as to what this relevancy of the other items?
Only as it relates to photographs made of the condom, not as it relates to the actual material that was collected out of the study and photographed.
All right.
What he can do is do the same thing with the condom that he's going to do with the other thing, and that is to say he was called up to the bedroom and took a picture of some items, and here's the picture, and then it's not put into evidence unless and until the actual item itself comes into evidence, and we can argue about it at that point. There's no reason to do any differently with the condom than what he's doing with the other materials that are in the folder in the den.
Well, he's indicated that the other witness did discuss the condom and the wrapper, of course, over your objection.
Yes, sir. It was completely over my objection. We asked that that be stricken from the list of items seized. The court overruled that objection. But talking about the fact that they had to do 4 different searches on 4 different days and how that relates to their competence as investigators does not open the door to every and anything that they ended up taking, however irrelevant it might be. So our argument on the condom and the condom wrapper, which, by the way, was in cobwebs by the bedroom door, by the bedroom bed, is that they're simply not relevant. The condom was unused.
Are you testifying now about?
I'm telling you what the discovery says. I mean, that's what the discovery says. It says that the thing was in cobwebs. The wrapper was in cobwebs by the bed. And the discovery also indicates that the condom was not in any way used. And our position is that that makes those items irrelevant.
Well, the discovery does not say that it wasn't used.
Dude, you're the one that brought up the stupid condom. You brought it up. You're the one that said that they had a search warrant for an SA kit for her because of the condom that they found. You're the one that brought that up. It was irrelevant because they found that she wasn't SA'd. Why'd you bring it up if now you're going to argue that it's irrelevant? Oh my God, you're the most annoying thing.
It says that there was no DNA found in the condom. The condom was rolled out and laying on the floor less than 2 feet from the bed. It wasn't in cobwebs. That condom wrapper could have been thrown in that corner. Those cobwebs, I'm assuming, had been there for who knows how long. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. the fact that the condom was rolled out indicates that it was in the process of some kind of use, at least it would to me. And aside from the relevance as it relates to the material taken out of the computer and out of the study, they opened the door. They wanted to talk about that search warrant and make it appear that we had defiled Miss Peterson's body in some way, and it was important for us to show that we had a rational reason to get that search warrant in the affidavit that supported it, and that was the rolled out condom beside the bed.
All right. Anything else? All right. Court in its discretion will overrule the objection. I believe the defendant did open the door to this line of testimony. I think the foundation that the state's needs as to its other theory as to what was found and how it's used has to be laid through this witness. Apparently, I'm going to ask you at this time not to go into the subject matter of the computer or the read materials. As to this condom in the wrapper, I think this witness can testify as to what he found. I believe it's already come in through another witness. And objections overruled. So why don't we take a break until 2 o'clock, and Mr. Deputy, if you have the jury back at 2, I think they're going to finish their break at 2. As soon as they get back, can you have them down?
At 2 o'clock, bring them back to 2.
Yes, sir. I told them to reassemble at 2 because I didn't know how long this was going to take.
Yes,
they should be up there at 2. Just have them come back.
Yes,
all right, you can come down. So take a break.
And Mr. Campen, you were at the point where you were describing that you had taken some photographs, and I think you were in the bedroom upstairs. Please go ahead and describe what you photographed.
Okay, I was requested to go up to the south upstairs bedroom on the south end of the residence and to take photographs and collect a used condom and a condom wrapper. And that's what I did. I went there and took photographs of it, took measurements of where the condom was located and where the wrapper was located next to the bed.
All right. Now, once you did that, what did you do?
Collected those items and went back downstairs waiting for another request.
Okay. At that point, or some point after you conducted those activities, did you further engage in processing of that scene or taking photographs of that scene?
Yes, there was an additional request for me to go into the study or office area, which is also located on the south end of the residence on the lower level.
All right.
To go in and take some photographs of some documents.
All right. Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
After you made the photographs of those documents, what did you do?
While the other investigators were still conducting their search, I proceeded to, myself and Dan George, proceeded to do luminol spraying into the kitchen area. It was getting pretty dark outside, so the lighting was, as far as any sunlight was not a problem. There was a street light that was located outside light that was presenting problems to through several of the windows on the west side of the residence, but not enough to be a hindrance to us as far as the luminol process. It would on the photography end, but not on the actual luminol process itself. So we mixed up some luminol and beginning near where the victim was located. Where she was located going north.
But she wasn't there?
No, she was not there. Okay. Just where she was located at one time.
Next day?
Yes, it was the next day. I'm sorry.
And about what time was it when you made the decision and began processing the kitchen area for luminol?
It's around 7:30, 8 o'clock that evening.
Okay.
Like
they describe who was with you, by the way?
It was Dan George, Investigator Holland, and Investigator Vince Minor.
Okay.
And he said the body would already gone. This was the next day. But where she was previously laying, there was 2 steps that you had to take down or go down, I guess what they call a split level type residence.
Now, before you get there, did Agent Deaver come back on the 10th at any point?
No.
To do any more processing?
No, he did not.
So he'd already done everything he was going to do?
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, go ahead and if you would please describe where you conducted the luminol processing and how you went about that.
Okay, after mixing the chemicals, like I said, going 2 steps down towards the kitchen dining room area, there were some blood stains there on the floor, and which was probably about maybe 3 feet out from those 2 steps. That's where I began the luminol spray, and I sprayed what was visible blood to make sure that I was getting the reaction from the chemicals that I needed. And it was glowing that bluish green glow. So I knew the chemicals were ready to go. And that's when we began to spray along the edge of the step, or the edge where the stools are located, a little bar area is located. We sprayed along that area in between the counter and the stools, and to the left of us was the couch and fireplace area. So we sprayed in between that area, heading towards the large dining room table. And then we began to pick up 2 tracks. And what I mean by 2 tracks was one was heading in one direction and the other tracks were heading in the opposite direction. Now, these tracks they were not shoe tracks like soles of a shoe. They were bare footprints, or what appeared to be bare footprints, but you could see the 5 toes on the right foot and the left foot.
Okay, now with respect to the footprints, exactly how much of the foot were you able to see in the luminol?
You were able to see the entire foot, like if you were to step out of a swimming pool on the concrete, when you look behind you, you actually see your foot and toes. That's what you were seeing there. So we were seeing that bluish green glow, just as if you were walking through mud onto a clean surface where you leave your foot and your toes behind. That's what you were seeing.
Now, when you started conducting the process, how long was the luminol actually glowing when there was a reaction?
We were getting a glow, like say 20, 25 seconds, but we were following that glow or those tracks as we're going along. So, once we picked them up, we observed them, we kept, taking our fanning spray or mist spray, going from left to right or right to left, covering a 3 to 4 foot area.
I love it.
And we kept tracking that. And every time we picked up or saw a footprint glowing, we went to the next one. Like I said, we just kept heading in the same direction. It was just giving me direction on where we were heading. Those footprints were. So we followed them. And when we got to where they started going in opposite directions, I told them, I said, where are you going to go with the same path that they're taking us? If it's going forward, we're going to continue forward. We're not going to deviate from that. So we follow that into what I consider a laundry storage room, which was located on the north end of the residence. And as soon as it got into the doorway, just to the left is a large, what I call a janitorial sink. It's a large square type sink. And the 2 footprints actually turned and faced the sink as if somebody was standing directly in front of it. So we sprayed a little bit further around to the right of the sink and followed them directly in front of a wash machine. And there, 2 footprints side by side were facing the wash machine. Sprayed around to the left of the washer. There's a little petitioner wall, a little short wall similar to this, and sprayed along there, and there was no reactions on the floor whatsoever. So we sprayed a little bit further to make sure, just in case if the footprints were not showing up, then they show up again. So we sprayed that entire floor in there, did not see anything. So we went back to where the sink was in that doorway that we entered in, and started spraying back in the opposite direction to where the other tracks were heading. And went along the dining room table area and went towards the kitchen. We went past the door that was leading outside to where the balcony was. Did not see any tracks or footprints turning in that direction. They kept going straight, and we ended up in front of the refrigerator And when we sprayed that area, two footprints were standing directly in front of the refrigerator. So we sprayed a little bit further south of that area towards the sink. And again, we had two footprints standing directly in front of the sink. So we sprayed back a little bit further towards the corner and to the right of the west wall where the cabinets were located. We picked up the footprints again that went over to where the glasses are kept in the kitchen. And again, there was two footprints standing, as if they were standing directly in front, facing the counter. And we sprayed just inside of the doorway area to where the formal dining room is located. There was nothing there at all.
Okay.
So that's where we stopped.
Now, did you luminol any other area in the house at all?
Yes.
Where?
Okay. Once we finished that area, we went around to where the west door was located. There was that long hallway to when you're going into from outside in and you look left, you could see where the body was at one particular time, the staircase that we were processing earlier. We started from that doorway area and went back to or towards where the victim was laying to the two double doors, and we sprayed that entire area and did not get any reactions of any footprints or shoe tracks at all.
Okay. Now, once you did the luminol processing, what did you do?
We basically just cleaned up the equipment that we were using, and that was it.
Now, did you at that point take any measurements of the footprints and their locations in the areas where you had a reaction?
No, I did not. Did not take any footprints or photographs of the luminol reactions.
And why did you not do that?
The luminol, the reason for the photographs, the luminol, it has to be pretty dark in there because of it's a good strong glow, but not enough to light up a room per se, or turning on a flashlight. It's very dim, so it's very sensitive, and with the light coming in through the windows, yes, we could have put up black plastic to block everything off. There was a lot of windows. I don't think we even had enough plastic then to do that, because I think I was the one that had all the plastic supplies. I elected not to do it because I had Dan George there and I had two other investigators viewing the same thing that I saw. It was not to. The only thing that we did do was take a measurement of one of the footprints just to get a general size, but that's not going to be an exact. It was 8.5 inches long. But as far as any measurements where each footprint was located, the only thing I did was want to know direction, where it was leading, and I documented that in my report.
Now, have you ever attempted to photograph luminol reactions?
Yes.
What success have you had?
I've been successful a couple of times. It took 2 or 3 rolls of film and only one photograph come out of a 24-roll exposure or 36-roll exposure. I mean, it's very, it can be done. And I'm not saying that, it can never be done. Yes, it can. But it's very difficult. And the success on it is it's one of those things. The more you do, the better you get at it, then the better the results. And like I said, I've done it a couple of times and gotten good results. And other times, no terrible results. No film would come out at all. You couldn't even tell which negative to look at because the negatives would actually run together. There was no lines in between the negatives to figure out which frame was 1, which frame was 2.
Okay. What manner did you use to document what you've just described about where the luminol was located and the reactions that you saw in the luminol?
Just, documenting in my, written report exactly what I observed, and then later on, making a sketch of that.
Okay. Now, with respect to the activities that you engaged in after you completed the luminol process, you indicated you cleaning up the chemicals.
Right.
And after you did that, what did you do?
Now, as far as cleaning up chemicals, we're talking about cleaning up the bottles that we were using, rinsing them out, that type of thing, putting the kit back.
May the record reflect the witness is referring to his report while he's trying to refresh his recollection.
I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Well, I'd like the record to reflect
Mr.
whatever it
Campion,
is.
what are you referring
Yeah,
to?
this is a copy of my crime scene report.
Yes, sir.
In that particular
It's so reflective.
Thank you.
in that particular time, we cleared the scene because it was getting late.
Now, were you involved in any other activities at that house a day or two later?
December 12th, yes.
Okay. And what did you do then?
See, that was on Wednesday, December the 12th. I returned with.
Again, I'd like the record to reflect the witness is looking at his notes while testifying.
Mr. Campion, is that what you're looking at?
Yes, sir.
All right, Judge, I have no problem with the witness refreshing his recollection as long as the witness indicates that he needs something to refresh his recollection. I think it's important for the record to reflect when somebody is refreshing recollection when they're testifying from a.
Yes, sir, Mr. Harden. I don't know whether he's refreshing recollection or not. This is a witness. He's referring to a document.
Yes, sir.
What is he having?
Have you prepared a document or a statement or a report as it relates to your activities of the events that you described to this juror?
Yes, I am.
When did you prepare the report?
It was done on December the 11th, 2001.
Young man, please witness, please.
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 108 and ask whether you can identify it.
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It's a copy of my crime scene report.
And when did you prepare? Exactly when did you prepare this?
That was December the 11th of 2001.
Okay. Was it in its final form on December the 11th?
No.
Was that a draft?
Yes, it was.
Is this your final form of the report?
Yes, it is.
Now, please, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 108.
Your Honor, I have no objection to that coming in, but I would like to have a copy of the draft that was apparently done on as of 12/11, which I've never seen.
Well, he's apparently refreshing his recollection from this document, so
Yes, sir.
it's allowed.
When you have reviewed what's marked as State's Exhibit 108, refresh your recollection and memory of some of the activities that you engaged in on December the 9th and the 10th and I guess the 12th. Is that right?
Yes, I'm aware of this report. I did.
If it's his report, shouldn't it be in discovery? I don't know. A report. They're not supposed to read from their reports because it's hearsay, but they can read from their reports to refresh their memory. So are reports included in discovery? No, because it's hearsay, so it's not admitted as evidence. But so it doesn't go back with the jury, which means that he hasn't seen it. But does he get to see it? I don't think he gets to see it. And I don't think he has a right to see it. Because it's hearsay. He's going to testify to it and use it just to refresh his memory. So then the defense doesn't get to see it. So shut up and sit down, Rudolph.
Did write this report or type it up, and we'll use it for testimony.
Okay, and you have done that
Yes.
to refresh your memory. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I think you had indicated that you were there on the 12th, and I wasn't clear on whether you completely described what you did as it related to any action you took at 1810 Cedar Street on that date.
I assisted Dan George with collecting carpet staples and carpet fibers out of the staircase that Kathleen Peterson was found at the bottom of.
Were you involved in the collection of anything else?
No, I was not.
If other items were collected, you don't have any knowledge of that?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, input to witness, please.
Yes.
Telling those jokes will also get you fired from Disney if you work for Disney.
You have him step down.
Yes. Yes.
Now, Mr. Kemp, if you would please, mark what is shown here as State's Exhibit D3, the area that you sprayed luminol on the 9th of December.
Okay, on the 9th of December, I sprayed starting at step 6. How do you want me to mark it with an X or?
Well, just kind of show a line of direction where you did it.
Starting at step 6. Moving up to step 1. And the landing area here. And the door, which they've got this door as being open or missing, but it was actually on the door itself.
Okay. Did you go down this hall or alcove area at all?
Just with the spray a little bit in this area right in here, did not see anything at all.
Okay.
Did not go inside the closet.
Excuse me, go ahead. Interrupted you, I apologize. You did not go into that alcove area beyond that circle?
Did not go in the closet, no. Just, like I said, in that area right there with the spray, going from left to right, and
I had no idea it was going to be this boring. I figured high profile case had to be super good because this case, it's been 25 years. Not quite 25 years. And you've got the owl theory, you've got the Alford plea, the case getting overturned, all that stuff. So I thought this was going to be a really good one. But the problem is Rudolph. He's the one that's dragging it out and asking all the stupid questions, and he's the reason it's so boring. I hope it gets better. I know it's going to get better when the escort guy is on the stand. So when they're done, how much longer do we have on this one? Like another half hour, maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes. What time is it? It's 3:06. Yeah, when this one's done, we're going to quit for today. We've been going for 7 hours.
when you go from left to right, if you go up, it will spray in that direction. It covers a pretty good path.
I want to make sure I'm clear about why you did that. Agent Deaver was down here working and told you to do that?
First of all, I knew that you do not spray in a known visible blood. So I knew better to stay away from that. He also instructed me to stay out of the staircase with the luminol and only spray the upper section of it, not down where he was.
Okay. And I think you'd indicated that you did see some reactions here. Would you please generally mark where you saw those?
On step 3, there was a reaction. On the landing, there was a reaction. There was visible blood on the kick plate of step 1 and on the front of the rounded plate. There was reaction on top of the landing, approximately in this area. One in approximately this area. I'm trying to see if we got a door, it's got panels on it. This right here is basically what we saw on this door here. You've got the 2 panels and the 2 panels. So on this door, it was the upper panel of this doorway.
Okay. Now, on the 9th, I think you indicated there was another area where you actually sprayed luminol as well. Where was that?
Coming out of the staircase, on the back side of this wall, underneath this staircase, is a doorway that leads down into the 2-car garage. And I sprayed inside of that area, which is basically behind this white wall.
Okay, all right. And was there any other luminol processing done on the 9th at all?
No, sir, there was not.
Okay. You did testify that you luminol tested on the 10th.
Yes.
All right. Okay. If you would please point out, I don't want you to mark the marker yet, but point out generally where you saw footprints and where you used the luminol process.
Starting in the known blood that we had here, visible blood that we could see, this area right here, I sprayed along where these chairs are, up through here, in between the couch and stools, around the couch, and we've got 2 doorways here. We've got both of these doors here and here lead into the pantry room area where the washer and dryer was located. We went in through the far right-hand door to the right of the fireplace, and in front of the sink, the janitorial type sink here, and the floor here, and in front of the wash machine and dryer. The footprints were noted in front of the wash machine.
Mr. Hart, I'm sorry.
I apologize, excuse me.
Sprayed beside the wash machine area. Sprayed in this area here, or behind this door. Thank you. Sprayed behind the door. Did not see any reactions at all. Went back over to this doorway and started spraying back beside the dining room table and in between the dining room table and couch. Sprayed this area. Did not see anything going out the doorway as far as footprints turning in that direction or shoe tracks. They stopped in front of the refrigerator. Sprayed all of this area until we got to the front of the sink. When we got in front of the sink again, there was 2 footprints directly on the floor facing the sink. Sprayed all of this area here and picked them up going over to the opposite wall where this counter is located, and where the wine glasses or drinking glasses are located. And that's where we picked up again 2 footprints standing in front of or located in front of the counter there. Sprayed just inside the doorway. Did not pick up any bare footprints or shoe tracks at all. So I stopped at that point.
Okay, will you mark with the red marker where you stopped your luminol on the 10th?
Where we stopped?
Where you stopped it.
Here.
Okay. Can you kind of make it a big circle so we can make sure we see it? All right, there you go. And exactly where did you start? Mark that with the marker. Okay. Now, if you would please use these decals just to assist in describing the direction that you found the positive reactions. Come on.
Okay, these areas that I'm marking were not measured as far as how far the left footprint was from the wall or from any other object. This was only giving me direction on what I observed and the direction I saw them go into. And basically what I was trying to do.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way, Nichelle, and that's why I want to do things that you guys want to watch. And I feel bad that we've hit such a boring spot in this trial. But the Netflix documentary is so good, and it's just so obvious that this man did it, yet he's such a creep. And I still don't know if he testified or not. I imagine if he had, it would have showed parts of it on the documentary, and it didn't. But it did show them prepping him for testifying, which was really weird. Really, really weird. They're no, let's don't. Let's don't make it a drinking game. Well, I have done that. I did that with Corey Richins because nobody was watching it. I was literally here all by myself. I think Marty might have been here, but I didn't know anybody was here because it was showing nobody was watching. And I was just like, okay, well, I guess if nobody wants to watch it. And there are times when I don't feel well. And if there's only just 1 or 2 people in here watching it, I'm like, okay. If nobody wants to watch this and I don't feel good, I'm going to bed. But it's this attorney. He is just dragging everything out. And out and out and out and out. Maybe we should make a bingo card. Maybe we should. I don't know though. A vaping game? A vaping game. Oh my god, that would be funny. I know, but Netflix would nail my butt to the wall if I did that. I can't even speed it up because it's on the stupid Court TV website. Let's just finish up his and then we'll take a break for the weekend and come back and be fresh Monday and maybe it'll get better. I want to watch it. Like, I want to see. I definitely want to get to Deaver because I want to see whatever it was he lied about. Yeah, absolutely. Netflix would be pissed. Yeah. I cannot wait until April 27th because Clinty is finally going to trial. And we are definitely watching that one. I want to see that woman get what's coming to her. She's the one that killed her boyfriend, the OnlyFans model in Miami.
See if it would lead me anywhere.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object if he's putting these in a line as though to suggest that
Oh
he knew the
my
exact
God!
line. He knows the exact line. If he wants to spread them out and show direction, I don't have any objection.
So I think he explained that to the jury, Mr. Rudolph.
I was wondering why they didn't luminol the whole staircase, but it makes sense. Luminol is to show blood that you can't see. If you can see the blood, you don't need to luminol it. So that makes sense. It is. It is. You're right. It is. It's very tedious and boorish. Like, laying a foundation means you have to do every stupid little everything, whether it's something the jury knows or not. Every little teeny tiny thing has to be explained. Even if it's obvious, even if it's something you already know and is common knowledge, it still has to be explained. It's ridiculous. I wish it was like Law and Order. It'd be a lot more fun. And back to what Marty said on day one. Defense is trying too hard. If the less objections you make, the less you get noticed. The less objections, the less you get noticed. Like, if you objected every stupid little thing, the jury's going to sit up and notice it. But especially now when it's boring, if you don't object to it, half the jury's going to miss it. Because they're bored right now. And it's afternoon. They've already had lunch. They just came back from lunch. They're ready to go home. Quit objecting to stuff. It's gonna go right over their head.
You got to refresh my memory. I'm sorry. I'm only going where I got positive reactions.
Where you got
or where I sprayed.
Well, the directions of positive reactions. Did you have a reverse here?
Yes.
Show that as well.
Well, I object to the district attorney just telling them where to fill things in.
Oh my God. I know what we can watch next. There was a horrible, horrible crime. But the guy represented himself. Dang, I forgot his name though. I want to say his last name was Blunt. Blount. Dang, I forgot his first name. Law Talk with Mike did it because but I don't think he was a soft sit. I think he just wanted to represent himself. He carjacked an old lady. And then he took her to her house. He had an accomplice, which I think the accomplice was a woman who pled guilty. This guy not only pled not guilty, he represented himself. And so he carjacked her, took her back to her house, robbed her, essayed her, and then ran away. Did he pretend to have a seizure on the first day? I don't remember. This has been a few years ago. It was on Law Talk with Mike. He did it because he thought he was a soft sit, but I don't know if he was actually a soft sit or not. And the lady ended up dying, but he didn't get charged with murder because she died later, like a year later, or almost a year later. So they didn't charge him with murder. But I absolutely believe that she died because of that. because she had health problems that got exacerbated because of the shock of everything that happened to her. Was it Jeremy Blunt? What was his name? Dang, what was his name? But he kept saying heinous instead of heinous. He kept talking about the heinous crime that he didn't do. And finally, the prosecutor stood up and said, it's pronounced heinous or something like that. It's heinous, not heinous. It was so funny. It's like the prosecutor finally was like, dude, quit saying it that way. It was so funny. Oh, that guy you were telling me about. Yeah. We need to watch that one too. We need to watch both of those. Dang, what was that guy's name? I gotta find out that guy's name. But yeah, I don't know who all did that one. I know Mike did, but I don't know if anybody else did that one. And I'll have to look back in our text messages because you told me about that guy. Those will be more interesting than these. I really thought this one was going to be more interesting than it is, though, y'all.
So I think you asked him a question.
Were there any other reactions at all in this area in terms of direction that you observed?
No, sir.
Is any other area other than these here and down the steps that you do luminol processing at all?
Yes.
Where?
From this doorway here, further back west, to the doorway we were using to go in and out of.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit D2. That'll help you. You familiar with this diagram?
Yes, I am.
And you familiar with what is marked as State's Exhibit D3 as well?
Yes.
You've seen all this?
Yes, I have.
If you would please mark with the red marker the other luminol processing that you did.
It was from here to here.
Okay. Did you see any reaction in there?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you at any point luminol anything in this bottom stairway?
No, I did not.
Did you do any chemical processing whatsoever in this stairway?
No, I did not. Or this area here, we did not.
Okay. Why not?
There was visible blood there. There was no reason to.
Okay. Please take a seat. And you made a series of photographs, I think you've indicated, and
One moment, I'm sorry.
Yes. Mr. Rudolph. I'm telling you now to sit down. Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to them. All right, Mr. Rudolph, you have an objection to the photograph. Mr. Rudolph, what is the exhibit number on the exhibit? Do you know?
P189.
P89.
All right, yes, sir. You have an objection?
Judge, we have 222 photos that we got from the state. There is only one that depicts the scene there. The one we have has a date in the lower right-hand corner of 12/9/01. This.
For some reason, YouTube won't let me put it in the chat. But yeah, I'll do Warnos. I wrote it twice. I'll do Warnos and YouTube won't let me put it in the chat for some reason. But yeah, it's Casey Anthony and Jodi Arias. Those two women just, I want to crawl through the screen and scratch their eyes out, both of them. Can't stand them. I'll do them though if you want to watch them. I would do them, but I'm gonna be Sassy Debbie if I have to do either of those, Anthony or Arias. But I'll do Warnos. Warnos. Warnos is, she had a rough upbringing. I'm not excusing anything she did because she's a monster, but she had a rough upbringing that turned her into what she became. She was a manipulator and a user, and I'm not making excuses for anything she did. I'm not saying she was justified in anything she did, but the reason she did it was because the things that happened to her when she was a kid. Yeah. Yeah. Her grandfather did all kinds of stuff to her. All kinds of stuff. And she hated everybody. And that was her way of getting revenge. Did she really? She was. Yeah, but I think if she'd been raised, well, I don't know. You know, the old nurture versus nature thing. Maybe not. I don't know. But I think if she'd been raised in a normal, loving home, it might not have happened. But I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it would have. But I just think a lot of that has to do with her upbringing. She was thrown away. Like, nobody wanted her. But then again, there are plenty of people that are raised the way she was, and they don't turn out like she did. So who knows? But yeah, we can do her if I can find her trial. It's probably on Court TV's website somewhere. Sig Pig? Oh my God. Was that in a documentary about her? Or was that in Monster? I saw Monster. I've seen lots of documentaries too. I don't remember that, but it's been a while. But yeah, we can do her trial. We can do that one next. I'll check and see if it's
Photo has had that date, the local right-hand corner, cropped out. The whole thing, it's put on a board, and they've cropped out the right-hand corner so that you can't see the date.
and they're presenting it to this witness as though it was taken on 12/10. Indeed, I was told, well, this witness took it and his camera didn't have a dating mechanism. Well, if his camera took it, it's not that this photo, because this photo has a date on it, and the date was 12/9/01. So I object to handing a witness a cropped photo, particularly where the date is critically important.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I contend that the date is irrelevant as it relates to whether it's on this photograph. This witness can testify about what he saw on all the various occasions when he was in that house. I have photographs that I'm getting ready to show him. Some of them he made with his own camera. They are not dated. I have a still cut out of a video he didn't take, but he can recognize it as something he saw on that date. I have a photograph from a freelance photographer that I didn't have a copy of. It's got Mr. Campen in it talking with Mr. George and Mr. Holland. He can certainly.
It's there. There it is. I saw the movie. Just don't remember that part. I do remember that she wanted to do right by her girlfriend at one point, though. I'll have to look it up and watch it.
Recognize that and describe that that is him, and he had that conversation. I've got a series of other photographs that he can talk about that are still cuts out of another video that was taken on the 10th. He can talk about all of these things. He didn't have to take all these photographs. All he has to do is to be able to say, yes, I recognize these things, and they are in the condition that I saw them. That is all we're attempting to do. Mr. Rudolph is making a mountain out of a molehill because a photograph doesn't have a date on it when the copy that he has does. It was cropped so it could be put on the board. That's all that there is to this.
What is the significance of the date on the photograph to this witness's proposed testimony, Mr. Hard?
None to my knowledge.
Mr. Rudolph?
Judge.
This photograph doesn't show the luminol on the bottom. And the reason it doesn't show.
But did she, though? She pled not guilty. She didn't plead guilty.
The luminol on the bottom, on the floor, is because it was taken the day before the luminoling was done. Agent George has already testified and established that there are no photographs of that floor area taken after the luminoling was done. So to present this witness with this photograph and have him say, oh, that's how it looked, implies that this is how the photograph, that's when the photograph was taken. Now, if the district attorney wants to make it clear that the photograph was taken on the 9th and establish that beyond any doubt for the jury that this is not a photograph of the 10th, it's a photograph of the 9th, but that this witness claims that that's how it looked on the 10th, then I have no problem. My problem is with cropping a photograph, not telling us it's cropped, and trying to pass it off as a photograph of the 10th.
Mr. Hart.
No, he's got a copy of it. There's nothing more that I can do. He has a copy of all these photographs.
And I happen to catch it. I happen to catch it. Lots of lawyers maybe wouldn't have caught it, and that's just simply improper.
Well, Mr. Harden, is it your intent to go over with this witness what date the photograph was taken on, or?
No, we were going to talk about these photographs in the context of what the witness recalls on a particular day. Again, the fact that there's not a date on many of these. but he can certainly talk about what he saw on a particular day and whether this photograph represents it. And that's what we're going to do. We're not trying to hide anything or fool anybody, as Mr. Rudolph is trying to imply, not even imply. He's boldly and blatantly stating it. We're not trying to do that, but it sounds good for the camera and it looks good in this record. And that's why he's doing it.
Well, let's have the DA then, when he hands him the photograph, stipulate that it was taken on the 9th. If he's really not trying to hide anything or do anything improper, if he can hand him a photograph and say, let me hand you a photograph that was taken on December 9th, the day before the luminawing. Is this how it looked after the luminawing? I've got no problem with that. None at all. My problem is with handing him a photograph, not establishing the date, and then making it seem as though that's a photograph taken after the luminawing. I just think that's improper.
Well, as you two know, most of the time, the date the photograph was taken doesn't go to the admissibility of the item. So what is it you're trying to get this witness to say about the photograph, Ms. Hart? Does it have anything to do with the date the photograph was taken on? His testimony.
I will ask him whether it accurately depicts what he saw on a particular day for all his photographs. That's what I intended to do. And I wasn't given an opportunity, however, to do that.
And that's exactly my point. If you hand somebody a photograph that's undated and ask them, do you recognize this? Yes. Does this accurately depict how it looked on the 10th? The implication is that the photograph was taken on the 10th. If he wants to be fair, if he really wants to be fair and accurate to the jury, my request simply is that he not be allowed to do that unless he establishes for the jury that it was taken on the 9th. That's all I ask.
All right. I'm not sure the rules of evidence require him to do that. I think it goes to the admissibility, does not go to the admissibility, but it goes to what the witness saw. You can cross-examine him on these other things, but nonetheless, do you intend to have this witness explain to the jury when that photograph was taken?
Not when it was taken, but what it reflects on a particular day, yes.
All right. The objection to be overruled.
This photograph's going to take a while. Mr. Campbell, you had indicated that on the 10th, you collected several items. Is that correct? Yes. John, may I first witness, please?
Yes.
Now, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 14A in the contents and ask whether you can identify this.
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It is a Diet Coke can.
And where did you locate it?
On the patio off of the kitchen.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit D2 and ask if you would please point out exactly where you located the Coke can.
Coke can was on this table, right where you see that little white circle on this gray table.
Okay, and what date did you do that?
On the 10th,
And what day did you collect it?
it was collected on the 10th at 11:35 a.m.
Right. Now, I think you had indicated in your earlier testimony that you processed that can and that you processed it processed it for a particular reason. What was that?
I processed that can for two reasons: to remove hair that was attached to it, and also to check the can for fingerprints.
Okay. So at this point, we've moved into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 14A, contents.
Hello.
Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 21 and ask if you'll look at that and the contents of that, please.
I can identify it, yes.
What is it?
These are hairs that were collected from the Diet Coke can that was located on the table off of the patio, off the kitchen.
And when did you collect that exactly?
That was also done on the 10th.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit, let me move into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit P21 and the contents, which are marked as State's Exhibit, let me move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P21A and the contents, which are marked as State's Exhibit 21B. Now I'm going to have the witness step down.
No, I think you've done about as much as you can do.
Yes, sir.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon recess. Recall the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Don't watch TV about the case. Stay clear of the parties and witnesses in this particular case. Don't read about the case. Don't do any independent investigation. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Stop sharing. Thank you. Okay. The case I was talking about. A man named Bradley Yawn was charged with allegedly carjacking, kidnapping, and essaying a 77-year-old woman. Prosecutors described that he kidnapped the victim, robbed her, and essayed her. Let's see. The defendant is Bradley Yawn. He allegedly carjacked, kidnapped, essayed a 77-year-old woman named Christine Schmidt in Illinois. The incident included taking her from her vehicle and committing a home invasion and essay. In court, Yawn chose to represent himself, which drew attention and media coverage in trial video. He was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, home invasion, and essay, not murder in connection with the case. But ChatGPT did not find any credible news or court reporting that the victim later died as a result of the assault or that her death was part of this prosecution. Well, it wasn't. But she died like she had a bad heart or something. So it really wasn't as a result of the thing, but it was. You know what I mean? Like, she had a bad heart, so it put more stress on her heart that it happened. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't really as a result, but it was from a result. I don't know. I don't remember. Been too long ago. Did she give me the year? She. Is ChatGPT a she or a he? I don't know. Did it give me the year? No, it didn't. Spike, there is no more. Quit barking at me. Okay, well, let me ask what year. You know your Aunt Judy can hear you, right? Stop barking. Okay, so it happened in 2021 and the trial was in 2023. The crime occurred on November 9th, 2021 in Adams County, Illinois, when Jan allegedly carjacked, kidnapped, essayed, and burglarized 77-year-old. What do you mean allegedly? He was convicted. She died on December 12th, 2021. Oh, it wasn't a year. It was 33 days after, which was mentioned in court reporting in the local news. 33 days. Why was he not charged? Why was he not charged? 33 days later. And she had a bad heart. So that what he did put stress on her heart. I'm pretty sure it was her heart. It's been 3 years ago though, so I could be remembering wrong. 130 years in prison. Well, I guess that's okay. Doesn't matter that he didn't get charged with her murder. He still is going to be in prison for the rest of his life. November was the crime. She died in December. He got convicted in July of 23. Let's see what her cause of death. Oh, my phone's dying. Huh. Well, this says that they don't know her cause of death. But I'm almost positive that they said it during the trial. Okay, so we've got Warnos, we've got Bradley on, we've got the other guy that Judy was talking about. Those three have got to be more interesting. I'm going to go plug it in as soon as I finish the live stream. Okay, I'm going to go lay down now because for some reason there's a nerve in my butt that's irritated, and every time I move, every time I get up and start to walk, it feels like someone is sticking me in the butt with a needle, and I don't know how I got irritated or what's going on, but I don't like it. So I'm gonna go. You guys have a great weekend. I will see you Monday morning. Hey, should we start later? Should we start at 9 instead of 8? That was not a rhetorical question. Okay, I guess we'll still start at 8. Well, y'all DM me and let me know. Bye. Be kind to people. Love your family. Okay, 9 o'clock. Be kind to people. Love your family. I want to start at 9 so I can sleep later. Okay, new time, 9 o'clock. Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great weekend. I will be at Epcot tomorrow doing their Easter egg hunt on my Disney Channel if you guys want to watch me make a fool of myself looking for these giant Easter eggs. They're giant. They're giant. Like, I can't even put it in frame. They're giant. Bye, guys. I love you, my friends. All my besties are here now. Love you, replay crew, too. And lurkers. I'm going to miss you guys. Hang out with me tomorrow at Epcot, though. Have a great weekend. Bye.